Hello, hello, hello. Hey, you
Hey,
gotta
you gotta
turn me
turn
off
me off
again.
again.
Have
Have
we,
we,
I can
I
hear
can hear
myself over
myself
the
over the
stream.
stream.
I'm
I'm
echoing.
echoing. Turn everything off.
I started saying hello, 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 and I came over the stream twice. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry about that, the echo and whatnot. I hope everybody here is doing well. We're gonna be live here in about a minute and a half. We're gonna be doing something different today, and we're gonna be doing something different as the days and weeks go on. I had a long heart-to-heart with myself and a little bit with my lovely spouse, Kayloon. I watched a lot of game dev streams today and a lot of game dev YouTube videos today. I decided I've got to get over my hesitation for learning and streaming game dev, especially if I want to get this project off the ground and actually working. We're going to be doing game dev today. We're going to be learning Go. We're going to be doing some preemptive development stuff, trying to learn what we're doing. And so when the stream starts, you're going to see boot.dev. You're going to see my Visual Studio Code open. You're also going to see some AI because I'm getting help from Claude in the learning process. So let's get to starting here. Let's get it going. We'll see you in about 10 seconds. All right, all right, all right. As you can see, we have some stuff here. I have my path. I have game dev that I'm doing stuff with. I've already done some stuff with TypeScript. We're going to be learning Go. Actually, I should probably edit this path and add TypeScript to it. Yeah. I don't need JavaScript. I don't need Python for what I'm doing here. But we do need TypeScript. So, path. I want TypeScript before I want Go. No, I want, no, yeah, it that way. Even though I know some of it. So how is everybody? We'll have Kayloon in the lower left while we're doing our game dev stuff here. Because Kayloon is doing her lovely PalWorld stuff again. How are you doing today, Kayloon?
I'm doing great, trying to figure out my sound.
You gotta
You
make
gotta
it
make
so
it
that I
so that
can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you. Trying to figure out my sound at the moment.
I can't hear you and the stream can't hear you. I can't hear you and the stream can't hear you. When you turned on the lights, I figured you had checked everything. Evidently you didn't. Evidently. Now let's put some music on in the background, make sure that YouTube can't hear it. I can hear you. I can hear myself too. Why can I hear myself? Because your microphone is all screwy. I can hear myself like perfectly. What the hell did you do? I can hear myself. Oh, now I can't. Yay. Hey. That should be muted. There we go. I can't hear you. This is why you test it. I can hear myself. I can hear myself. Even when I'm not like loud. So this is why you're supposed to test it before we start. I went over it yesterday. You're supposed to test this before we start. I can't hear you. Now everybody can hear. Hi, everybody. Sorry about the issue. Now, games. Um, hey now. Back turned on my light. I don't want people hard enough. Ask. This one, I don't know why I did. Best way to fix enable this. Can't disable the permanent. Your laptop anyway. Okay. Right now, able to there it how it's okay. Like right there. Because the minute I turn like this, I can hear myself. Why this needs to be like this instead of like this because hear it because it's coming direction. But if it's like this, it's coming in the back. I turn front, you can hear me. So yeah. There. Now this is why I keep telling you you can't have it like it needs to be like this. Why you should have it as close to like this as possible. Even if it's down here. As long as you like even if it's that well my voice over there is directed like when you do it like this because it's like for me this isn't blocking anything. The shorter you can bring it is that there like you could do this right. this is this is probably the best way to do it, huh? You heard me a little because my microphone is different. My microphone picks me up because I'm there. My microphone will never pick. So this should be all set. Should be okay. All right. If we have any other issues, back and fix it. Sorry about the delay, folks. Jay's got some stuff to do, and I'm going to get back over
my computer. Right back. What? Here now.
What am I?
It's
Okay.
still-
That's fine. That's
So-
better.
it's-
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Say. Start what? Yes. Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Okay. All right. I don't hear myself on her microphone. We fixed that. She had an issue where she restarted her computer and her voice meter decided to say, "Oh, it's the different microphone." So I have the same thing. I have the same headset as she does. We both have the Arctis Nova Pros. But you notice in here I don't have the Arctis Nova Pro showing. For some reason, when she restarted her computer, voice meter said, "Oh no, we're going to use the Arctis Nova Pro for your mic." Like, why? Why would we do that? As for the music that you guys hear in the background, that music is, can turn this up a little bit. That's Steam Powered Giraffe. I'm going to be sending them a message requesting that I am able to use their music consistently in conjunction with Hamster Alliance, because Steam Powered Giraffe is fucking amazing. If you don't know Steam Powered Giraffe, steampoweredgiraffe.com. They are fucking awesome. It's a steampunk based like pantomime band. They're great. They're fun. So I have them in the background for me. So it's a little bit low music. We are going to be doing game dev. I will be learning some stuff. This is here just so that you understand that I'm going to be learning some stuff. I don't use sleep mode on my computers, Kane. I either turn them off or leave them on 100% of the time. I do not like sleep mode. I do not like hibernate. The only computer I use hibernate with is my laptop. Right here. And this is a Galaxy Book Pro 4. I think it's a Book 4. Yeah. The only thing I use hibernate for. Everything else is either 100% on or 100% off. Even Kayloon's laptop is they're all on. Well, these were kind of pointless. The stuff I did for college.
You learned it. That's better than nothing.
No, I'm talking this stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. Not the learning. The other shit. All right, so as I said, we have this up because I'm going to be learning this stuff. I've already started learning some TypeScript. So if I go to continue the learning path, you can see that I have, my Golang for game dev. I've been learning TypeScript specifically in here. Warning, the break fridge smells like salmon. Easy stuff, early easy stuff. So we'll be learning some of that with boot.dev. I'm also using, I have a subscription to Gemini because I have a student account, because I work at a college. So I have an account that works for Gemini. I have that until, I want to say, the end of August. So I've had it for a year. So I ask it questions just to get like guidance. And I use Claude, which I have a subscription for, to help me figure out how to do specific things, and to right now get the basic structure for, not structure, to get the basic idea of whether or not my game is going to be worthwhile set. So I have an old system, and I'm doing this because, like, who the fuck's going to steal my idea? If somebody steals it, that means it's a great idea, and I'm too dumb to get it working. And if nobody steals it, then it might be a good idea, and I'm too dumb to get it working. So I'm not really worried about that. So I had an old setup. So I'm going to start talking about what I'm doing, where I'm coming from with this, and where I'm going to with this. With stuff that I've actually written in the old shit that I've done. Name of my company is Dark Lantern Games. All good there. The icon for Dark Lantern Games. So I'm fully invested here is what I'm starting to try to show, right? So if I go to my GitHub, which is private, I wanted to, yeah, it's right here. So Dark Lantern Games, Eltanin MMO. So Aurora Tenebrae, Eltanin. Aurora Tenebrae is basically the idea behind the game, or the basic storyline behind the game is that the Eltanin is an actual planet in the Draconis constellation, or is an actual star in the Draconis constellation, right? So if we look at Eltanin, it's the actual name of it is Gamma Draconis. It's the eye of the dragon in the dragon constellation. And so the whole idea that I have is kind of like a pull from Phantasy Star, whereas this planet seals this enemy entity or this enemy group of entities into a different dimension, and the planet itself is like the base for all the bullshit that's happening in the world, universe, whatever. And so I have this idea using this. If I can find the actual docs, it's all based on the Final Fantasy craft stuff that I was doing, the Minecraft stuff that I was doing way back ago. If I go into, I think it's archived docs. So if we look at the lore, this is all stuff that I wrote like 8, 10, 12 years ago or whatever, right? Final Fantasy craft, universes like galaxies collide and reform, a mixture of thoughts, knowledge, skills, and technology. It's the overall idea behind Final Fantasy craft. Again, this is my old Minecraft server, which I was basically using as a pixel art thing for Phantasy Star 1's recreation in Minecraft. But I wanted things to be a little bit different. So the main quest is that of enlightenment. The awakened are lost souls, condemned to a life of servitude. This isn't the same as what's going to happen with this game, but this is the basis for where this game is coming from. Different races. So we've got humans, we've got Cetra, we've got cyborgs. I've really expanded on that. Kisathera Viren. Kisathera, if you don't know, is the name of one of my accounts on League of Legends. It's also the name of one of the characters in one of the books that I was writing, or one of the short stories that I was writing. So she's an actual character in my game, in this game, or was a character in this game. Kisathera Viran Dienya Alvalayan, Valayan, or however you want to pronounce it. I don't remember it, but I remember writing all this. So this is the basic idea, right? That's where everything stems from. And then we have the basic math, which is like really basic math. This is the stuff that I did for the Minecraft server, which gives me the idea of how big the world is going to be. The potential ECS, so entity component system. This is what I want to have basically done inside the game, so that we know where things are coming from. skill tree ability breakdown. This isn't even close to being actually in a correct representation of things at the moment. What is a correct representation of things at the moment? Again, this is all just basic stuff, so that you know that I'm invested in this. All basic stuff. Setup document, which is I want to make an MMO style in similar vein to OSRS, Ashes of Creation, Dreadmist, with adherence to my own style and stat structure as provided in the current repos. I'd like it to be isometric. I'm wondering, these are what I'm about to bring up are things that I'm wondering about that I'd like input on, that I'm okay with, because from the start, I want this to be a game that my community is invested in, even if they're not as invested as I'm going to be. And I want it to be something that you guys want to play. So that what that boils down to is it going to be 2D or 3D? Is it going to be isometric or first person or third person or side scrolling or whatnot? Is it like, what is it going to be? How in depth is the game going to be? Is it going to be a true MMO? Is it going to be an MMO ARPG? Is it going to be ARPG with like some co-op? Like, how are we going to make it? I'd like it to go MMO RPG and have it. The one thing that it's absolutely not going to change, or two things that aren't going to change. It's going to be an RPG and it's going to be turn-based. Period. No matter what. Okay. So turn-based RPG. Outside of that, I don't have any preference on other stuff at the moment. I do have a preference on making sure that the game gets done. So,
Doesn't everybody have a preference that it gets done?
not everybody. So, give me a second. I'm going to do something here while we're bringing this stuff up. I want to make sure. One second. All right. All right. Hey. This is not on stream. I'm on stream, but you guys aren't on stream yet. I'm actually bringing this up because I'm going to start asking questions of you guys, but I know that you're in here. I'm not going to say your name because I don't want you coming over stream. I want to make sure that it's okay that I ask you guys stuff and have it go on stream. Kane, you know what I'm talking about because you're in my stream already. Aaron, you know what I'm talking about. You just don't know yet.
I'm staying outside the Chipotle.
All right. So I'm developing a game. I'm developing an RPG in the very, very beginning stages of it. In other words, I'm asking people what they would like out of an RPG. I'm trying to make it an MMO, but the only two things that
killed
are...
the negotiator and I won't get my...
Baby, hold on. Baby, I'm in the middle of asking the stream and the people in Discord questions.
Sorry.
You can hear me.
All right.
Hold on a second. If you kill the negotiator, I think they still raid you. All right. Kayloon started asking stuff in the middle of me asking questions. So there's only two things that... Go ahead.
Answer this then, because what I like in an RPG is deep dialogue choices that actually matter.
Yep.
So choices that matter.
Yep.
And interesting world building.
Okay.
That's what I like in an RPG.
All right. So those two...
like Fallout New Vegas, you know?
Yeah. It for me, those are specifically like non-negotiables because I'm a writer and storyteller by default. That's like my life. And B, that's what I look for in a game too. So I'm not going to code a game that doesn't have that in place. And it's part of why I'm going to be talking to people the whole step of the way. And like I said, this is the very beginning. There are only two things that are non-negotiable with this. And one is that it's an RPG and the other is that it's a turn-based RPG. the things that I'm trying to figure out if I actually want to go with. Like Baldur's Gate 3, Fallout 1, Heroes of Might and Magic, Phantasy Star, Final Fantasy, anything before it became real time.
Okay, yeah, I could do that.
Yeah. The one of the go ahead.
Real-time open world, but
Real-
then combat is turn-based.
Yes, real-time open world combat is turn-based, similar to Dofus and Wakfu. But those two have some severe like negatives to them, and I don't want to deal with those negatives. One of which is gacha games. I don't want to have loot boxes. Fuck that shit. No gambling style stuff. You want to buy a skin. If I do the monetization is just cosmetic, it's going to be you buy a skin.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because one of the members of the server, as Kane very much knows, is developing a gambling game.
No, nobody knows about that yet.
Yeah, it's
No? Okay.
Nobody knows about
Everyone knows about it, but one of the...
Shush.
Nobody else knows about it.
All right, well, now they do. Oh.
No, they don't. I've got two people watching. It's all good. So the start of this,
people of the server at least.
yeah. So the start of this is basically trying to figure out who is, like, what the people who are in my community and by extension Aaron's community, because he's my son and he's known I've been wanting to do this. Like, Aaron, how long ago did we do our little brainstorm session where you guys were coming up with names of things?
Like 2 years ago.
That's 2 years ago. You were 2 years. Your kids are older than 2. Come on.
No, they're not. My daughter is 2.
Yeah, and we weren't brainstorming. It was you, me, Cassandra, Marissa, and Mom in the kitchen brainstorming. And I want to say it was in frickin' Sarah Parkway,
It
which
was,
is...
It was not. It was when the last time we did it was in California in Roseville before I moved to Oregon.
It wasn't in
And
Roseville.
It was, yeah, it was. It was me, you, Mom, and Cassandra. We visited.
Did we actually do
Well, I
another
gotta go on
brainstorm
mute so I
session
can
there?
get my food.
Yes, we did.
Go get your food. Go get your food.
Two.
So I'm talking about the very first one we did, which was on Sari Parkway.
We didn't do one on Ceres Parkway. You weren't into trying to build games until after Gardner. You were more into doing
I'm
the
gonna
family
say right
game
now,
night at Ceres Parkway
he's
and getting
wrong.
Gardner.
And I know he's wrong. And I'm not going to bring it up to him that he's wrong. I know he's wrong because I have the content for it. I want to say.
Buffer chests of the coal. 2 buffer chests.
Is it here?
And then murder and a
No, that's not that
What?
old.
What's going on here?
Anyway, he's old. He's wrong. He's very wrong. Because this one, this build right here, As Darkness Falls, was done when I was in Pittsburgh, Massachusetts, when my kids were really, really young. And if I look at, I don't think this is actually going to show the correct one because I've moved them across different things very, very often. 2015. So the first time we did any kind of brainstorming was April 15th, 2015, Aaron.
No, I think it was way sooner than that.
That's
Kids were a
correct.
lot younger than that.
At which point I said free flow, brainstorming generic ideas, potential ideas. You came up, I believe, with the name C-Log.
I don't remember what I
That might have been Marissa,
Marissa.
where it was a harpy like with a lion's head and a rhino's body and a scorpion's tail.
That was Marissa.
That-
But again,
that was
in
2015.
Gardner. Yeah, that's Gardner.
Yeah, that was Gardner, but 2015, yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, still 2015.
Your kids weren't too. It wasn't 2 years
Well,
ago.
no. I said the latest time we did it, like the.
Yeah, the most recent was about 2 years ago, yeah.
And then you said the very first time. I said, yeah, that was in Gardner.
Yeah, the very first time. So I've been trying to do this. What I'm trying to get across is that I've been trying to do this, and this has been on my mind for at least 10 years. At least 10 years. I actually have a C++ program that I started. I don't think it runs right now, but I have one that I started ages and ages ago to try and get things working.
Interesting.
Learning
I got my
Fucking-
feeling back though. so-
fucking ages ago. My God. All right. So anyway, turn-based MMO, turn-based RPG, preferably an MMO. Lots of depth in both dialogue and choices meaning something, as well as in the world building. The thing that I the thing that I want to get secure most directly is in the turn-based combat with the open world, real-time open world where you can walk around and just interact with people without going into combat. The combat style, what I have right now is more, the idea I have right now is more, okay, combat, you get into combat and everybody, the turn-based is like turn-based active. Everybody does their stuff at the same time. You have a specific amount of time to get your plan done. You can interact with each other. There are going to be things where if you take an action and somebody else takes an action and they combine, there are potential combinations where they can combine and do a bigger, better, more powerful action. Same thing with defense. But offense is going to be timed and defense is going to be reactionary. By that, I mean there are going to be points in somebody's attack on you where you can do something to attack them back. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's a novel idea.
Attack of opportunity?
Basically, so yes, it would be during the defense phase, like when the enemy is attacking you, or when you're attacking the enemy could do this too, where you can trigger like a counterattack or a deflect or a guard or something like that.
Yeah, just attack of opportunity.
No, because it
Where
could
you
be
going,
defense as
or-
well. It could be I'm just going to guard this other person who's being attacked.
Yeah, it's a D&D thing.
Reaction.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's all it is reactions, not
yeah.
necessarily attacks of opportunity.
No. But the thing is called attack of opportunity. You can use it to defend somebody.
N-
It's just the moment of opportunity
Well,
itself.
reactions happening during combat. Attack of opportunity happens around movement.
Yeah, so attacks of
Exactly,
opportunity are when you're moving out of range of somebody who you're in range to be able to attack or attack you. So if you move out of like combat range with somebody in melee, then because you're moving out of combat range, they can attack you as you're moving out. Because when you're moving in D&D, when you're moving out of combat range, you don't have, like, you're moving. You're not going to be like prepped for defense. You're trying to get out of combat, or at least melee range. That's what an attack of opportunity is. This is more like you're in combat, and yes, movement is going to be a thing in combat, but when you're in combat, let's say an enemy is attacking Cassandra, and we'll say player A. An enemy is attacking player A, and you, Aaron, you're controlling player B, and you happen to have a guard available, and player A doesn't have any guard available. They just went full ham. I'm going to throw everything into my attack this round. So they have nothing available to defend with. They just like a power attack or something. So now they're like wide open for an attack, and the enemy says, "Oh, we're attacking that player." So now you say, "Okay, I can defend while they're attacking because I have this like opportunity to jump over and defend them, like intervene or something in WoW, right?" And so your defense that you didn't go all out on an attack, so you have the ability to defend. You then use your defense to guard that player. That's you'd have to press a button during a specific timing window. I'm afraid by doing this that the timing windows are going to be Twitch based, and I'm trying not to get to that point, but I want to make sure that even having that is something that people would be interested in, because I've seen that in a couple of other games like Expedition 33, but not in the style that I'm trying to do.
Final Fantasy has it.
Which one?
That's a good
Not the
question.
newer
I don't
ones?
remember.
So
Yeah, the
Final
newer
Fantasy has that, but it's like when it's turn-based, it's not that doesn't happen, at least not in the games that I play. I haven't played 14. I played it before A Realm Reborn came out, and I refused to touch it since. They don't have it during defense.
The
Like,
7
it's
remake kind of does it.
It-
I think.
It's more
N-
during
no,
the
it's-
schematics, the quick time events. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but it's not something where you chose your attacks You chose to hold off on your attack a little bit to make sure that you could defend if you needed to. And then while the enemy's attack is resolving, you know, your attacks and the enemy's attacks resolve at the same time. But during that resolution phase, oh, they're attacking this, and I actually have a defense ready and waiting for that to happen because I know this fight and I know that that's what that boss does. So I'm going to now guard player A, or I'm gonna parry player the enemy's attack on me, and that deflect can do something else. Like that I haven't seen, but I want to make sure that the idea for that is good, because the timing and whatnot, I don't want it to be Twitch based. The timing, it feels like it would be good with the tests that I've done, but I want to make sure that the idea, the thought in people's heads is a good one. This goes out to the stream too.
Fun.
For you watching, this is a question for you guys too.
There's also those quick time events and like Dead by Daylight kind of stuff.
Which I kind of want to steer away from, because QuickTime events take you on, they put it on kind of on rails, and I don't want it to be an on rails experience.
It's so stinking fast. I don't know how people hit those little gates.
And I don't want it to be trigger based or Twitch based. So I don't want it to be something where only the people who have the super quick reflexes can make it work.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why Expedition 33 it was so successful, is that that reactionary phase, yeah, you have to do it multiple times, and yes, you have to get good at it, but it didn't punish, it didn't overtly punish people who couldn't get those off consistently. Yeah, you didn't get the benefits from it all the time if you didn't get it off all the time, but you weren't, like, it was a negative impact, but it wasn't a super huge, oh my God, you just lose the game negative impact.
I never played Expedition 33.
I only got this from watching it. I've never played it either. But you think that idea, you know, same time offense, reactionary defense, but it's the whole team and the enemies can do it too in a separate phase where you can counter the enemy's counter, and that's the end of it. You think that idea is, somebody said it was a novel idea. You think that's a good idea if I can make it work?
Yeah, it just depends on, like, okay, what would it's turn-based, so you don't have to worry about any kind of like Dark Souls kind of parry thing.
You
But
do, but
how
you
would it
don't.
trigger?
So this is the idea I have. I've written it up, and actually I can start it up here. Hold on. Project, quit to project list. I'm going to pause the ad real quick so I can get this part off. So on my stream, I have the combat atom. It's just a basically making sure the idea works is the project that I have open right now. When I start this project, all it's going to do is start up a little box that has 3 different attacks, a defense like scroll wheel that allows you to choose what you're going to defend with, and anything you don't defend with comes at extra attack. It's just to confirm that the idea feels good, right? And so the idea is, during your attack, I choose a standard attack. I begin the round. During this attack, everything happens, and then that react pick space or hit space is a reactionary time during the defense part of the attack phase of each round. And so when you attack, everybody attacks at the same time, the enemies and the players, so all attacks resolve at the same time. It's not in sequence, it's all attacks resolve at the same time, unless you have special skills like a first strike or a double strike or shit like that, but that comes later, much later. The idea is everybody attacks, and then during one round, you set your amount of defensive spend, or how much of your attack you're gonna hold back to possibly defend, parry, riposte, guard, etc. You know, for defensive skills. And then during that defensive phase, if they do something that you actually can use your defensive abilities for, you can then react. In this test, it's just press space and you do something different. So if I go, okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, or I think that's 4 points into my defense. So I'm only attacking with a 6 out of 10 instead of the 10 out of 10 that I could. I go to a standard attack and I begin the round. And then during the reaction, I can actually parry. So I countered, I took 0, and I countered and hit him for 2 damage. That's the kind of thing that happens. A parry, a deflect, a guard. So I take the damage instead of my teammate taking the damage, that kind of stuff. So it's 2 distinct phases of the combat phase itself. And then for that combat phase, I can choose to react to what the enemy is doing, but then the enemy could also counter-react to that. And that's the end of the phase. If the enemy counter-reacts or if I counter-react to an enemy attack, that's the end of that phase. There's no infinite counter-reacts and parry and post and riposte and all that shit. It's just attack, counter-attack, or counter and counter-counter. Done.
And that's why you would only put a specific amount toward that attack so that you could save for the counter attack.
Exactly.
If it comes.
Right. And because it's going to be a co-op based game, the idea is, okay, maybe one person does go fucking balls to the wall. I'm a DPS player. I don't want to defend. I'm going to throw all of my like phase action points or whatever the fuck they end up being into an attack, and I'm gonna do a really like massive attack. I'm gonna make an even higher attack by using this high risk skill that leaves me super exposed. And oh, by the way, Aaron, you need to defend me because I'm doing this. So use your defense this round. And at that point, you can go, okay, well, I'll put everything into defense, and if they attack, I'll defend it, and that defense takes X amount of my defense pool, and then if they counterattack, I can defend that too. That's where that so it's 3 different resources. Well, 4 technically. You've got cooldowns, as every game is going to have. You've got your health, you've got your mana or your energy, and you've got this pool of attack or defensive points that you can use every round that semi-replenish every round. And that if you put points into the defense pool and you don't use it, you don't lose that whole thing. You lose like a portion of it because you did sacrifice a little bit to defend, and then you ended up not defending. All of that stuff comes later. This is just to make sure that this idea works. That's so before I even start coding the game, I'm doing tests to make sure my ideas are going to work in the way that I'm thinking of them, which is why I was so nervous yesterday about streaming it on stream, putting it on stream, because if it doesn't, then I have to go back to the drawing board again. And if it does, well, now I have more stuff I have to figure out. Will this work? Will this work? Will this work?
Yeah.
And most of that has been, okay, well, my idea should work. This is going to work this way. But I want people to be involved in this. I want to get feedback for it. So what do you think? Seeing as you're responding and Aaron
like
isn't.
it.
I'm getting very focused on my game, and I'm kind of letting him do it until I hear something I don't like, and then I'll say something. That's kind of what I've been
So
doing.
by default,
That's
you
my
like it.
game too.
I'm listening, and I like everything I'm hearing, so I'm not really saying anything.
So you're okay with turn-based, Aaron? Because most people, especially people like
mean,
you,
here's the
are
thing.
more into like real-time first-person shooter style
Real
stuff.
time is great, but turn-based would be better, to be fair.
Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot recently. Turn-based, turn-based, turn-based.
We're getting older.
Mm,
More.
I don't want to like remove strategy from the equation, but I don't want to make it so that it's like, I don't want to make it so it's like Heroes of Might and Magic style, or worse, Baldur's Gate style, where if you're playing with 4 people, you have to wait for that one slow ass person to make their decision, and there's no timer or anything like that, you know? Because Baldur's Gate is a fucking amazing game until you play with somebody who takes 2.5 minutes every time they have to make a choice because they didn't think about what they're doing during everybody else's turn. I had to wait to see what you were going to do and what you were going to do so that I could decide what I wanted to do. I think that is a detriment to the whole turn-based idea.
Absolutely.
And I'm trying to find a way to make it.
Fingers.
I try really hard not to point fingers at JSauce all the time. Shit. but I'm a huge fan of turn-based games. Like, I started with turn-based games. I grew up with turn-based. Phantasy Star and Final Fantasy were games I grew up with. Phantasy Star, Golvelius. Well, Golvelius isn't turn-based, but it's like slower, right? Phantasy Star 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all turn-based. Final Fantasy 7 was my first Final Fantasy game. 7, 8, and 10 are all turn-based.
7, 8, 10, 10 and a half.
10 2.
13.
I only played 7, 8, and 10. I tried 9 a little bit, and that's also turn-based, but I didn't play a lot of it. But basically, the games that I fell in love with were games that were turn-based. And I think that's why I got so involved in Heroes of Might and Magic when I started playing that, because it was turns. Might and Magic is turn-based. I played Might and Magic 3, and then I played like every other Might and Magic game, turn-based. And so it's like, I want to make sure that I'm taking from the games that I love, but I'm taking the best parts of them, and I'm taking the best parts of even non-turn-based games like StarCraft. I want some ideas from StarCraft in my game.
I see a lot of the mechanics, the fighting mechanics, kind of being like Magic.
The whole
untap, if you
yeah,
use a little bit, you can't use it to defend whenever they attack. Yeah,
that's the idea. That's where the idea for this defensive pool came from, is from Magic the Gathering's mana pool. And actually, the phases came from a combination of Magic the Gathering's split phases. You know, untap, upkeep, draw, main phase 1, combat, main phase 2, discard, end step, right? But it also came from Starfleet Battles and the 32 Impulse, like, turn, where you plan everything beforehand, and then once that plan is in place, you can't change it. You can change how you move during the turn, per impulse and whatnot, but the planning phase during the pre-turn, the pre-impulse 1 steps are set in stone. I dedicated this much to energy to my shields, so now I have 70 points of shields this turn, and I have 30 of them on my front shield because I anticipate having my front shield facing them. Additionally, the paper doll mechanic that is in almost every game, I'm taking ideas from fucking BattleTech for that. That's what I have in my head. It's none of that's on paper yet. The only thing that's really on paper right now, BattleTech is a board game that is played on grids, hex grids, that is like chess, but you're playing with different size and style mechs. Those mechs have armor, and inside the armor they have what's called internal structure, and you can shoot entire like limbs off. You can shoot a mech's arm off or a mech's leg off, and if you hit the head, that's where the cockpit is, and if you shoot the cockpit out, you don't have to do anything else. You just destroyed the cockpit. The pilot's dead. So I'm taking ideas from that too. What, Aaron?
I finally got a job at Home Depot again.
Lucky you. Congrats.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean,
no more DoorDash. Let's go.
Yeah. So,
Don't quit this time, okay?
Well, here's the thing. I quit last time because I got a new job. I'm not gonna get fired.
Well, don't fucking like go under a goddamn overpass in a fucking company truck that's too low for the company truck.
You live and you learn. Oh well.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear that story.
I say that, Aaron. I say that, and I actually have to confess, I did basically the same thing when I was basically the same age. But I didn't let it go under an underpass. I was driving for Needlift Medivan. And they had me driving, like, they had Medivans, but they also had like big ass fucking semis. And they had me park a semi without the actual the back on it, just a semi cab. They had me park it. I parked it on a hill, and I thought I put the air brake in. I thought I engaged it, and I didn't. Yeah. And it went down the hill and went kaboomy. It didn't blow up. It just very, very bad damage. So yeah, I got fired for doing the same thing, Aaron. But that was fuck, I was like 20. Baby, was I with you at that? I don't think I was
Yeah.
with you, right? I was?
No, you.
Yeah, so I was like 24 or 25 when that happened. So like 30 years ago. I learned my lesson too. All right. So yeah, those ideas are all in place.
I would like a big aspect outside of battle, and I mean,
Like, what do you mean?
RuneScape,
Like, what do you mean?
the skills, archery, warrior.
Ah. So
yeah.
after the ad that's about to come up, I'm going to show you something. These are all, again, I'm in the process of trying to figure out how to develop the game based on things that I've already done before and what I'm trying to do now. I'm going to show you something that is from the prior instance of this development cycle that I'm in right now, where these things are going to be kept, but they're going to be modified slightly. And I want your input on that. But the ad has been, I've snoozed it 3 times. It's coming up in 2 minutes right now. I'm going to throw it up now so I can go get a drink. And when we come back, I'm going to show you the stat system that is not going anywhere. This is going to be the stat system. I don't know if it's going to be the skill system. I don't know how I'm going to set it as a skill system. But we'll be back in 2.5 minutes, and then we'll go over what I'm calling the facet tree. We'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Frosty, where is the Caterium? Or is that all?
So your ad is still on, huh? Okay, Loon still has an ad. She watches so that I know when the ads are gone. Okay, Kayloon still has an ad, but I'm going to start bringing this stuff up anyway. Should probably install that. 12.0 redistributable, or is it the 1.20 redistributable? Anyway. Actually, you know what? I want to check this. See if I can install that real quick. MSVCR120D. Visual Studio 2013. How do I do that? Visual C 2005. I'll get that later. I'll figure it out later. All right. Okay. So are you on the stream, Kane? No, you don't have to turn it up. You can keep it muted. There's nothing that's going to go on there that isn't going to come from me directly, so. Let me find the... You should probably drink a water. With that said, everybody go. If you can, go grab yourself something to hydrate with. Hydration is good. All right, so where are my images? They are in common. Common. Images. So inside my images folder in my Eltanin MMO repo, I have Tanaos, which is the image from my world building that was done in one of my 3 novels in progress. This one I actually largely sidestepped because I was told it isn't coming out great, so I should start writing something different. And so here is the world that this game is going to be involved in general. Like, this is the idea that I have. The world, we have, Acrid Plains. Orundai is the name of the world. Elenirosos Cradle, Feilun Shield. For people who have been paying attention to my character names in World of Warcraft and other games, they might find that there's some stuff here that is reused. Like, I have Sunai's Brooch and Elenirosos Cradle and Feilun Shield. Feilun is the name of one of my characters. Seilun is the name of another character, which is Feilun just combined with somebody else in my world. Haranai's Crown. Haranai is the name of my current main character in World of Warcraft. So there's definitely a combination of things. Tanaus is Soan, and then Thanatos. So there's like a combination of meanings in the name of the world. So that's the world that I've developed so far, just like the idea for what I want to do. And then the aspect system. I call it the aspect system because it is how I'm going to develop the stats of the game. That's what this is. So each aspect is 1 point on a 5-point diamond on a pentagon. Pentagram is not the same thing. And each one of these is one of your stats. And so you start with a 1 in every single one of these when you create a character. You have 1 point in arcane, 1 point in mechanical, 1 point in spiritual, dimensional, and technical, which gives you, a point in growth. They're like, it's not a full one-to-one aspect to facet. The facets are used for, they're almost like they're waterfall stats, right? So if you have 1 point in mechanical, you have 1 point in resilience, but you can up your resilience without upping your mechanical. If you up your mechanical, then you get those points into your resilience stat as well. but it's the aspect that actually changes how things work with the ones that are next to it and with the ones that are opposed from it. Baby, was that you? That was weird. I was hearing like duplicates. And so the whole idea of this is when you start your character, baby, I can hear myself over your stream, unless it's over your stream, over your microphone, Kane. I keep hearing myself. Yikes. I've got my headphones on today. We ain't hearing anything. All right, so the idea behind this is you start with 1 in each, but you have 8 points that you can assign that go between the 2 on each line. Each of these lines is called a lin. So you can have up to 9 mechanical on the mechanical to dimensional aspect lin. You can have up to 9 going to mechanical on the mechanical to arcane lin. So up to 8 rather on each side, meaning that you can have a total of either 1 or all the way up to 17 points to each, but they pull from the other ones. So this is basically like, maybe you can min-max. I'm trying to make it so that you can't min-max this in that same style. But you can min-max it in the way that, oh, I want my character to have like as high a resilience as they possibly can have, which means that they're going to have as low an aptitude and as low as a growth as they can possibly have, because you're going to want to pull that, and you're going to want to pull the phase as well, because of the way the races that I have so far are set up. Now, all of this could change. I don't think this is going to change, but the races could change because of development, but I don't think they are going to change either. And so when we get to that point, I'll explain what's going on there. But generally, this is the stat system. And if you max on one, you're going to min on another. And actually, if you max one, you're going to take away from 2 others. So yeah, because if you want to max mechanical over here, right? You have mechanical. If you want to max this, then you're pulling 8 points away from aptitude, and you're pulling 8 points away from arcane. So now if you max mechanical, you can have a max score of 9 in aptitude and 9 in arcane. And then if you max mechanical, aptitude, and arcane to the max that they can all get, now you're minimizing technical and spiritual, and those 2 now have to pull from each other to get their max. So like you can have 9 in every single one of these. You can have it split 4 and 4 on every single lin. And so you're 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Because you have a total of 45 points that you have, that of which 40 can be split in between them, right? And so let's say you max this. You go mechanical 17. You've got 8 over here, plus the 1 center. Now you can only go 9 aptitude and 9 arcane. Let's say you go 9 aptitude and 12 arcane. You can't do 12 arcane. You've got 9 total that you can go to because you've already taken away from here. You can't do it. It's the give and take of the stat system is the basic structure that I wanted the entire game to go off of. If you're doing one thing, you can't do another thing. You're necessarily predisposed to not being able to maximize something at the same time as maximizing something else. That's where the idea of the pool for attack and defense comes from. That's where the idea for the characters come from. When I show you the races, that's where, and there are 20 races in the game. So that's where all of that comes from. So if you wanted to, you can have, let's say, a 17 mechanical. You have a 9 dimensional. Let's say you go for a 5 arcane, giving you 4 points. 4 points that you can add to your technical. Let's say you want your technical to be 12. So now you've got 4 points from the arcane technical lin, and you want to be at 12. So you take all 8 from, you take 7 of the 8 from the spiritual technical. That leaves you with 1 here and 8 over here and 0 over here because you're at 9 aptitude. So now you're at a 2 spiritual. You see how that works? I actually have, I have this. So spiritual is conviction. It's how well, the idea behind conviction is how well you can perform an ability because of how much belief you have in your ability to do something. Growth is how fast you can improve at something. competence is how good you actually are at something. Like beyond the conviction, it's how good, like how much of that skill you've actually honed to perfection. And resilience is just how well you can do, like how much you can take from like damage and whatnot, are the basic ideas. Aptitude is how good you can get something to. It's like, how good can I get at this thing? Where competence is how good am I at this thing? And conviction is how good do I believe I'm at this thing? Right? Arcane would be, okay, how good can I get at this thing? And resilience, by looking at it that way, resilience is like, okay, how many times can I get knocked down and still get back up and proceed to try and work on this thing? That's the idea behind all of them. Lins are conflict-filled direct relationships between the two aspects. Phase races balance these relationships. So phase races are, I'll explain that in a second. Phase races are like, I'm an aptitude arcane race. So I'm going to take the two from mechanical. I'm I use those two. Those are the lins that I'm phased from between arcane and aptitude. The direct link between those two is mechanical, but the dimensional and arcane are pulling from mechanical because that's the direct link. So they pull away from that to make themselves better. It's this whole idea of give and take. Eventually I'll have a write-up where I can just read off of it and it'll make sense to everybody really easy instead of me explaining over and over different ways of saying the same shit. 1 second. I've been working on this image for 4 years, I think. 3 or 4 years. I have a thing for this too. Somewhere. Yes, nice cold Dr. Pepper. Let's see if I can open that one. That's this one, I think. I think I have this one. So this is the Altanin project that I had. If I run this, we should get just the character creation set. This might be something different. No, this isn't the character creation. So, because I don't have the server set up for it. So this was stuff that I was testing with the server. So I don't have that, but I do have the aspect pentagon over here. 2D. And I can't show that either. So I'd have to run the server, and I don't have the server set up. The idea behind it was this. I had this so that you could see what creating a character would do. So I've already done that. And basically it shows you how pulling from each works and what you can have set up for each. But because I don't have the server set up, I don't have the server running, I can't actually do that right now. I could run the server, I just don't know where I don't know if I have everything set up on the server to do it. Actually, maybe I do. Hold on. No, that's the website. Yeah, I don't have it. I don't actually have it started or even installed over there. So I can't actually go into it and start showing anybody anything for it. But the idea was like that when I can bring that back up in the next couple of days. The idea is to show how the pulling from each phase or from each for each aspect will affect the others. And so that's the aspect system. I'd say in a nutshell, but I'm a little bit off on the nutshell. The race aptitude stuff is another way of showing this, but it isn't like, it's kind of different, right? like maybe we have a 7 to 12 as average. You get penalties if your stat is at 1 to 6, and you have bonuses if it's between 13 and 19. It's actually 13 to 17. But negative 1 to 6. So I'd be like, oh yeah, you can get up to 2 points higher or lower or whatever. But this was the idea that I started everything else with. And no, that's not actually in place. This idea of pulling from one stat to increase another stat, and these are the base stats: aptitude, competence, growth, resilience, and conviction are all your base stats. That came from my Final Fantasy craft project. So that's all been around for quite a while. But then after this, we have the race like table that I have, that I had that I'm going to be using, which is, if I can find it here, second. Before I go there, I'm actually going to show you FPC Dev Plan 1.0. That's Final Fantasy Craft game development document. So I've been working on this for a while. The most recent MVB plan from the archived stuff is from like February of 26, because that's the last time I touched any of this. But I don't want to keep like pushing this off. So the race table reference right here from February. I'm going to bring this up into a different window. Can I bring this up into a different window? We'll bring this up in this way. Go back. The hell? Oops. My bad. Forward. Copy. Paste. There we go. All right, so in here, the races. The way I have every race is that you have a primary aspect. That's the image that we had. I'll bring that image back up so that I can refer to it real quick. The aspects are how races are determined. So for the aspect races, those are the races that are based on that aspect and that aspect alone. They get +3 to their primary aspect, and the Lin connections, these have a -1 each. Remember what I said. These two are in direct competition with this one on each Lin because they're pulling from the same basic resources, right? These two are both directly connected. So dimensional and arcane are directly connected to mechanical. So they're going to pull from mechanical to help power their abilities more. They're sacrificing this to make sacrificing the mechanical to make the dimensional more powerful. And so both of them will, like if I'm a dimensional aspect, in my case here, they're called Circeans. If I'm a Circean, I'm a dimensional aspect. I'm going to get 3 to this. I'm going to lose 1 to mechanical. And because this is also a negative interaction between dimensional and spiritual, I'm going to lose 1 to conviction as well. So I gain 3 to aptitude. I lose 1 from conviction and 1 from resilience. That sounds like that would be a net bonus to be in, I want to be dimensional. I get a net gain of +1. Yay. But you're never just that. You have to choose a sub-race as well. So those sub-races are, for Circean, those sub-races end up being a dimensional arcane. So you have an arcane sub-race, or you have a technical sub-race. And for those, you have the Circean Eterna, who is technical, or the Void Circean, who is the arcane. So an arcane dimensional race is a Void Circean. They focus on the arcane while being directly related to the dimensional side of their aspects. And so by doing that, they gain +2 to the growth. So they're still losing -1 mechanical and -1 spiritual, but they're gaining +2 to their arcane aspect, which is the growth facet, right? They lose -2 to resilience, which is the one that they are both of those phases, both of those aspects are directly connected to. So they lose another -2 to here. So that's a -3 to resilience because you're a dimensional arcane being. So now they're both connected here. You get a -2 over there by default, and you get another -2 over here. Oh, when everything is said and done, they have +5 to something total, like over the bonuses they have, and they have -5 to all the other aspects. So in the case of the dimensional arcane, the Void Circean is going to have a grand total of +3 to aptitude, which is their primary. That's their main race, Circean. They're going to have +2 to their arcane because they are Void Circean, so they get +2 to growth, and then they get -1 competence, -1 conviction, and -3 overall total resilience. And that's how every single race in the game works, except for so you have 10 of those. You have one here, and then that one here, and then that one. No, hold on. Every single race in the game has a +5, -5, but you're not required to go dimensional arcane. You're not required to use these phases. You can be a Lin race. Let's say you want to be dimensional mechanical. Let's go down to the dimensional mechanical that we have down here. So glassbound continuums we'll use dimensional and spiritual instead. So dimensional spiritual race is a glassbound continuum. If you focus on the dimensional side of that, you're a fracture weaver. If you focus on the spiritual side of that, you're a dirge slinger. And with those, you get you sling dirge at people. Like the names are probably gonna change, but you fucking dirge slinger. But the idea is you don't have to go with the phases. You can go with some of those connections that are always infighting. So because like as a character, you're going to have conflict. And so these races embrace that conflict to better themselves. Okay? So you're a glassbound continuum race. You have +1 aptitude and +1 conviction by default. But because you only have the +1 to aptitude, whereas if you were just a straight dimensional, if you were a Circean, you'd have the +3 to aptitude. We need to find out what's worse. Well, in this case, arcane or growth happens to be the common denominator, the common phase to both aptitude and conviction. So now instead of these two fighting for the middle, these two are now combining with each other and pulling from the common phase, which in this case is arcane or growth. So that becomes the -3 instead of this being +3 and this being -2. Or this being -2 rather, for the dimensional arcane Void Circean. So now you're using the two adjacent aspects to pull from the common phase or the common like vertex that's opposing those two. And you still get +5, -5, but when you're dimensional, instead of the +1 aptitude and +1 conviction, you're getting the +3 from being the fracture weaver, focusing on dimensional, you get that +3 back. Or you can get the +3 over here in spiritual instead, and you go, +3 conviction here. So now you have +4 conviction, +1 aptitude. If you go the dimensional side, you get +4 aptitude, +1 conviction. And then you still have the -3 that goes into growth instead. Excuse me. And then you still have the -1s to the commonality between those two. In this case, now is the -1 goes to mechanical from dimensional and it goes to technical from spiritual. It's easy to understand, but it's a little convoluted because of the differences in either a phased race or a Lin-based race. Or an aspect-based race, I'm sorry. Phased races are different from aspect-based races. So a phased race is, as I said, it is one where your phase is your commonality. In this case, it was dimensional and arcane for the fracture weaver, and dimensional. I'm not dimensional arcane, dimensional and spiritual for the fracture weaver, where dimensional was the main one, and dimensional and spiritual for the dirge slinger, where spiritual was the main one. Whereas a that's a phased race, where an aspect race is just I'm a dimensional character. I happen to be dimensional and arcane. Now think about that. I have a dimensional arcane character, or I have a dimensional spiritual character. The dimensional arcane character is going to be at odds by its very nature from the dimensional spiritual character, because the dimensional arcane is pulling from arcane, is giving to arcane, where dimensional spiritual is pulling from arcane. There is no evil and good. That's the thing. There's different ideas of what your race wants to accomplish, and different people that you can, or different races that you can like group with to do that. But there's no straight up good and evil, I don't think, in the game. There are going to be factions, but I think I'm going to have 3 or 4 different. I think it's going to be 3 different factions. One of which being the people who were taken from other places and brought there. One of which being the people who were born there, and then one who have died and come back, or something like that. That's one of the things I don't know for sure where I'm going to go with it. Like that's going to come after I make sure that everything else works. But the main thing here is that I said there were 2 things that are non-negotiable. It has to be an RPG, and it has to be turn-based. The RPG side of things, it has to be an RPG because I already have half the like the core ideas for how I'm going to build the RPG version of it in place, and I have a story already in mind for how I want this to work. And then the turn-based stuff is just because I want to make sure that it's a turn-based game, because I think turn-based is more strategic than real-time. So, is this confusing? I feel like this is... Loon, is this confusing?
No.
You understood this the first time I showed it to you, right?
Yep.
Especially when I showed you the idea of, okay, this is how it works when you actually see it in practice instead of just seeing it statically like this. When you start creating characters and pulling, you saw that like directly, right?
Yeah. I got it.
Yeah.
Got it and understood.
Okay. And Kane, you were saying the same thing? So when I say there's 20 races, there's 10 actual races, of which every race has 2 sub-races. God, I fucking hate how that happens. So there's 10 races, of which there's 2 sub-races for each. And the 2 sub-races for each are the ones that are directly connected or directly opposed from that main one. So if I say, oh, I have a dimensional character, I would say, okay, is your character dimensional mechanical, dimensional spiritual, dimensional technical, or dimensional arcane? So each one of these has a secondary, right? So I can be dimensional as a focus, and now I say, okay, is your primary dimensional? Is it going to be dimensional arcane, or is it going to be dimensional technical? Like your primary is dimensional. What is your base race? Is it dimensional mechanical, dimensional spiritual? And then you say your primary is dimensional. Now that we're stuck to instead of the excuse me, instead of the 8 races you could be based on dimensional, now we're stuck to 3. Because you're dimensional primary, you can still be dimensional mechanical, dimensional spiritual, dimensional technical, or dimensional arcane, but your dimensional is primary. So if you're dimensional arcane and your dimensional is primary, you're not dimensional arcane, you're dimensional. In that case, you're a Circean, whatever the I forget what that one was. Circean Eterna. No, not Eterna. You're a Circean Eterna. Because you said you're dimensional. No, you're not dimensional there. My apology. If you're Circean, you're dimensional, but you're still either arcane or technical. Those are the primaries, not the dimensional one. So you say you're dimensional. I wish I knew these all off the top of my head. I don't. If you say you're dimensional, I then say, okay, is your primary aspect dimensional? And if you say yes, then I go and find, okay, who's the primary? Are you a Cetran Soothsayer? Are you a Fracture Weaver? Or are you, there's one more in here, or are you a Soulbound Smith? Because there's only 3 you can be. If your primary is dimensional, there's only 3 you can be, and they're all phased. You've got mechanical dimensional, you've got the spiritual or dimensional spiritual, the mechanical dimensional, and you've got the straight up dimensional. But you can't be just straight up dimensional. So in that case, you're like, oh, Alpha Prime is dimensional technical. So there are 4. Cetran Soothsayer, Alpha Prime, one for each of the connections. So you're either dimensional mechanical with dimensional focus, dimensional spiritual with dimensional focus, dimensional technical with dimensional focus, or dimensional arcane with dimensional focus. And so you have 4 for each of the 4 options for each of the main stats. Choice. Am I right or wrong in that? Is that too much, or is 20 races too much, or is it just enough? My thought process on it is, yeah, to give choice, right? But my thought process on it is, if I'm going to make it so that there is a main stat or a main aspect for the classes, then I want people to be able to choose, because I want it to be for the most part, a classless system. There's still going to be classes in the game, but I want you to be able to choose your class based on how you want to play your character, not based on what skills your character has. So like a rogue can do a hemorrhage, but so can a fighter. Why wouldn't a fighter be able to do hemorrhage? And for that matter, why wouldn't a mage be able to do a hemorrhage on somebody? It's not going to, why call it something different when you're going to cause a fucking bleed on them, right? You're going to do damage, cause a fucking wound that bleeds. That's a hemorrhage. A seeping wound if it's external, a hemorrhage if it's internal, or something like that. Something of that nature. So why not allow that? So we have 5 basic stats that everybody's going to choose from. I want mine to have this, or I want mine to be a conviction based. I want mine to be growth based. I want to learn faster. I want mine to have a lot of health. So I'm going to have a lot of resilience, that kind of thing. But at the same time, resilience isn't just going to be an HP stat. It's going to also allow you, like, stun resistance. Yes, it's going to be a tanking stat. But what else will resilience have? The ability to learn and recover from, like, spell blow-ups or spell counters. I cast a spell, you counter it. I have to have a high resilience in order to defend against your counter of my spell. Something of that nature. I talk a lot, and when I do, my throat gets dry. So I'm starting to cough. So that's the stat system that I'm basing everything off of. Those are the races that I'm basing everything off of. The names of the races might change. I don't think the +5, -5 is going to change. I think that old school RPGs had a great idea where certain races got certain benefits, and where if you chose a race to, like, I want min-maxing to be a thing, but I don't want it to be a thing that destroys the balance of the game. And by making everything +5 and -5, you look at this and you're like, oh, wow, an Omega Reborn has +3 competent. Let me make this a little bit bigger so people can see it a little better. Wow, an Omega Reborn has +3 competence, right? And +2 resilience. That sounds really good. Like, I'm going to be competent and I'm going to be durable, right? But -3 growth, I'm going to learn slower, or I'm going to gain less health as I do this, right? Well, that sounds good. Well, let's look at the mechanical technical that is not the Omega Reborn, and we go all the way down here to the phase races instead of the aspect races. I said mechanical technical. There isn't one. Why is there not one? Because they're not adjacent. So we find one that has the resilience or the aptitude. The resilience or the, was it competence for the Omega Reborn? I think it was aptitude. Competence and resilience. So we find the ones that are highly competent and highly resilient. Well, we look down here and we have resilience here, which is the script write from the Ironfold Assembly. And the competence is this one here, the Null Cantor from the Obsidian Choir. +4, wait, that +4 isn't +3. The aspect races only have +3. This one has +4. And it's still +5, -5, but I lose 1 in the growth as if I were to go Null Cantor. I only get a +1 to my next highest stat. Instead of +3 to +2, I get +4, +1. So yes, I can min-max. If I wanted to min-max, I can min-max. But by min-maxing, I'm focusing on one stat instead of two. I still lose the -3 to one of the stats. It's the same thing everywhere. You're always going to lose -3 to one of your stats. Always. So now it becomes, okay, how do I choose this to make my character the best that I want my character to be? It also introduces a whole shitload of replayability, I think, if I can make the game good. So that's the idea. Knowing what you know now, knowing what I've said to you and how I'm explaining this, as a turn-based RPG with an open world, a real-time open world and turn-based combat, probably going to be the same thing with PvP. I'm not going to change the overall style with PvP, but I don't know how I'm going to do the PvP stuff yet. With no fucking gacha mechanics, no fucking gambling loot crates or whatever. And I want to make it so that the only way that we make money on it is through cosmetics. I want it to just be cosmetics. No bonus, like, oh, you gain more XP by buying. No, none of that shit. And old school RPG style gameplay being turn-based with some quality of life features from other games, and a very deep and involved story and decisions that like aren't just, oh yeah, we did this, yay, that actually mean something for you as a character and for the game world as a whole. That's the idea. I'm a solo dev. It's going to be very difficult for me to do. But if people say this is something that they're interested in seeing me do, I'll stream this every day. I'll learn on and off stream how to code Go and Godot, because that's what I'm going to be using. Go, C# and Godot. I'll learn this on and off stream just to make sure that I know what the fuck is going on. I'll be using AI to help me with guidance. If it's something that people want to see happen, then I've been trying to get something like this going for the better part of 20 years. And I'm tired of just trying. I want to get it done. So what do you think? You being the people who are in the stream, you being Kayloon, and you being Kane.
Great idea.
You already want to play it and you don't even know what it's going to look like.
Yeah, but I've been talking enough about it. I don't care what it looks like as long as it sounds fun.
Well, you said something that's going to bring up a little bit else. So this is the MMO that I've archived. That's all from the MMO I've archived. All of that comes from stuff that I'm going to be using, but is not currently in the design doc for. I changed it from Altanan MMO to Altanan ARPG just because I wanted to separate how I'm doing it, because I started over, but I'm not starting over with everything. I just started over with, like, this was going to be an open world real-time game, real-time everywhere, and 3D. And I said, I can't do 3D. Even if I had the skill to do 3D, it's going to take too much time. So I'm thinking it's going to be isometric, like Grim Dawn. Meaning I'm still going to need art and whatnot, but it's going to save some time from me having to do like 3D modeling and shit. So I separated them. But the idea that I have here is going to be the same. The README I have here doesn't exist. Sorry. Oops. The game dev document was originally, the name of the game, Eltanen, was originally Aurora Tenebrae. Aurora Tenebrae means the dawn of darkness, literally. That's Aurora means the dawn, Tenebrae means dark, the dawn of darkness. And so skill-based sandbox MMORPG, turn-based with real-time elements. It's a modified Blitz system. If you don't know what Blitz is, go ahead and look it up. I'm not going to go into explaining what that is right now. Perspective, I'm thinking, this is what I was thinking back. I think the last time I touched this one was in like, I want to say late 2024, maybe. The inspiration for this was a Phantasy Star series / Valkyria Chronicles. Why can I hear myself, baby? You're done? Okay. So we go into solo stream. Sorry about that. We're going into solo stream. So turn-based with real-time elements. So basically turn-based active. That's what the modified Blitz system is. Blitz, I believe, came from Valkyria Chronicles, but we have the idea of Lost Ark Gathering, where you can be gathering something and somebody else can actually come and help you with the gathering of that, giving you both more resources and making it take less time. Classic JRPG fans and adult gamers seeking tactical depth over Twitch gameplay. Find more stuff. Where the hell? So this is direct competitors, Dofus Wakfu or Atlantic Online. Atlantic Online is primarily pay to win. There's no pay to win stuff here. Nominal purchase price with monetization focused on cosmetics. Absolutely zero pay to win or pay for boost options. These are things that I'm absolutely 100% against pay to win in any way, shape, or form. And pay for convenience for me is pay to win. So there'll be no pay for convenience either. Oh, I need a boost so that I can get to level 20 faster. Nope. Fucking get to level 20. Sorry, no chance. No gameplay content behind any paywalls. Ongoing development will be supported by gameplay updates and enhancements from me. Crowdfunding for people who want to help with the funding of this during the stream. I'm not going to be asking for any of it until I eventually, if ever, get this on Steam. That's the whole thing. Get it on Steam and show. But I'm streaming it because I'm learning a lot. I'm learning Godot and C# and Golang at the same time as I'm developing this. I've got some of all three of those already in my back pocket, but I'm not a developer in any of those. I know PHP, I know Perl, I know Visual Basic. I know some C++. I know some Java. So I'm learning all this at the same time as I'm going. The idea behind learning it while I'm going is to show that if you have the necessary motivation and you know how to use AI as a tool, not as no vibe coding. The vibe coding that I'm doing right now is just to make sure that the ideas behind things work. There's going to be no vibe coding when it comes to actually developing the game. There'll be guide. Okay, how do I do this? Why is this going wrong? Right, that kind of shit with AI. But no AI in the development of the actual code. No AI in any of the art or quests and storyline at all. All of the story has already been, like, I have the story already in my head. Actually, it's not even just in my head. Half of it's written down. Actually, most of it's written down in two separate like novels that I've been working on. So that's all there. Character identity is all about race and class. Dimensional aspect, aptitude, which is skill accuracy, cooldown, range, number of projectiles. This could change. Technical, which is resilience, which is movement, defense, environmental resistance, projectile speed, skill crit chance. Resilient for skill crit chance. Why? How? I don't know. I wrote it down. This is what I think right now. These are in progress. Competence is your physical power, your crafting effectiveness, and your operation of machinery. Because maybe there'll be mechs in the game. I don't know. Again, this is all in process of just getting things started. And this document is actually like 7 freaking phases old. Organic progression. You have basic capabilities across all your activities. This is going to start going into what you said about RuneScape, Kane, about being able to do things outside of combat. The idea I have there is that, have you ever played, has anybody here ever played Dreadmist? Kane, are you even still here? Oh, sorry. Oh, good night, Arctic. Have you ever played Dreadmist? So Dreadmist is an RPG, an MMORPG that was solo dev, that he got accused of stealing artwork and whatnot from other places, and he just stopped developing it. It was like 100% free to play. 100%. The reason I'm logging into Dreadmist right now is because it should still be online. There it is. There's my character. Connect with Katrina. So fully free to play. No buying it. No nothing. Right. It's supposed to still be at least a few people online. There's still people playing the game. I don't know how many though. So if I look at this, like it doesn't look that bad, Dreadmist, right? If I want to look at my character, and this is where this is something that they did that I want to do similarly. You see how I have progression 16,000 out of 21,000 and experience is 13,000 here? And a spend XP button? You can spend XP on any of your spells or your actions or your stats. Okay, let me turn the camera off. So there's a spend XP button here. That spend XP button allows you to spend your experience. I have 13,000 experience. I can spend that on my skills. I can put points into greater heal if I want, because I'm a cleric. I can put it into Spark of Light if I want. Cost me X amount to spend that on here. I'm spending experience that I've earned by killing mobs on skills or stats or combat stats or skills just in general. On my abilities, my skills, my combat, or my general. I can spend it anywhere I want. I don't have to hold on to it. And experience is how you level up. Like you spend enough to get to, like, as soon as I spend enough to get to 21,000, I go up another level. I'll be level 19, I believe, at the time, right? As soon as I spend, what is this, 5,200 more. So if I spend 5,200 more, let's put 5,000 into, let's put more into my, well, let's not put more into health. Let's do it a little bit differently. Let's go Desperate Prayer. Let's go Blessing. And let's go Spark of Light. So that's 11,000. I don't need to spend that much. 6,000, 5,040. That's not enough. 5,200. And we can do this. So you can only get these up to level 5. 5,040. We'll put 1 point in here. So there we go. Confirm. Nope, that didn't level me up. My bad. So this is just how much you've gotten. If I get another 5,000 experience, then I will level up. But I have to then spend that experience. That's the idea. Spending the experience is the whole reason I came into this game. You spend experience to gain skills, to level up your skills. That idea is what I have going into Eltanen. The idea that you're spending experience to level up your skills. And by spending that experience, you can level up any skill or any stat or any ability that you want. I can level up my willpower. I could level up my intelligence. Just pop it up. Here we go. I can just keep going. Look at that. It's going to cost me 21,000 to get my to put 93 points into my intelligence. Right? That's just how that works. And so that idea is what I'm going into my game with. The idea that I'm going to spend experience on my skills. With that being said, the progression of those skills, I'm thinking that I'm not sure how I want to do this, because the OSRS idea, the idea that you're going to earn experience toward a specific skill, makes more sense to me than just earning overall experience and applying that to a different skill. But at the same time, a person in the world is going to gain experience overall and is also going to gain experience on the thing that they're doing. And then they can spend more time on the thing they're doing, but I don't want you to have to spend time on that in the game. I want it to be like, oh, you logged out during that time that you logged out. Let's just say that you went and trained and boom, you gained a level here. Or maybe you gain experience and then you can go and do training with somebody vis-a-vis older RPGs. And that training is how you gain the levels in those specific skills. I don't know how that's going to work yet, but the idea of spending experience is absolutely one I want to keep. What do you think about that? Especially with you having said OSRS style. But spend experience on the things that you've been working on. Let's say you're working on melee attacks. You spend experience on, our ads coming. I'll be back in 2.5 minutes. I'll be right back, dude. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm back if you're here. So the overall idea is spending XP for skills 100%. There's no way that's going anywhere, right? Because that's part of the old school thing. But the old school MMOs or the old school RPGs, you would spend XP, like you wouldn't spend XP. Right, you wouldn't actually spend XP. You'd gain XP and gain levels, but you wouldn't be able to gain a level if, say, you're a fighter until you trained in fighter, right? So Might and Magic 3, you'd have to train. You gained enough experience to level up 7 times, but you wouldn't be able to gain those levels until you spent money to spend time with a trainer to actually train to get to that next level. That idea is good, but not great. I don't want to do that idea, but I want to do something similar to that idea in that you gain XP and then you can put those, like, let's say I'm a fighter. I gained enough experience to level up my fighting skill, right? I want to put that into my fighting skill, but I didn't just, like, in retrospect, I didn't just, like, learn fighting skills and stances. I also learned how to better take care of my body so that I can withstand blows more. I take more damage, or I take less damage from enemies attacking me, or I can withstand more damage, that kind of thing, right? So when I spend that XP, I want to be able to spend it in different stats, sort of like what Dreadmist is doing. But at the same time, let's say I want to absolutely get my fishing skill up to 100. So I'm going to spend time fishing. I'm going to gain experience while I'm fishing, but is that experience going to be just for fishing? Do I make it so that I can focus on this? Or do I make it so that I do whatever I want and then I expend that experience on that skill? And I'm thinking, and I'd love your input on this, and anybody in the stream, if you want to input on this as well, feel free. I'm thinking that you can spend some of that experience on fishing, or all of the experience on fishing if you want, but you get more bang for your buck if you have fishing specific actions that you have performed. So not exactly. So you gain experience and the experience can go anywhere. But let's say that you gained that experience while fishing, and now you want to apply the experience you gained to harvesting, as an example. Because you gained it while fishing, you get a bonus if you add it to fishing, but you don't get a negative by not adding it to fishing. That bonus is always going to be there waiting for you to use it. No. Well, yes, something like that, right? But, or the targeting of archery is similar to the targeting of fishing. You're trying to hit a target. It's just a different skill in doing it. What I'm saying more is, okay, I want my fishing skill to go up, but I don't want to spend the time fishing. So I'm going to go kill 700 fucking wolves, and however I want to kill them. I gain experience by killing wolves that are of an appropriate level, right? So I'm gaining experience, but I'm not gaining any levels until I spend that experience. If I then decide to spend that experience on fishing, I gain that amount of experience on fishing. That's just how that works. But if in doing this, I decided instead to go gain that experience in fishing directly, now when I spend that experience on fishing, I get a bonus because it happens to be of the same, the experience is coming from the same skill that I actually spent time gaining the experience in. You understand what I'm saying here? I might be saying it a little bit off. So what I'm saying is, what can I use that's better? We'll use the archery idea better. I'm going to go out and melee 70 wolves. I'm going to gain 700 experience. I then decide that I don't want to put points into melee. I want to put points into archery. And so I gain 700 experience in archery. If I instead put that 700 points into melee, into like melee fighting techniques or whatever, I get that 700 experience into melee, but then I get an extra like 100-point bonus or 70-point bonus because I killed 70 wolves, and that just happens to be what the bonus is. Now I get 770 points into melee instead of 700. That's what I'm saying. I'm putting the experience into something I focused on while I was leveling. So I gain a bonus for that leveling time because it's where I actually spent my time gaining the experience. I want to gain levels in my magic. I go out in melee. I'm not going to get as much by meleeing stuff with magic as I would if I had used magic the whole time. That idea is what's in my head. Kayloon says that idea is dumb. I think that idea is very much in line with what I'm thinking of from older games. Hey, you gained enough experience to level up your fighter skill, but now you have to go train to get your fighter skill up. It's the same overall idea, but your training is now putting the points into what you want. Like, you always have the choice of what you want. But if you decided that you wanted to use magic today because you just felt like you wanted to use magic, but you don't want to put skills into magic, you still want to level up your melee. Yeah, it makes less sense because you're leveling up your melee, but I'm not going to dock people's experience to level up your melee because you used magic. No, I'm going to give you a bonus on your magic experience because you used magic to do it. That's the idea. This is the iteration of starting the development of the game. I have the story. I know what the story is going to be. I know exactly what the story is going to be. I've got it written down in like 17 different places. But the idea of how players can actually level up are things that, okay, like the defense pool that I have is going to go through a couple of different phases before I find what like really, really works. And those phases are going to be when I develop a vibe coded, hey, will this idea work? Yes, it works, throw it away. I know it works. I don't have to worry about this. I'm going to develop that in a different way with different sets and whatnot, but the overall idea works. This is another one of those ideas. Be my guest. Yes. Yes. And you did it my way. Yes. Exactly. I want you to clean your room. Okay, my room's clean. All right, yeah, your room's clean, but you didn't vacuum the floor. But your room's clean. Let me check your closet. Oh, shit. Well, you still spent time cleaning your room, so you're going to get experience for that. But you ruined your closet, so you're not going to get all the experience. If you didn't put stuff in the closet and you cleaned your closet too, you get a bonus because that's part of your room. But you cleaned your room. You did what I told you. You held to the letter of the law. You did what I told you. So here's your experience. No bonus for you. Learning how to do things. Right, but I want, again, this is a game for me. It's the game I want to build, but I want other people to enjoy things. And I know that my way of doing things, for like if I brought JSauce in here, I might, let me see if JSauce is actually available. Hold on. Dude, he's been my best friend for like 32 years. I've known him since I was 17. 16, not even 7. I was 16 when I met him. So 35 years I've known this guy. I've known my other friend Judical for 30. They're my best friends. I don't agree with everything JSauce says, but there's things he says that I absolutely agree with. And like a lot of the stuff he says with gaming, like I came out and I said, you know, there's stuff that you say that we both know is fucking just off the wall stupid. And you make some dumb suggestions. It's like, oh, that never happens. Yeah, he knows. He knows that the suggestions he makes sometimes are dumb, and he stands by them because they're his suggestions. He thinks that they could come out great. If I brought him into this, he would give me his own opinion on stuff. And he might not agree with the whole idea of spending XP and getting a bonus if you do it this way. Then he'd be like, well, why would I ever fish if I don't want fishing experience? Right? But he has really good ideas with a whole bunch of other stuff. And I don't want to alienate somebody who might enjoy the game because of one minor thing. And because he's a part of my inner circle, and you by extension are, you're not my inner circle, you're Aaron's. At least for now. I don't know, God knows if he's ever going to do something that's going to piss you off and make you want to leave, like whatever the other guy did and stole his fucking Discord with him or whatever. God knows. But like at this point, it's like, okay, let's keep these people who are in my stream, who come in and participate in my stream, who are absolutely gamers and who play the same kinds of games that I play and who have the same ideas I have. Let's get them involved, you and others involved, so that this is a game that I want to make, that other people enjoy and they want to see made. So of course I'm going to ask questions like this. I'm going to find out what the people who I know like to game like about the games they play. And if Kayloon was dead set no, fuck the spending experience idea on fishing when you're doing X whatever. No, fuck that. That's too convoluted or too confusing or what have you. All right, maybe I'll rethink it. Maybe I'll try and get it done in a different way or what have you. Because I want the people who are going to be involved in this early, I want to show that I'm going to listen to feedback from the start. Because feedback translates into players, which in turn translates into income, which in turn turns into better game development. And I want this game to be fucking amazing. And so I'm going to listen from the get-go. I'm going to take input as much as I can without it derailing what I'm already putting in place. Like if in 3 years I come out and say, okay, it's turn-based, and somebody says, oh, no, fuck turn-based, I'm not going to be like, okay, well, a quarter of my community saying no, turn-based is bad, let's change it. It's not how it's going to be. But if somebody says, oh, spending XP on fishing when you've done melee sounds off, why are you getting a bonus to that? Why, they should be penalized for that. I don't think penalties work. I think letting people have the experience that they've earned is fine. I think bonuses are great. It incentivizes the idea to work on the thing that you want to level up instead of doing something else. But it doesn't diminish the idea that you can still level that up even if you're not doing it. Which is kind of opposite of what OSRS does. I think OSRS, you don't gain experience in melee if all you're doing is using magic, right? But at the same time, in OSRS, you can get everything to 100. Whatever. Yeah, so you're leveling up multiple things in order to get one thing working, right? I'm okay with that. Right, and I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay with the idea that, A, once you get something to 99, it stays there forever. There is such a thing as skill atrophy. It does exist. And that's one thing that I think I'm going to get a lot of pushback on, but I'm probably going to fight hard against not having in the game. If you don't go fishing for a year in the game, you're not going to remember how to fish directly. You're going to remember, oh, I do the cast and whatnot, but you're not going to have the aim that you had. And so skill atrophy is definitely going to be a thing. But losing experience that you've already gained leveling something up, there's going to be a catchback mechanism where you're not going to have to spend anywhere near the amount of time because you've already leveled it up. It'll just be a like little catchback. So you spend some time practicing and boom, you're done. Dude, do you still know how to ride a bike? I bet you, you know, dollars to donuts that you would not ride a bike the same now as you did 20 years ago if you haven't ridden in 20 years. That's the thing. But once you remember, you know, that catch-up time, once you remember, it doesn't take you, like, you know how to balance on a bike. You're not going to have to learn how to balance on a bike again. So my bike riding skill is at 0. I have to learn how to balance on a bike. Give me the training wheels. 30 years later, hey, I'm learning how to ride a bike again. Do I need the training wheels? Fuck no. I know how to balance on a bike now. I don't have to relearn that. So I'm not at level 0. I'm at level 5 or what the fuck ever. But if I haven't ridden in 20 years, and this is coming from experience in both running, bike riding, and like climbing, all of this, I've done this. I've like not done it in years, and I've tried it again. It's not easy riding a bike after you haven't ridden one in 20 years. It's not easy running when you haven't run in 20 years and you've gained 70 pounds. It's like the fucking, it sucks. But riding a bike was super easy once I did it. Running, I have to lose the weight that I gained before I can run the way I did when I was in my 20s. Because carrying around 123 pounds is much different than carrying around 210. They're much, much different, you know? And so that idea, which is another one that I'm bringing up to people if they want to say, hey, that's not a great idea, skill atrophy. If, like, I want the floor for skill atrophy to be one level below what you've already gotten, but the higher level you get, the less that happens to be. So if you're like at level 90, and we'll use OSRS terms for this, right? So if you're at level 93 in lumbering, right, or whatever the fuck it is, and you don't do any tree chopping for like 6 in-game months or whatever the fuck it is. You haven't done it for whatever. Or let's say you've gained experience in other skills, like massively, but you've gained 0 experience in lumbering. And then you come back and you want to cut down trees again. You know, or let's say that lumbering is more than just cutting down trees, it's turning it into timber, all right? So now you come back and you want to do that, but you were at skill 93 when you left. You were at skill 93 and like 60% of the way to 94. At 93, you lose that 60% until you come back to it for a little bit. Like, let's say you gain 100 XP for every 1 XP you actually gain as a catchback mechanism. So you go down to 93 at 0%. Whereas if you were at 10 and you did that, you go down to, say, level 9. So you've lost a similar amount or a similar percentage of experience, but it dropped you a level. I want the floor to be like 1 level lower until you get to a certain point, and then the experience, like to an experience cap, basically, for skill atrophy. I don't want it to be excessively punitive because people who don't have a lot of time will, by its very nature, just never want to do it again, because if it's too punitive, then fuck, why did I spend time on this anyway? Well, wait a minute, why did I spend time on this game anyway? But I instead want it to be something where, okay, I understand that if I don't work on this, it's going to atrophy a little bit, but I'm never going to forget how to do it. Like, I personally am, I haven't used Perl. I know how to code in Perl. I haven't used Perl in 96, 98, 2001. In 24 years, I haven't used Perl. I know how to code in Perl. Ask me to write something in Perl today. I wrote whole fucking websites and tournament structures and like a whole bunch of shit in Perl in 1996, 98, and 2001. Ask me to do the same thing today. It's going to take me a month or two to relearn Perl. I still know the places that I went to do the shit. I'm a little different. I can still do that because I'm actually a tutor in that. But like, the last time I used the Perl 5 reference guide was in 2001, give or take. This is a 1996 reference guide that I used to help me learn Perl back in 96 and 98. And this guide, I still know it. I still know it off the top of my head. Rex Swain's Perl 5 reference guide, HTMLified Perl 5 reference guide. It's an HTML version of a book on Perl 5. And this is what I use to learn Perl. The same ideas here that I use today for like object-oriented programming and whatnot. But ask me to develop something in this freaking language today, I'd be like, I don't remember. Let me, give me a month to fucking catch up on this. It's been 24 years. That's skill atrophy. That's what I'm talking about. It's not going to take me forever to fucking learn the shit again. It's going to take me a little bit to remember it because I haven't used it. There's no reason for me to use it. Like, I learned Perl before PHP became a huge thing. And then I learned PHP instead. In 2001, I swapped from Perl to PHP. And then all of a sudden, I know PHP, but I don't know Perl anymore. That's the atrophy I'm talking about. But I don't want it to be, I don't want it to be so negative that people are like, fuck this shit. I spent time leveling up and I lost it all. No, I don't want that to happen because I would feel bad if that happened. And I know if I would feel bad if that happened, then other players would feel bad, right? And you don't all feel bad. Like, you don't want to lose something that you spent time for. But I don't want it to become an OSRS, regardless of how much time is spent getting a character in RuneScape up to the max level that you can get them to. I don't care about how much time it took. I care about, oh, my fucking archer happens to be insanely good at magic and melee. Oh, and by the way, I can gather everything, craft everything, make everything, and do everything in the game. Fuck that. No. Even the people who are the smartest in the fucking world right now know 17 languages. Yeah, they know 17 languages. Ask them to fix a car. Ask them to take apart an engine and put it back together without looking at a reference manual. Oh, they can do that too. Okay, ask them to do something with a computer. Do the same thing and you'll eventually find something that they're not good at. Nobody in the world is good at everything. Nobody is good at everything. Ask them to go operate on somebody's fucking brain. Yeah, right. Oh, there are people who do that. Yeah, ask them to operate on somebody's brain, and then 2 days later, go ask them to work on somebody's car. And then 2 days after that, ask them to take apart and put back together a computer. How many people now are you at who know 17 languages and can do all three things? You're down to like 1, maybe 2 people in the world. Maybe. Now ask them to go help somebody psychologically get out of a like have them explain to you what the actual state of a black hole is. You know, ask them something about neurophysics or fucking astrophysics or fucking string theory or something. Like, a lot of people are going to know the basics about all this shit. String theory is actually a thing. Yeah. But like, a lot of people are going to know little basics about all those things. I know a little bit about how to fix a car. I know a little bit about how the brain works. Don't ask me to do surgery on it. I've never gone that route. But I can change a tire, I can change the oil, and I can change the brakes on a car. Cool. Exactly. There are people who know a little bit about everything, but there's virtually nobody who knows everything about everything. Actually, there is nobody who knows everything about everything. I guarantee there's something that they don't know. If they know all the things I've already said, ask them to go into a cave alone and survive. They're not going to know everything. There's going to be something they don't know. In OSRS, the one person who has all their skills at max knows everything. That, to me, is an impossible task. I don't care how long you spend on it, which is why I'm against knowing everything and why I'm so for skill atrophy. Thank you. But again, I don't want it to be so detrimental that, like, I like the idea that Ashes of Creation had. You can become amazing in 5 skills. Amazing isn't the top be-all, end-all. you can become even more amazing in 4 of those 5 skills. You can become an even better in 3 of those 5 skills total. And you can become a grandmaster. You can become the best of the best in 2 of those 5 skills out of the 23 that they had available. That is an idea I like. You can only master 2 of those 5, but you can get 5 up to whatever. And they can be any 5 that you want. And then they only had 23 total skills. And all of the skills needed something from other stuff. And you needed at the top end of content, you needed more than any of those 5 skills could give you. Like you could focus, and you'd still need something from a skill that you can't get to because you can't focus in it, even if you're focused on the 5 that you wanted. That idea I like. But again, it didn't have skill atrophy. And I think skill atrophy is I think skill atrophy and the defense pool, the reactive defense pool, are the 2 things that are going to make my game more enticing. They are the differences that I think this game is going to use to propel it beyond what other games currently have. I think. I hope. What sounds good? Just a skill atrophy or everything I've said? All the things you said, running through my... I'm sorry. Sorry. So, like, with that in mind, with the idea for my, like, the aspect system that I have in mind, the things that I've brought to the front in mind, I'm constantly writing down new ideas and stuff. I'm constantly thinking of new things. Oh, I don't want that to be shown, damn it. Dynamic quest. I just showed stuff I didn't want shown. Like, oops. I'm looking for something specific. I don't remember. So I have a Claude MD file in here because, again, I'm looking for ways to get things started. In that Claude MD file is what this game is. Eltanen is a skill-based sandbox MMORPG built on meaningful consequences and player agency. Player competence determines success. No arbitrary level gates, and then other stuff that probably is not going to be in there. Death causes item loss. Item drop, not loss. Crafted gear is superior to drops by design. That's an Ashes thing that I got the idea from. I'm not sure if that's going to be the thing. Maybe there'll be some that are drops over crafted gear, and maybe there's some that's crafted gear over drops. I don't know yet. Markets are local, not global. That's an Ashes thing. I'm thinking that will not be in the game. Geography creates friction and opportunity. I think that itself is going to be designed off of the idea that the 5 aspect system actually creates just in general, right? Because the aspects end up tugging against each other. I think that geography is going to be a part of that. And the core pillars of the game would be player-driven economy, skill over stats, meaningful consequences, geographic friction, and asymmetric challenges. And a lot of the stuff that I'm showing on stream right now is actually old. Like the tab target system is not actually going to be tab target because it's now going to be turn-based. Maybe I can set up the server and actually show bad. Hmm. I don't think I still have that in place. I don't think I have the database still in place. I still connect. Why is that not connecting? Do I not have that portal? I'm going to bed early. Ah, I see. Yeah, I get that. All right. Have a good night. Thanks for the input. Appreciate it. And tomorrow I'll be playing WoW. So. He left. All right. I have other people I want to ask stuff of. What do you mean? Wow. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm trying to see my yeah, yep, I can be doing that. And I'll be asking people who are in my raid after the raid about what they think. We're gonna be doing Serpent Shrine Cavern and Tempest Keep tomorrow. So it's gonna be a filled day. I might start streaming early tomorrow, depending on how things work. But I have students, so I might not be able to. We'll see. I'm staying on late tonight, though. Like, I'll be on doing this stuff. Trying to figure out how I want things to go. Brainstorming with Claude to figure out where I want to go next with my startup, for like the overall basic ideas. I'll be jumping into that here soon. Because I want to make sure that works. I'm probably going to clone this and get the server set up so that I can show the aspect system the way I was trying to show you. So you'll miss it, but it'll be in the stream pod. But right now, for some reason, I can't connect to my database. I don't know why. It's actually a good idea. It's a good idea. Oh, I know why. I know why it's not working. Because I don't have my my NF tables config allowing that from private. Should be allowing. Oh, am I dropping everything before I get to the tunnel? I am. No, I'm not. I don't have my tunnel allowing ports. All right. IF name, not oof name, IF name, ton 0. IP is source address. If the source address is in the VPN network. And it's TCP, destination port is my MySQL server, accept. And do the same thing for UDP, even though I don't think UDP is, actually, I know UDP is not required. So we'll accept that port. We'll reset our NF tables to allow that. And now we should be able to connect to. There it is. Connect to that so we can see where we're at. And so I don't see, believe it or not, I don't see my my Altanin on here. Which kind of sucks. Kind of sucks because I don't know where my Altanin database went. Which is the old one from the old MMO. Which is what I was doing to start stuff. I'll go ahead and share this once I get it set up. I'll share the actual stuff that I was working on. And because it's not stuff I'm going to throw away, but it's stuff I'm going to change. All right. So we want to clone that. I'm not going to clone it. I don't think I can show everything because I think it has, I think there's privacy stuff in here. Let's update. I don't think I had that. So I don't need that open. I don't need that open. We're going to go into the MMO, but I want to bring this over. Let's keep the ARPG open. So we have tests. Do this. This is the setup. File, new window. In here, we're going to go here because I don't want password stuff being shown. Open folder. Cloud. I don't think I actually had this on. I didn't keep. Hold on. Box. I might have had it on here because it's local dev, but I took it off of here because it wasn't running fast enough because it's virtual and then virtual. It's going to take 2.5 minutes to restore the virtual machine for real. Let me. Okay. Skill-based, blah, 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 blah. SQL, migration queries, inventory, facet. I don't have. Well, I have the migration. Foreign checks, create table accounts, auth links, characters, character facet. But I don't have the actual database. So where did I put the database? Was it under scripts? No, that starts migrate. Ah. Environment file. again, env. Where are you? Where's my env file? Oh no. My environment file is missing? Are you shitting me? Nuh-uh. Oh, come on. Work. All right. Nexus. So there's my env file. But my environment file isn't over here. Why isn't my environment file over here? What did I do? Download this from... Did I download this from GitHub? I have git ignore. Shit. No, you don't get to go there. No, you don't. No, you don't get to go over there. No, no, no. Stay over here. I want to know why this isn't on my local. Why this isn't in my local path? I don't have my environment file here. Why? There's no environment file anywhere in here. What the hell? I didn't get rid of it. The hell did I do with the environment file? Did I just download things to here from my Linux machine? That might be what I did. Because the Altanian server, before everything was done, this was actually, I was actually doing this on via SSH. Yeah. I might have to change that. All right. That's all right. I have the environment file here, so. Did I not set up Redis? So I had Redis. Maybe I have Redis running. Maybe I have Redis running. I think I have Redis. Yes. Shit. Oh boy. My environment. I don't think I want to just show you guys the it's going to take me a bit to get it set up, and I'm just not going to do it. I'll get it set up for tomorrow or Friday. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it for tomorrow because I have other stuff I'm going to be doing tomorrow. And I don't want to spend more time on this tonight getting it working. That being said, I could technically get it working. Let's get it working. Let's get it working. We've got an ad coming up anyway, so let's do it. Copy. Paste. All right. So there's that part. I need to add or do, because when I run it, script migrate. Yeah, I still need it. So let's go ahead into here, make sure that that user exists. I don't have the user existing, so let's go ahead and do that. Add new. Go. Not Haas, not HSOT. All right, we'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Yeah, we'll be back in 2.5. See you in 2.5, folks. I've been talking to people and it's been muted.
Are you kidding me?
No, you've been talking to people and it's been muted too. So,
How long has it been muted?
since I went downstairs. So about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So I tried to get everything working on the server so that I could show you the aspect system. And what I had done before, I decided to take a 6-month hiatus from the game development stuff back in February, or 5 months, or whatever it's been. I can't get it working because I migrated to a new server and I formatted the old one. So that's why I have a local dev host running. Maybe I can get it working. Because I have this running. It's here. But I don't know if this will actually work because I don't think I have SQL on here. This is a thing that I think screws up. Ah, so I already have it there. Maybe I can make this work. I might be able to make this work because I can do it locally instead. What's the IP address over here? I don't want you guys seeing this, just in case it shows my public IP. That would be bad. Come on, really? Can we not keep freaking pushing me back over here? Sometimes, VirtualBox, man. Sometimes. All right, ifconfig. Yeah, so it doesn't show it. So I can probably, if I can bring this back over here, I can probably make this work locally instead. 10.13.20.20. This build takes forever on this. It takes no time on the remote machine, but we can go to 10.13.20.20 inside L10 and MMO. So we can open up L10 and MMO. File, new window. Actually, I don't even need that. I need to do it this way. Godot. Godot. And instead of there, we go 10.13.20.20 is what it was. I believe it was 10.13.20.20. So if I go into the scripts, I don't want the pen to, maybe the, no. Where's my, there's no way that's the only script. There's no way that's the only script, but that's the Pentagon widget, is that one. Where's my lobby? I want to make sure I'm connecting to the right server, and that's on the lobby. No, that's the login. My bad. So this, tell me you're going to the right IP address. World, maybe? No, it should be in login. Or maybe it's in, maybe I have it in the just the defaults. I don't remember. Like I said, it's been a couple months. Skill atrophy. Where did I put it? Auto load. Game state. Game state. LTN and MMO. So instead of this, do I have LTN and MMO on the right IP address? I think I might actually. Piehole. I might actually have this on the right IP address. Oops, wrong password. Wrong service. Network. It's under LTN and not LTN and MMO. Do I even have LTN and MMO in here? I do not have LTN and MMO in here. I have LTN in here. So we can just do this. That should make that work. Go back over here. All right. Scripts. Manage. .sh. Start. There, everything's started. Everything's running. And so now we can go ahead and do this. And it should connect to Altanen when we do the connection. I'll just do dev. There we are. All right. So as you can see here, the aptitude, you start with all of them in this like at 9 points, and they all have a 9. I don't know if I can. I might not be able to make that any bigger, unfortunately. There we go. So as you can see, I can choose the races that I have. So I have all these races. So let's say I want a Warforged, Syndroid Warforged. I don't care about the vocations or whatnot. 0 to 8 points left at the left endpoint. So 0 to 8 points. So that's to the left endpoint. Again, that left endpoint is, do I still have that open? I do not. So if I go into common images, that left endpoint is if I'm looking at the dimensional aspect, right? The idea that this is here, that 8 points to the left endpoint, aptitude to resilience, that's aptitude to resilience. So 8 points, if I go 0 points to the left endpoint, then I'm pulling all of it to aptitude. What this does is, this is like right in the middle. It's 1 point, it's 4 on the left and 4 on the right. So it basically looks like, which one does it look like? Where are you? All right, so it's not set up here. So it looks like this one, except over here instead. So 4 points to one side, 4 points to the other. It's right in the middle. Every facet has 9 points to it, 45 points total. But if I decide I want more in aptitude here, and I want more in aptitude here. So now, remember, to the left endpoint. So eventually it'll look like this, and we'll pull this way or pull that way. But the way this is right now is literally just, and I think I had it like that before. Is this an old version? This might be an old version. It might be an old version. Because I had it set up looking more like this to make it look a little bit better. But basically, this is now 17 into aptitude. So this should have been, instead of aptitude to conviction, it should have been conviction to the left. So it should have been conviction on the left and aptitude on the right. Then competence on the left and conviction on the right. Because it's to the left endpoint, right? But it would normally be right in the middle. So actually, let me double check to see if I have a different version of the client here. Doesn't look like it. I don't know what that's doing. I don't. Get out of there. Let's take a look at our. I thought I had a different one. So that's a lobby. Why is the aspect pentagon like this? This should have looked different. Play that scene alone. Ah, so it was like this. So this is how it is, right? So you have 9 points to each, but let's say you want to max out technical, then you have to minimize those two. This is how it works. You want to maximize mechanical and technical. Now you're stuck with 1 point in arcane. You can't get higher than that. This is literally how this works. I didn't even need to connect anything. I totally wasted time thinking I had to connect stuff because I thought this was all set up like that. But that's how this works. 1 point to spiritual and 9 points to amplitude or to aptitude, 17 mechanical, 1 point arcane, 17 technical. So, I'm sorry. 9 dimensional, 17 mechanical, 1 arcane, 17 technical, and 1 spiritual. Because when you get to this point, I want technical and mechanical to be maxed. I have to pull from both of these so that those two are maxed. And now I'm stuck. Which one do I, like, where do I want these points? Because I can only go in one direction or the other, or split it right down the middle. So now I'm stuck because I can't get any higher than 9 in spiritual, and I can't get any higher than 9 in aptitude. I mean, in dimensional. But I'm also stuck where if I decide I want 9 in dimensional, I'm stuck with 1 in spiritual. This is how the pentagon works. All right. So this is the stat system, the basic idea for the stat system that I have for the game that I want to develop, that I'm starting to develop. This is it. Let's turn off the music. Oh, actually, you guys haven't been able to hear the music. I've had it turned off. How about that? It's been like this. Steam powered giraffe. I've had it in the background. So this is how it is, right? So I can actually put myself up here because it's maximized. This is the stat system for the game. If I reset this to the default, don't go to bed yet, please. You're going to bed, aren't you? I know you've already seen it, but now I'm going to clip it and show people what the stat system is going to be for my system. I'm going to make a little clip. I'm going to make it. It's going to be a bit longer. So, why are my media buttons not working with Spotify anymore? Like they don't want to work. Pause doesn't work. Forward and backward work. Pause doesn't work. Like, I don't know why pause isn't. So weird. So weird. Let's just escape out of that. We don't need it. So yeah, I'm gonna make a clip of. I'm gonna make a little clip of this. I'm gonna go into YouTube MMO development and you're like, okay. Oh, okay. Your lips are really, really bad. It's like super scabbed over that damn cat. Yeah, she hit me right here last night. It woke me right the like. You can see it. She hit me so bad. Oh, that cat's she's gonna get thrown through a wall. That cat's gonna scratch one of our eyes out, and she's gonna get thrown through a wall for doing it. She's not really. I'm not being serious. We don't like abuse our cats. As you can see from Kayloon's face, I don't know if you can see it, but her mouth is all freaking cut up, and it's because a cat just jumped on her and scratched the shit out of her arms. Like we don't abuse. I can talk about it all I want. We would never. We would never. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do a quick clip of what this is gonna be, and then I'm gonna get back to doing the other stuff. But this is staying in place. This is from the MMO. This is going into the ARPG because it's still gonna be an MMO. Separating the lead them. And then the ARPG repo is going to be, this is all stuff that gets thrown away. It's just testing stuff. And then I'm going to actually start developing the MMO. After all the tests say, yes, this works, or no, this doesn't work, failed. You have yourself a good night. I'll be in bed. Not for a while. It's only 8:30. Holy shit. Oh, really? Yeah. New medication does that, right? All right. I'll be in bed around 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. Love you. Good night, baby. Oh my God. I love me my Dr. Pepper. All right. Let's get this set. Before we do this, we do this. I'm going to just run this scene. We don't need to run these other scenes. Although, you know, because I have this stuff running, I might as well show you. Enter username, optional, and login. So right now the username is dev. I'm going to do Katrina. We're going to log in. Katrina is here. Character name is going to be Katrina Test. We're going to make her an Esper, right? This is this, as I said, but we're going to do this. We're going to set this up so that we have this stuff set. These aren't going to matter for this, for what I'm about to show you. These won't matter. We're just going to create the character. Name us up to 1 space test. So I know that that works. And I know that I'm now connected to the server that I showed over here. So I don't have the logs showing, but if I go to tail -f logs/star.log, we can see that things are starting. Auth is being run, service auth account. These are random, so I don't have to worry about them showing. These are dev tokens. Here, save started, etc., etc., etc. World data loaded, service loaded, etc. I don't see a. There should have been not an auth log. There should have been a lobby entered right here. So this is saying, hey, you didn't do it right, right? So we're going to go ahead and actually create. We'll leave this running. We're going to create our character. Katrina space test. Create character. And now a spectral Esperin. An Esperin. An Esper and Esperin fighter. A spectral Esper fighter. Or a spectral Esperin. Right? Spectral Esper or Esperin Deacon, etc., etc. These are all things that I've already shown that I will show a little bit later. This is just so that you guys can see before I actually make the basis for what I'm trying to do here. So we know that the character is actually created. This is on the server. That character is actually created. I don't know if we show it here. It doesn't show. I don't remember where. It should be in the gateway. But in any event, so we're going to go ahead and log in with that character. And here we are in our stuff. And if we press Q and W, like this is, I had it set, right? So there we go. We know where the facing is right now because it's the lit side, right? I can't go out. I can't do any of that. That's fine. The thing is, I have a test that I can do on here. I think I still have the test. I think. I don't remember how to do the stress test. It's been a while. Oh, here it is. CD server and go. So we do this. So I'm not going to make this go very, very long. Server. I don't see CD scripts. Yeah, it's main.go. Okay. So we're going to go run scripts, stress test, main.go. We're going to put 20 of these clients in here, and we're going to do it for 30 seconds just so that you can see what's going on. And that should be running. There it goes. So now it's creating the characters. And see how it's lagging here? That lag is because I'm on the I'm actually like the rubber banding and whatnot is because I'm on the server that doesn't actually keep up because it's a virtual private box. That lag caused me to put this whole idea onto my Linux machine, my actual server, to test stuff, which is also the impetus for having a test machine. And so now they should all have disappeared. They're all gone, but they didn't actually disappear because the client doesn't update appropriately yet. But all of those are now disconnected. And so if you noticed while I was doing the test, right, if we go ahead and start the test again, if you notice while I'm doing the test, here they all start. They're going to come in. After everything's in and it's just running, you'll notice when I start moving with one of them, if I start moving in the same direction as one of them, they actually seem to move a little bit faster than me, like they're getting away from me for some reason. I don't know why they move faster than this character does. They shouldn't. But this is all stuff, like this was just a test. These stress tests, I had them working on my actual box. So not this machine, but the machine that this was copied off of, that all these were copied off of. I had 1,000 of them running at the same time. And so I can pull that from, is it artifacts? Yeah, so from 30 hertz, 250 client baseline, right? But that 250 client baseline, 221, it wasn't actually 250 clients. I think it was I think I had 1,000 clients going. And so for, what is that? An hour? 3,600 seconds? 60 seconds is a minute. 600 seconds is 10 minutes. 3,600 seconds, an hour. So it was running for an hour with no real drops or anything on the server, not on here. If I tried to do that on this machine, on the virtual machine, it would blow up. But this was pretty good. This was a pass, I believe. 31 millisecond overall SLOs. I2RV, input to return vector, I believe is what that means. I don't remember exactly what it means. But basically, what this is for is to ensure that running this test shows whether or not I can actually have X number of players connected at the same time. So I know that this stuff worked on a server that was like partitioned for this, but I never used any like package, any containerization for this. So, which is part of why I just stopped doing it, because I didn't have the time or the impetus to learn anything about Docker or whatnot. And so I was like, okay, well, we just won't do it. And I know I had more than just these. Maybe I have them inside. They might be inside here. I don't have the artifacts in. I don't have the artifact. Maybe they're in here. They're not in here either. Huh. Are they over here? Artifacts. Why are they art? They should be. In any event, I think I had up to 2,000 clients running without any lag at 30 frames per second. if you know anything about OSRS, OSRS runs at 0.6 frames per second, I think. No, it runs at 0.6 tick rate. Or maybe it is 0.6 frames per second. So you have 5 frames every 6 seconds? No. You have 3 frames every 5 seconds, right? I think that's what it is. So every 5 seconds something happened, you can like you can game the system, and that's like part of the whole thing with OSRS right now, gaming this. I didn't want that. So I had 250 clients at 30 hertz. I did more than just that. I just don't know where the hell they went. Hotspot test. Hotspot test, where everybody is in the same spot. 250 clients over an hour. It was an hour, right? I didn't do it for 20 minutes. I did some of them for 20 minutes, but I did the main ones for an hour. 3,600 seconds is an hour, right? So the max being 329 milliseconds, 321 milliseconds, but the 99th percentile, 43.7 milliseconds with 250 clients all in one same spot. So the idea was that I want to make sure that things work without going overboard. And then, as I said, I stopped in February. What's that? March, April, May, June, July. So 6 months ago. Because I didn't think I'd be able to do it. I didn't think I'd be able to make the game. And also because fucking Ashes of Creation blew. I got super depressed. But the whole idea right now is PS minus EF rep. Gateway. Right, so the gateway is running. So I can do this. Grep instead of gateway, I'll just grep server bin. So we can see all the processes that I have running for that. The auth service, the persistent service, the world, the game, and the gateway. All of those are based off of things that run inside. Like I can't log out right here. I have to like restart this the whole thing. So now I'm disconnected. That whole setup from the game starting, my logo screen, which I don't know why it causes issues. We have dev. If I log in with dev, we have nothing here. I can't log out right now. So I have to restart it again. Restart. Because I don't have a logout key, because this was all for testing. But if I go Katrina, then when I log in, there's my character, the Spectral Esperin. And so I can click on it and log back in. And there I am. I just logged back in. And in here, we see the Katrina test logged in. We've got the local entity acquired, the starting region, and you can see that the clients that were here aren't here. So that's just a client rendering issue. When they log out, they don't disappear. It's just minor stuff that I didn't have to worry about before. And the whole of this scene is the one that is going to be used by anybody who ever creates a character. It's not going to be the scene directly. This is like the way that we explain things, which is what I'm about to do. Give me a second. We're going to set up a little thing here. I'm going to set up a clip it thing so that we have this in it. Talk about the aspect system. Don't need that. Actually, I want to shut all those down. So yes, I actually kill minus kill 178.268 178.277 178.87 178.297 178.6. Now they're all perfect, and we can just kill. Save them. State. Because we don't need any of that for what we're about to show. We don't need any of it. We don't need to show the testing that I did. We don't need to show the run summaries. We don't need to show any of it. Because that's all going to come when I start redesigning everything and recoding it. this will end up going away in a minute. And from here, go to this. Is it this one? Is it this one? It's this. Hey, everybody. It's Katrina. I wanted to take a minute to explain what my goal is for the near future and then for the distant future with regards to not gaming, but my coding and my desire to become a game dev more than just statement. So I've been working on this game idea for the better part of 20 years, and I've been trying to code it for the better part of 10, for at least 10 years, since 2015. And so over the past, we'll say 6 years or so, I've been getting involved and then stepping away, thinking I'm not going to be able to do it, not going to be able to code this thing, I'm not going to be able to create this game that I want to create, that I've wanted to create for a vast majority of my life. The last time I started with anything was in, I want to say it was in February, but the last time I actively did anything was definitely in February of 2026. And so now I'm here to show you what I'm going to be working on stream and off stream, for the better part of the next couple of years. Specifically because it's a game I want to get made. I want it to be in the gaming sphere because I want the game that I've always wanted to play, as everybody does. Everybody wants the game they've always wanted to play to be playable. I'm no different. But there are games out there that aren't available. There are no games out there that are available that do what I want them to do in the way that I want them to be done. The closest has been Ashes of Creation, but that wasn't a turn-based game. And of course, we all know that exploded, or imploded, or both. You've got Dofus and Wakfu and Atlantica Online and Broken Ranks. None of those do what I want a turn-based MMO or a turn-based RPG to do. So I'm announcing today that I'm going to learn by doing. I'm going to learn how to code by creating, don't hate on me, an MMO ARPG or an MMORPG. And I have some of the basics that I want to show for that today. The story is in my head. It's also part of a novel that I've been writing for a while, and another novel that I had been writing and basically took off the writing shelf a couple of years ago. So the story, the general story is there. The idea for what I want it to do is there. And the stat system is already like taking shape. Like I have the general idea for the stat system and the races and whatnot in place. And so what we have is, what is it? This. We have my aspect system. This aspect system, let's minimize this for a minute. This aspect system is the overall stat system for the game. Aspects are the general like names of the different realms of where things can come from. So like the mechanical aspect is where things of a mechanical style or a mechanical nature come from. The facet is the actual stat that is used for players and bonuses and negatives in the game. The phase is just a connection between two different facets, and the lin is a connection differently from two different facets. And so what we have here is interconnections such that there are any one aspect has 4 different aspects it could connect to in some way, because we have 5 aspects in the whole stat set. And so the way this works is if I go into the Godot project that I have and I run that specific scene, the way it works is if you go to one aspect, if you want one aspect or one stat to be highest, you by default, by its very nature, by the way this is designed, you then have to take away from other stats. In this case, I want my dimensional stat, which is aptitude, to be maxed out. And so in doing so, I'm taking away from the spiritual aspect and the mechanical aspect. So my resilience for mechanical and my conviction for spiritual, those stats are diminished. If I then also want, say, my arcane stat to be maxed out, I'm going to go ahead and max that out as much as possible as well. And now my mechanical stat, resilience, can't go above a base of 1. Can be increased through stat bonuses on gear or something later on, and maybe through like potions or something. But the base can never go above 1 because I've put everything into dimensional and into arcane, into those two aspects. So my aptitude and my growth are highest. And just the way this works, the way the stat system works is you benefit one by taking away from another. And so there are 40 points that you can put into all the stats total, where you have 9 points that can go one way or another on 8 points rather that can go one way or another on any different, these are called phases, lins. And phases are the ones that go in between the ones that are opposing. So that's the aspect system, where you can just change how things look, based on what you think you want for your stats. That's the aspect system. That then turns into, like the design stuff here, that turns into the race set. So there's 20 different races in the game, but there are 10 different races, like main races, of which you choose a sub race when you do. So if I go into the sub races, into the race set, up here, not race aptitude, where did I put it? Sorry for this. I had it just a moment ago, and now I lost it. Because it's not in the archive, it's in common. Common. Common markdown, race table reference. So inside here, we have the race table, which has everything, all the different races that you can be. And so every race in the game will have a +5 to a combination of aspects, and will by default have a -5 to a combination of different aspects. So if we go back to the image that we had here, this image, if we go back here and we take a look at the dimensional aspect. So a dimensional aspect is, we have a dimensional race. The dimensional aspect races are these. Phase races are the races that use two different aspects that are opposed to create that race. So we'll start with the aspect races. An aspect race for dimensional is called a Circean. That dimensional race can then pull from either the mechanical aspect, which is directly connected via a lin, or the spiritual aspect, which is directly connected via the opposing lin. And so you have the dimensional race being a Circean, and actually it says technical and arcane. Oh, that's right. These are aspect race. The aspect race is the one that can connect to arcane or technical. So the technical dimensional race, or the dimensional technical race, is a Circean Eterna. That Circean Eterna gets a base of +3 aptitude because they are a dimensional race, -1 resilience because they're like opposed, directly opposed to the mechanical aspect, and they're directly opposed to the spiritual aspect, so they get a -1 to conviction by default. Then the sub race, if they go technical, gets an additional +2 to the stat of competence, and gets a -2 to conviction because that's the one that's shared between aptitude and competence, or between dimensional and technical, and gets a -1 to the arcane aspect because that's the non-common lin between the two. Okay, so the total for a Circean Eterna, which is a dimensional technical race, is a total of +3 aptitude, because that's their main, +2 competence, because that's their secondary aspect, -1 growth, because that's virtually non-existent to them, -1 resilience, because that's also virtually non-existent. It's the non-common phase to the two aspects that they have, and then -3 to conviction, which is the common phase. That's how every race in the game works. If it's an aspect race, there are 5 aspect races. There are also 5 phased races. These are the races that use these two connected directly instead of the two that are these two connected directly, like the ones that are directly adjacent on a lin, as opposed to the phase that they're connected, right? So phased races are or aspect races are connected via a phase. And I think actually I found an error here because I think the phased races are supposed to be the lin races. And so aspects are supposed to be aspect. So I'm going to have to make a change to the naming here. So an aspect race is going to be, dimensional spiritual, whereas a phased race is going to be dimensional technical. So I'm going to make a change there. Yay, I found an error. Anyway, phased, the aspect races, these races, the ones that are directly connected via an adjacent lin or connecting line, these are a little bit different. You have a base that gives you similar stats. You still have +5, -5 overall. But these, instead of giving you a +3 and a +2 to your two different aspects, give you a +4 and a +1. So for example, the dimensional spiritual race, being a glassbound continuum, then focuses on dimensional, which becomes a fracture weaver, has a +4 to aptitude, which is their dimensional main. And then the spiritual gets +1. The conviction gets +1. Every other fate, every other aspect gets a negative. And the one aspect that is directly opposed via a phase to both of those aspects that are always in contention with each other, they now have a common enemy. Those of the arcane aspect. So now they're pulling away from that. So that one now has the -3, and these two have the -1 to them. So now you have -5 here, and you have +5 here. But this one, it ends up being +4 because it is a dimensional focused race. It's a dimensional spiritual race where everything is focused on dimensional. That is the basic idea for classes and stats in the game I'm developing. Everything will come from this. The names of all this might change. The names of the races might change. The names of the aspects might be. The idea of an aspect and a facet might change. But the general idea where you have to pull from one stat to gain bonuses to another stat is not going. That is the basis for what I'm doing. That is the basis for the entire game. A give and take for everything. You want something to get a bonus, something else by its very nature is going to have a detriment to it. You want to get really good at archery, you might not be all that great at magic using. Or you might not be all that great at taking a hit or defending somebody. All of these are going to be give and take. All of the stats, all of the skills in the game are going to have a give and take. That's the basic idea of the game. Nobody can be the best at everything. You can be damn good at everything or everything that you focus on, but nobody's going to be best at everything. It's not going to be an OSRS model where you can get everything to, I thought it was 100, but evidently it's 99. I've never played it. I've watched a little bit of it. But I don't like the idea of everybody getting to max level with max stats. I like the idea of having differences in character, like identity and character presentation. I also like the idea of having differences in skill presentation and skill identity. And one thing I don't like is the idea that a magic user can't defend somebody. A magic user absolutely can defend somebody. It can throw up a shield, right? Oh my God, he's attacking you. I can't defend you. I have no way to help you with defense. You know, in World of Warcraft, you have priests that can PalWorld shield. Okay, yeah, but maybe we have a priest that can, put a huge barrier in front of somebody or in front of a whole group or give a whole group a higher defense. The idea that every class has some ability to do some attack and some defense, regardless of what their class is, means that skills have an identity, even inside the class's identity itself. And that's where everything goes here. That's what this is all about. That's why I'm doing this. So this is the start. This is where everything's going to begin. And I hope that I can get some feedback from everybody as I keep developing this, because I'm going to be developing this on Twitch, off of Twitch. A lot of it's going to be in my Discord. There's going to be a separate Discord for the actual development of the game. I hope you'll be a part of it. I'm looking forward to learning Go, which is what the server is going to be developed in Godot, which is what the client is going to be developed in Godot and C#. Please, willing to, if you'd like to, if you want to give feedback or constructive criticism or destructive criticism, please feel free to do so. I'm available at all times. Thank you. Kaiba, how you doing? Let's flip that so that Kayloon can actually take a look at it. How you doing, Kaiba? I see you going, ooh. There's an ad starting in 15 seconds, and I have no more. Like ad snoozes. So I'll see you in 2.5, my friend. Incoming ad in 4, 3, 2, 1. 2.5 minutes. We're back. Kaiba, how are you doing, my friend? Still here. Awesome. Why are you in pain, my friend? And how do you have that special sauce? How do you have that special? How do you have that special sauce? You're not a sub. You've donated bits, but you're not a sub. How do you have that special? Oh, I know how. I know how. I don't know why I asked that. I should know why you have that. Oh. Ow, dude. Ow. Is that what's going on to my is that what happens to my neck? No, that can't be what happens to my neck because I'm not like this all the time. But dude, that looks and sounds so painful. Ow! Oh my God. So Kaiba, you want to jump into Discord? You want to chat for a little bit? Ah, you have the ability to chat for a little bit. I mean, you're in here. You see what I've been talking about. You see the information on stream, and you're a gamer. You've been a gamer for as long as I have, I think. Well, no, not really. Not as long. But yeah, would you like to chit chat about some game development stuff? Because I'm taking advice from people. A lot of advice from people. Or trying to anyway. So would you like to jump in? If you would, just get in the Discord and I'll jump in there in a second. Stream clip. Stream clip. That work. Later. Hey, Loon will take care of that tomorrow. Server 8. I've got like 17 different. Can you talk, Kaiba? I don't want to intrude on your kid. So you can't talk. Or you can talk like this. Can you talk like this? Shh. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with kids anymore. I'm so glad. You want to jump in the Discord? Do you not have access to this Discord? Like, what the hell? How do you not have access to this Discord? Like, for real. You have access to this Discord, don't you? To this chat? General chat inside under text channels. Like, yeah, you're in here. You're in a server. There you are. There's my friend Kaiba.
Yeah, hold on. I just clicked and closed the stream out. Fuck.
Yeah, all good. Take this off of push to talk. I just took the chat off of push to talk because I got sick of pushing it and watching my freaking Chrome windows change when I didn't want them to change. So, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm in pain. I literally just woke up like an hour ago. Like,
have you been missing like raid times and whatnot?
oh no, that's on the weekends. I'm not worried about that.
I hope you feel better by then.
Let's hope.
I tried retail fairly recently again. Now you know I played during Dragonflight, right?
Oh yeah.
You know I raided during Dragonflight because I was raiding with you. You know I actually continued trying to play during the War Within.
Were you?
I did. I tried. I didn't try to raid because fucking Umbrella pissed me off, like pretty seriously. Not as bad as the one couple years ago when I was playing New World, but yeah, Umbrella pissed me off pretty well because of what's her face.
Nami?
Yeah, her. But I did try to play in War Within. I had a boosted elemental shaman that I had a boosted Ellie shaman and my old Ellie shaman that I got up. So I have had two of them. I have like 5 Ellie shamans on retail or whatever. I just couldn't do it. And so I tried to get back because like my real life long-time friend for fucking 30 years told me he wanted people to help him with keys. He wanted his friends to be doing keys with him. So I jumped on. I'm like, yeah, this won't be that bad. I'll remember how to do it because I played Dragonflight. I can get into into War Within pretty easily. I can get to midnight pretty quick. And it's just so fucking overwhelming. Like, why is it so overwhelming? There's so much. You open the mini map, or you look at the mini map. You open the map, and it's just like looking at the Path of Exile 1 fucking skill tree. Like, fuck that noise. I don't want 9,000 freaking different things to do. There's so much. There's so much to do, and not enough time to do it. B, not enough reason to do half of it, and like, you have to dig through to figure. Like, you have to have a spreadsheet to figure out what to do when. Like, fuck that. I don't want to do that. So I'm good with doing my Burning Crusade and eventually Wrath of the Lich King stuff. I'm having fun with it. But it got me thinking. I've been trying to develop a game for like 10 years. Actually, it's been longer than that. I have a game that I started developing way back in like 2001. Kind of with the ideas that I have now, but definitely not, because I was 25 years younger. And so in February, I tried doing it again, but I wasn't streaming in February. It was during my off time. And I said, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna try. Yesterday, I said I don't want to stream code development and whatnot. I don't want to stream my learning on Twitch because I don't feel comfortable with that. And today I said I have to get over that discomfort. I have to get over the discomfort. I have to do this. If people don't like that I'm learning using AI as a tool to help me learn how to do this stuff, then people aren't going to like it. But I'm not going to use AI for art. I'm not going to use AI for music. I'm not going to do that. I'll find people to do that for me. Not to do the AI for me, but to do the art and the music for me. I'm going to learn how to develop this game. I'm going to make it an MMO. I'm going to make it an RPG. It's going to be turn-based, and I'm going to make it work. And so that's what I'm doing right now. I'm going over things that I've been doing for the past 10 years and what's going to stick and what's, what might not stick. And I'm taking advice from people who have been gaming in either MMOs or RPGs or both, who like turn-based and who don't like turn-based, to see what will stick for the ideas that I have and what might need some refining before I actually start going balls to the wall with this.
Sounds about right.
So with that said, what would you like in your perfect MMO? Forget that it's turn-based if you don't like turn-based. And forget that it's a solo dev doing it. Okay? Just in your perfect MMO, in your perfect role-playing game, what would you most like to see? And that can be stuff that other games actually do right now or stuff that other games don't. I just want to know what you would like to see in an MMO.
Scalability, pretty much.
Define scalability, because that can come in a lot of different forms.
So, one of the things that the problem with World of Warcraft right now, and I'm specifically taking out of their book because that's really the only MMO I play.
Yeah.
Is when they release an expansion, doesn't matter which expansion, the past expansions or the main game's dungeon usability falls to 0.
Right.
So,
that's a common complaint among the people that I've talked to already in that.
right.
Like,
and one of the main and my main gripe is, if you as a developer or as a company such as Blizzard wants to keep the spirit of the game alive and keep it going, you want to make sure the entire world still feels full. And
right.
that's what the problem with the game is right now, is if you release a new expansion, then every other dungeon or zone that preceding that expansion is no longer full, because everybody is going to the new place, or they're going to their housing, or they're going to the newer dungeons. Now,
that's a hard thing to fix, though.
Yeah, and they've remedied some of it with some of the time walking stuff, and doing the Mythic Plus rotation where there's an extra 4 dungeons from whatever expansion, but the world itself does not feel full.
Right, because you're making the world bigger with every expansion. The world itself gets bigger, or becomes like a combination of multiple different worlds.
Right, and the one thing that I missed about WoW was being able to group up and legitimately just going to those dungeons. And you can still technically do that today, with mythic difficulty, but you can't do that with normal or heroic modes. There's always just click a button and go to the dungeon. And it shouldn't be two ways. It should just be one way or something else, you know?
But with Mythic, you have to actually go to the dungeon yourself, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Or
you
if
have to
you're-
actually,
if you're a
or
high
get-
tier player,
or get summoned to the dungeon, or like
or get
it's
some to the dungeon.
right. It's not like LFG where you get okay, you press a button, you're at the dungeon's over, now you're back where you were.
Yeah.
With Mythics, you have to actually go to the dungeon or get summoned to the dungeon. You go in, then when you leave the dungeon, you're right outside the dungeon instead of back where you were before you did said dungeon, right?
Right.
So the world feels a little bit more full. So
Exactly.
so with
Now,
that said,
they're also trying to remedy the situation with this heroic world tier that they're doing.
yep,
So everything is a little bit more scaled up. But what
Yep.
I want is for the entire world, right? I don't want just a mode where you can just click it and be like, hey, the density is more, the trash is more, the damage is more, yada yada yada. Great. Where are the other people?
right.
My
So
thing is, I want to be able to walk into Elwyn Forest at level 90 and face level 90 creatures.
so question for you before I get into what I see as possible like drawbacks of doing what would need to be done or what I think is going to be done in two different phases, two different ways for that. One of which WoW is doing and one of which a different company has already done. Or at least Blizzard has done in the past and is currently doing. So have you looked at or watched Guild Wars at all? Guild Wars 2 specifically?
Not yet.
Not Guild Wars 3, Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 has been out for a couple of years, has a couple of expansions out. The way that, from my understanding, because I haven't played enough Guild Wars 2 to actually know beyond the shadow of a doubt that this is what they do. This is what I think they do based on my gameplay over the past couple of years, going off and on into the game, is that they keep old content relevant by not making it old content, by making it a requirement for current content. Like the dungeons are required at, I think level 80 is the max in Guild Wars 2. At level 80, you can go into the dungeons and they still give you specific things. And part of it is because once you get to level 80, your gear never actually upgrades beyond what the current is, and it's not that much more powerful than what the prior content was, but you still get that current content out of these level 80 dungeons, or the current items that you need to craft the current content gear, right? And so that keeps the world as a whole relevant. But it also means that the Guild Wars 2 world is significantly smaller than World of Warcraft, I believe. I'm pretty sure that the world as a whole is a bit tinier, especially when you take every zone into consideration in WoW and compare it. Also, Guild Wars 2 doesn't have the player density that WoW does. And you still have these issues in World of Warcraft where if you're on retail and you go into Elwyn Forest, A, you don't see new people playing in Elwyn Forest because guess what? They are required to go to the Broken Shore or whatever the hell it is now. And B, why go to Elwyn Forest when it's a level 1 zone and all the dungeons are level 1? Right? So World of Warcraft started changing things a little bit with phasing. And that phasing technology, allowing like different layers, could allow higher levels to, okay, now the whole world is leveled to your level when you hit max level. That's problematic because now you've got to worry about, okay, I hit level 89, I can't go to Elwyn Forest, but now that I'm level 90, all of a sudden everything changes and it breaks that immersion feel, right? And people play MMOs for a lot of different reasons, but one of the main reasons I play MMOs, one of the main reasons I play any game, is to be immersed in the world that game is a part of. That's why I played Cyberpunk, why I started playing World of Warcraft, that's why I started playing Guild Wars. Hell, it's even why I played Path of Exile, for crying out loud. And so you have that as a drawback at the same time as it's a bonus for what they're doing. this idea with like heroic, like open world heroic mode or whatever, is I think taken directly from the idea that they have in Diablo 4, where you choose the difficulty and then you go into that difficulty. But that then goes back to the concern that I have with that, and that is what happens when almost everybody is at high level? What happens when like 90% of your player base is no longer at a level that puts them in normal? They're in the second tier or the third tier or the fourth tier. Now you're losing the ability to bring new players in, right? Because they're going to come into a dead world because everybody's in freaking, tier 2 or tier 3 level content. And they'll never see the people who were in tier 1 because they have no reason to go back there. I think that there's a way to make that work. And I think the Guild Wars way is similar to the way that I don't know how to do it in my game. When I start getting to that point, I don't know how I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to do it the Diablo 4 way, in that there's going to be different tiers, but at the same time, those tiers are going to be intertwined in the like open world overworld. But I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know what the answer to that is. And I don't think WoW is going to be able to do it correctly either, unfortunately. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to do it correctly. It's correctly being the way that I would like to see it. Yeah.
Like, I want to be able to walk into any zone at max level and have the whole zone scale with me. Like, I don't want it to just happen at like increment levels, though. So your example is going from 89 to 90.
Well, because that's like the crux. At level 89, you're still stuck with level 1 L1 Forest. At level 90, all of a sudden, you've broken that barrier, and now everything is level 90.
Yeah, but I don't want it like that.
Yeah, you'd want it to be okay. I'm going into L1 Forest at level 73, and everything's 73 in there now.
Exactly.
And they have that
the whole world to level up with you.
They have that in dungeons right now. Like when you go into a dungeon, you can queue for a dungeon, and you can be in that same dungeon at level 5 with a level 70.
Exactly.
Which
they don't have that in the open world, which would be nice.
They have that in Guild Wars. They have that in Guild Wars.
It gives players that opportunity to go back to the old world, visit the older dungeon, try them out at a higher level. The loot is another thing, but we can, that could be talked about in another time.
Right.
But
I'm not sure that so that takes away the power fantasy though, right? The part of the goal for people playing these games is that they have a power fantasy that they're looking for. They want to become the big bad or the big good, and like get that power to be able to do this kind of stuff. If you're level 70 and you're with a level 10 inside of a dungeon, you're seeing that dungeon in World of Warcraft is the example here. You're seeing that dungeon at level 10, at level 70. The level 10 is seeing the dungeon at level 10. All the damage is being scaled appropriately so that, let's say that the mob is a level 100. That's what it is. The mob's level 100. So now the level 10 scales up to 100 when the damage is dealt, but the level 10 only sees the damage at level 10 and sees the hit points at a level 10 scale. The level 70 sees it as a level 70 scale, but in the back end, this is what it has, and it scales up and down appropriately. So that works in some ways, but I feel like that level 10 has now skipped the power fantasy. They're not doing what they think they're doing. They're not doing what they're seeing because the level 70 is in there doing what they're doing. Now it's all about, I don't have the skills necessary to do X, but because this level 70 is actually level 10, it doesn't matter that I can't, shield wall or what have you. And I think that breaks that power fantasy in a way that I don't think people are very happy about. I don't think they know to complain about it, but I don't think that they're actually looking forward to that kind of thing either. And I'm not talking about being able to play with friends or being able to see like 70 people in a zone that right now has 2 people in it. I'm talking about the idea that when people played Skyrim, when people played fucking Morrowind, right? They got to a point where it's really difficult, and as they get stronger, things get easier to the point where, okay, now they can just kill the entire freaking map and just, hey, I killed everybody. It's all good. That's the power fantasy that they were looking for. I want to be the god. That doesn't happen in World of Warcraft right now. It just can't, because when you're in the dungeon, I want to carry my friend. I can no longer carry my friend through a dungeon. Because now if I go into a dungeon and it's level 10 for them and it's level 70 for me, I'm not carrying them because it's level 10 for them. They're doing, again, going back to that like 100 level like idea, they're doing 10 times the damage they would. Or I'm doing 1.3 times damage or 1.2 times the damage I would, or whatever it is. Right? Or 10% of the damage, or however it works out, right? Because everything scales to that level 100 mob, even though I'm seeing the damage differently. It ruins the idea of being able to carry somebody, carry your friend, power level your friend. I don't think power leveling should be removed. I think power leveling is something that should be present, because in my mind, it's present in the real world. Sort of. You don't learn how to. We'll use McDonald's because it's super easy. You don't learn how to how to make a Big Mac by just looking at a piece of paper. Somebody teaches you. Somebody carries you through learning how to make a Big Mac. You don't learn how to be the best demon hunter that there is. You execute it. You learn by other people teaching you things, and then you either took those things and elevated them, or you took those things and found something else that you learned because you learned those things in the first place. Every MMO is like that now. This isn't the 1990s and 2000s of MMOs where people are all learning at the same pace. People execute in much more direct, more skillful ways. There's a reason why, like, everything that I'm doing in Burning Crusade right now feels super easy. And it's not just because everybody's fucking geared. It's not just because everybody has been doing this for a couple of weeks. It's because people know better than to, stand in fire. And things are a little bit different. People. Yeah, you laugh. Some people stand in fire just for the fun of it.
Yeah, you've also got people in there that have been playing Classic since Classic. So I mean,
yeah, knowledge and skill expression.
Yeah, because back then we didn't have the knowledge of what was out there in BC.
Mm-hmm.
Like I learned, like when I was on my hunter, when BC came out, I leveled to 70 with a goddamn strategy guide.
Mm-hmm.
Now
proving my point.
Yeah, now it's just, well, you already know what to do. You don't need the strategy guide anymore.
Right, but what if somebody new comes around? They're never going to learn how to play the game.
Answer that question for them,
but they're never going to learn how to play the game, because when they go into a dungeon to learn how to play that dungeon or to learn how to play their class, instead of being with other level 10s or intentionally going and getting carried by somebody who's level 70, when you queue for that dungeon, you have no idea if everybody's going to be level 10 or if you're going to have a level 79 in that dungeon with you, because they can't do heroics yet. So they have to queue for that dungeon, right? You never know. And that, I think, is detrimental. That's one of the things that I want to get away from in the game that I'm developing. But at the same time, I want my game to actually have the ability to say, if you have content you want to do, it's always going to be relevant. The dungeon that you did at level 1 is going to have things for you to do. Maybe something new opens up when you hit level 50 or whatever. Or when you hit a certain skill in something, you're going to be... Take Grim Dawn, for example. Grim Dawn's a great example. There are dungeons, there are caves that you can go in Grim Dawn, which is an ARPG. A cooperative ARPG, if you want it to be. But it's an ARPG. There are places that you can't go to until you get to a certain level to be able to kill the mobs in that certain levels area, to pick up the things that you need to go back to the old dungeons, to blow up different areas and blow up different walls, to be able to go to different areas in those dungeons that are higher level, because they were behind that. It's not an artificial gate. It's a world specific, like it's part of the world. Like you understand why it's like that. And so there are reasons to go back to these places. Although I believe Grim Dawn has leveled areas. From what I understand, everything levels with you, plus or minus 2 levels, except for specific bosses. Which I don't agree with that. I agree with the idea that you go back to different areas and you can open stuff up. There are games out there where you have this Mortal Kombat, right? You in Mortal Kombat 1, you couldn't play as the secret characters until you beat the game. You couldn't even get to Shao Kahn until you beat the game first. You had to go through, like somebody had to go and unlock the Mortal Kombat 1 upper difficulty by beating the game with and beating Goro first. Like you didn't even know Shao Kahn existed until you got to the second difficulty level. Once somebody did that, it was unlocked for that arcade machine for everybody, but somebody had to do it first. It wasn't unlocked by default. And so having this idea where you have to do something to unlock, I don't like the idea of unlocking difficulty levels. Let me get that like straight up clear. Mass Effect 1, you have to beat the game on I think it's normal to get to hardcore, then you have to beat it on hardcore to unlock insanity. I don't like that. Trust your users, allow all the difficulty levels from the start. If somebody jumps into insanity at level 1 and everything is level 30 to start with, well, now they know I should level up before I go in there. But don't force them to beat the game so that they can unlock it. Same idea with difficulty levels in like an MMO. Don't force that issue. If they want to go into an area where they're like level 90 enemies and they're level 1, let them get their ass beat. They don't get any experience from killing them because technically they couldn't. And if somebody tries to carry them, they're not going to get any experience because they didn't participate. There's like none of this sit at the start of the dungeon and let somebody else kill everything. You're not getting experience by not participating in a fight. Like real life. You don't get experience from somebody else doing everything and you doing nothing. You're in high school and somebody else is doing your entire project and you're going to get an A for it? You got the A. You didn't experience anything. You didn't learn anything from that. You don't get to benefit from it. And so with that in mind, I'm thinking, how do I make the world work so that people like you who want the world to kind of level with you, people like me who are against the world leveling with me, but not for the same reasons that people like maybe my friend John would be against the world leveling. Like he'd want to be able to go to, he's come out and said he wants to be able to play TBC dungeons in retail. If TBC dungeons, if all of the dungeons were like you had said before, everything's accessible in retail and everything has a reason to be there or levels with you or whatnot, he'd be playing retail instead of Burning Crusade right now. So how do I make somebody like him happy with the dungeon state? Make somebody like you happy with the world state? Make somebody like me happy where you can't really carry somebody unless that person actually participates in some way in the fight, right? There has to be some risk. You go into a dungeon, you have to have a risk of dying in said dungeon to gain experience from it. You can only sharpen a sword for so long before you realize that, you know, nothing you do is going to make you sharpen it any better. That kind of thing. So this is some. Go ahead.
That's still probably one of the $1 million questions every developer keeps asking themselves: how to make it better for everybody.
As developers, we can ask ourselves that question a million times over. The answer to it is you never appease everybody all the time. You can appease some people all of the time and all of the people some of the time, but you can never appease all of the people all of the time. You can't do it. You can't do it. And you can't appease all of the people some of the time and that some of the time be like all of them be the same some of the time. Right? So you can appease all of the people, some of them this point, some of them this point, and some of them this point, but they're all appeased at some point in time, right? You can do that. But you can't appease all of the people all of the time. So you have to go in wanting to appease your target market as often as possible. My target market is people who like MMOs and people who like turn-based games. That's my target market. I want people who want a turn-based MMO. I want to build a turn-based MMO. I want it to be as appealing to as many people who like turn-based games and who like MMOs as possible.
So you want it like Final Fantasy, essentially. Like the
No,
older Final Fantasies.
not really. The idea that I have is the turn base is, think Expedition 33. Yeah, Player Obscure Expedition 33.
Yeah.
Think combat in that game. It's turn-based and it has reaction times, right? The reaction times are a little bit twitchy, but it's turn-based. It's a single-player game. Think that combat, if you've ever seen the combat. I haven't played the game. I've seen the combat. I haven't actively like played or participated in combat, but I've seen what the combat is. They've got attacks and they've got counters where the enemy is attacking and you can do perfect parries and do a whole bunch of other shit. But it's a lot of it's Twitch style based, right? You have to hit a certain button at a certain time, and if it's perfect, then you get X. But if it's not perfect, you get Y, and if you missed it, you get Z, right? Think that turn-based structure with the idea that the group can both attack and do combos, defend and do combos, like all of their defenses together does a combo. That they can counter defend, like they can counter an enemy's counter because the enemy can counter your attacks, and that the enemy can counter your counters. So you've got attack, defend, and counter defend. So 3 distinct phases there where you have 3 distinct things that can happen. Then take that and apply it to a full open world MMO that is real time until you get into these combats. So you can walk around, other people are walking around, everything's going on. But once you start a fight, it jumps into a turn-based thing, right? And those fights can be spectated by a whole bunch of people. So you don't lose the spectation quality that like World of Warcraft or other like real-time MMOs have. You can still watch these fights, but now it becomes a little more tactical because it's turn-based. So something like Final Fantasy, something like Phantasy Star, something like what's another good turn-based game that isn't something like Heroes of Might and Magic, turn-based strategy games that are MMO focused. That Baldur's Gate, remove the time delay that people have when, oh yeah, this person's thinking about doing what they want to do, but they didn't think about it during their entire freaking turn. So now we got to wait 5 minutes for them to make a fucking decision about casting magic missile. Like, get rid of that delay. Add to it the ability for everybody to participate at the same time. You're all choosing what to do at the same time. And you're talking about, if you want to, you're talking to your teammates about what you want to have done. So that I'm going to attack, but I'm going to go balls to the wall. I'm not going to leave anything behind. I'm not going to like defend myself. So I'm going to have, like, if somebody wanted to, they could flank me and jab me in the side because I'm not actually defending. I'm just, leap attack. There's no defense when you're like jumping through the air and both your hands are over your head with your sword pointing down toward the thing that you're attacking. Somebody can cut your fucking legs out from under you. Okay. So now somebody else on your team says, yes, you do that. I'll go ahead and I will set aside some defense so that I can defend you if the enemy decides to counterattack that. That kind of interaction. So turn-based in the Final Fantasy way, yeah, but with a lot of player autonomy and player capability embedded into both the attack phase and the reaction phase. That's what I want. Because let me tell you, Heroes of Might and Magic, when you're just, oh yeah, I just moved, or chess, or Stratego, or fucking Go, where you just move, oh, I can't do anything, it's your turn. That does not appeal to me. What appeals to me is, I did this, and now you can attack, but maybe I laid a trap for you. Maybe I did this to kind of goad you into attacking me over here, because this person over here is going to do something different to you, which is a BattleTech style of gaming. If I have eight mechs on the board in BattleTech, and I'm controlling all 8 mechs, or I have a team of people, 8 people controlling these mechs, we can set up traps for people. Starfleet battles, we can set up traps for people. We brought you into this point. Now, the way we have our impulses set, we're actually behind you and I'm blowing your ship out of the water. That's the kind of strategy I want in an MMO. I want people to be able to interact with each other with the time determination that, no, you don't have 10 minutes to figure out what you're doing. You had, 45 seconds while all of the stuff from the last turn was resolving and you were doing like counterattacks and counter defenses and whatnot. But now you've got 15 seconds or so to actually input your next moves. You should have been thinking 3 turns in advance for this to work. That's the kind of thing that I want involved. And maybe that timer is different based on the difficulty setting. Who knows? But that's the kind of thing that I want to have in the game. So kind of like Final Fantasy, kind of like Heroes of Might and Magic, kind of like Expedition 33, but a lot like my game. Are you even still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You didn't respond before, so I was like, all right, I guess I have to keep talking.
I just like to talk. Like,
well, yeah, I could talk until I'm blue in the face with this because I've been thinking about this style game for fucking 20 some odd years, The whole point of it is I have to learn coding in the 3 languages the 3 technologies that I'm going to be doing this in, that being Godot instead of Unity or Unreal, because I like the idea of Godot more, even though it's like easy to get the source code. I like the idea of Godot more than I do Unreal and Unity. Don't ask me why. I don't frickin' know.
I'm doing Unreal just for TV production, but yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why I brought up to you. Like, I don't know why I'm so focused on Godot. I just am. I don't know what the specifics are. Maybe I'm scared of Unreal. Maybe I just feel like Unreal is not my cup of tea. Maybe the stuff that happened with Unity a couple of months ago is still stuck in my head. I don't know. Maybe it's just that I don't ever want to have to pay for licensing if something that I make blows up.
For Unreal?
Unreal and Unity both have licensing charges if you go over a certain amount or some shit like that. I think Unreal is if you make over $1 million, you have to start paying them a license fee. I think it's $1 million. And I don't know if that's in sales or in profit. I think it's in revenue.
I think it's in revenue.
Yeah, so
For the most part, like Unreal is free.
Mm-hmm. What if this blows up? Or what if I actually make the MMO and I have like 700 people who play it, but those 700 people buy every single piece of cosmetic purchase that I put out, because I'm anticipating that's the only way I'm going to be doing any kind of like income for the game is cosmetics. And so what if
charge a sub fee?
I'm not going to charge a sub fee. I'm not going to charge a purchase fee. And to be quite honest, if I do cosmetics, the cosmetics that get made for the game, like 90% of that money is going to go to the people who make the cosmetics. I'm not going to take, like, the game is going to be, it's going to get to a point, I hope. I'm going to develop it, I'm going to release it, and it's going to get to a point where it self-sustains for server costs. After that, I'm not in it to make money. I'm in it to have a game that I wanted to play and that I do want to continue playing for as long as I can. I'm not in it to become rich, which is what like people like the people who made Ashes of Creation are. I'm gonna fully own my company. The company is already there. It's Dark Lantern Esports, which is doing business as Dark Lantern Games. So my company is Dark Lantern Games. I own it. It's 100% me. It's not even Lee is a part of it. It's me. So there's nothing there. And if this blows up, there's still nothing there. And so the only thing that I have to worry about paying for is the development, which I'm doing myself. I don't anticipate having other people on board. I anticipate this being a solo dev project. And the artists who are going to do the music and the artwork for the game. And so when they get paid, how do I make sure that they continue getting paid if they decide to make like more art for me? Well, by having them do cosmetics and having those cosmetics be sold for the game by them. They're the ones creating it. Let them make money from it. Like, I want a Dreadmist style game where I'm not in it for the money and it's free to play. Period. Like, I'm doing this to learn and because I want the game there. So, no sub fee, no box fee. Just play the damn game and enjoy it. I logged into Dreadmist today because the game is still there. You can't download it, I don't think. You can get it on GitHub. You can like compile or get the client directly on GitHub and connect to the servers, create your own account. You can still play, even though the guy's not developing it right now because he got freaking like laughed out of dev stuff because people thought that he stole shit. I want that kind of game. I don't want that kind of like backlash, but I want that kind of game where you can just jump in and play and have fun. Spend XP on your skills, sort of like OSRS, a lot like Dreadmist, a lot like old school games. Make sure that classes are skill presentation based and not class presentation based. So a rogue could potentially defend. A rogue could never heal, right? A healer could never like so maybe a healer could never actually take a 1,000 damage hit, but a healer could definitely do a defense, throw up a shield, throw up a wall, make somebody who's trying to attack you hit a fucking brick wall, something like that, right? Because they happen to have a skill that, as part of their healing, says, think of the healer in Apex Legends. She puts up a shield while she's rezzing somebody. That shield blocks all damage. You can't damage through the shield. You have to go on the other side of the shield to do damage. That's a defense mechanism that a healer has. Why can't we have that in an MMO? The hell? Oh, because it's only situational. Why is it only situational? Why can't the healer put up a wall and not res somebody and just put up a damn wall? Why? Because it's situational. No, motherfucker, it's not situational. It's a skill. Put up the wall. Like that's where my mind is. There should be no blocking to that kind of stuff. And classes should have skills that are available to them that are unique to them, but should not be locked out of other skills that you can't see a reason for them not having. Right? A fighter should be able to wound something and make them bleed. A hemorrhage or whatever. Right? So should a healer. I can close wounds. Why can't I open them? Why can't a healer open wounds? Oh, because you have to be a shadow priest to do that. No, motherfucker. I'm not changing my entire perspective on life to open a wound in somebody when they're trying to kill my friend who I'm healing. That isn't how that works. A doctor can still kill somebody by using a scalpel. This is where my mind is with this stuff, and this is what I want my MMO to basically evoke, is this idea that if I'm playing a class, that class has certain abilities, and I can use those abilities for good or for not good, for helping my party or for harming the enemy party, that kind of shit. Like, I don't think a rogue should be the only one that can go invisible. Why? Because a cleric has powers from their god in other games, where why can't they go invisible? The god can do it. I give you my power, son. Like, why? So this is why I want to make a game like this. Because I have ideas that I've never seen in other games, or that I have seen implemented in other games, which are so totally off the wall bad that I've never wanted to play them again. Atlantica Online is a great one. Good ideas, hard to implement some of them. When you really get down to the nitty-gritty, it's all fucking pay to win. So in order to make this character do this thing, you have to pay this amount of money. Or like League of Legends. League of Legends has been great. However, their utter emphasis on fucking gacha mechanics right now has turned it into a gacha game. Oh, but you can play every character and everything without having to do any of that. If I want the skins, if I want the good-looking skins that I missed out on when they were out for like exorbitant prices, I have to pay to gamble and maybe get that skin. Fuck that noise. No, these are things I don't want to have happen. I want very specific things in my game. Were you here when I showed the aspect system that I'm looking at?
No.
All right, so I'm actually going to bring this up again real quick, just so you can see. This whole idea that I have, right? It all hinges on give and take. All of it. Everything that I'm talking about hinges on, well, X can do Y, but they can't do Z, right? So a priest can put up a wall. A wall is a defensive measure. When a defensive measure is used, then the priest can't do something offensive, or it can do something offensive, but with less power behind it, because they're reserving some of their power to possibly defend against something the enemy's going to do in retaliation or what have you. The whole game is going to be like that. This idea of a give and take in movement, in strategy, in damage, in defense, in gathering, the whole 9 yards, right? And so that all stems from the stat set that I'm trying to build the game around. That's this diamond that you see on my stream right now. This is what I call the aspect system. The big words: dimensional, mechanical, arcane, spiritual, not spiritual, arcane, yeah, spiritual and technical. Those are called aspects. The stats that relate to those aspects are the smaller words in white down below them: resilience, growth, aptitude, conviction, and competence. Those stats, this whole triangle, there's a whole bunch more to this, but this base is like, okay, let's say that aptitude gives me, actually, let's use resilience because it's easier, because the word resilience, oh, I'm resilient, I can take a hit, right? Let's say that resilience gives you hit points. Let's say that that's your constitution score from D&D. Like, it's equivalent to constitution. I want to have as many hit points as I possibly can. Okay, so boop, boop. You have as many hit points as you possibly can. You have a 17 mechanical aspect, which means you have a 17 resilience, or however that works, right? But now your aptitude, or your ability to do things, and your growth, or your ability to learn things, have been gimped. You now have a maximum of 9 you can have in either of those, right? So let's make sure that we have 9 in both of those. Now your spiritual and technical are both gimped. If you decide to go even on those, you have a maximum of 5. Or you get spiritual is at 9, but now your technical is gimped to 1. That's how the system works. You pull from one thing, you lose from another. And then all of the races are based on this setup too. Some of them are connected via these, like mechanical and aptitude are connected together. And some of them are connected via what I call phases, which are the lines in between the opposing ones. So like if I have a dimensional and arcane race, then they both pull from the mechanical set. It's a little convoluted just talking about it. It's easier when you see it. And I don't have anything to show those specifically like I do this. Everything in the game is going to be like that. Everything in the game is going to be take from one thing to give to another. You want to be great at fishing, then you're not going to be as good at, say, hunting, maybe. Or maybe because you do fishing a lot, maybe you're not going to be as good at healing, but you're going to be better at using a dagger because you use a dagger or something of that nature to clean, gut, and scale the fish, right? Who knows? That's the idea, though. I'm not going to be good at one thing because I'm amazing at another. That's where my mind is for this, for the game. So when we start talking about having a world that levels with you, that give and take is there. If the world levels with you, it's not going to level with somebody else. So now you and that person are fully separated. How do I make it so that the world does what you want it to do, does what that other person wants it to do, and doesn't screw things up for anybody else, right? And by screw things up for anybody else, I mean, okay, you're level 90, that person's level 1, you two group together, and now the world is for you 90, for him 1. It doesn't mesh well for me. So there's got to be a way to make that work. There's got to be a way to make the dungeons work, and there's got to be a way to make the world work, as well as the difficulty. Because I don't want the game to be super easy. I want it to be fun. I want it to be difficult for people. I want people to be able to choose where they're going and how they're going to do things. And at the same time, I want people to feel like they're being challenged in a way that is appropriate to them. So basically different difficulty levels. I have another question for you, but I have an ad coming in 1 minute and I've already snoozed again. I have 0 snoozes left again. So I'm going to let you think about this during the ad. It's 2.5 minutes. I don't have any choice over it. You know how it works on Twitch.
Sure.
With regards to character and player autonomy and character and player identity, what do you feel about skills being tied to a class in a semi-classless system, and the skills being the ones that determine what the identity of that player's character is, and professions being something that are limited, sort of like the Ashes of Creation style, where you can have 5 total professions that go above just a basic knowledge of them? Or do you think that the OSRS style, where you can maximize everything, is more appropriate for an MMO so that people spend more time in it? With that said, take some time to think about that. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. And we're back. So how do we make things work for somebody who wants the world to always be relevant? Mostly in the way that the level, like the challenge, I think is more. I don't think it's the level itself. I think it's the challenge, right? For somebody who's been max level and is still relevant, challenging, and not minimized by somebody who's like in that area at the level that was quote originally designed for. Kaiba's like specific example was being a level 90 going into Elwyn Forest and not seeing anybody there. And still wanting it to be relevant to them at level 90 when Elwyn Forest is level 1 to 10 area in World of Warcraft. So how would one do that? How would one make things relevant? We could take the Guild Wars 2 route and say, okay, at level 90, you have things that you can do in those dungeons. They have drops that they can give you where you're forced to go back there because those drops are only in that dungeon or what have you. You can do what World of Warcraft is starting to do now. And what is it called? What is it? Heroic mode?
Heroic tier mode or something like that.
Yeah. So you could do that, which is WoW's implementation of the Diablo 4 model, I believe, where you go in at a higher tier because you're a higher level or something like that. I don't like the idea. I don't think it's going to work well. But I've seen a lot of oh, this is pretty good or whatever for that. You could go the route of what WoW does in all of their dungeons, where you have a level 90 or a level. I don't think I've seen level 90s in some of the dungeons, but anything that's not heroic, you can have a level 1 or a level 10 or whatever the level you have to be to get into that dungeon specifically, and a level 80, and they're both in the dungeon at the same time, and the level 10 sees everything at level 10 levels. So it's basically leveled to your personal character's level, whether your character's 10 or 80, and then you're doing damage, and that damage is then like behind the scenes, it's adjusted for the mob, which is at its own level. So I was using the example of the mob is always going to be level 100. So a level 80 gets boosted up by 1.25%. So it goes from level 80 to level 100, goes up 20 levels. And the level 1 or level 10 in this case gets boosted by 1,000%. So it goes up 10 times from level 10 to level 100. And then the damage, even though it's reflected on your character, on your personal viewport as a level 10 damage or a level 80 damage, on the back end gets boosted to level 100 and level 100. I think that's an optional way to do it, but I think that actually deteriorates the power fantasy of the world. I don't know how to do it. And it's going to be something that I think I'm going to have to really dig into as I start developing this game later. I'm going to be using AI to figure out how to fucking do it because I don't know. I could probably ask 100 people and get 100 different ways to possibly do it. And none of them are going to be like really exactly what I want. And I have a feeling that AI is going to do the same thing. When I start asking Gemini, Claude, and on the subject of AI real quick, a kind of like minor segue, I will not use Anthropic or ChatGPT anymore. I heard on the news today that Anthropic and ChatGPT have been doing things, creating fake profiles to target real people. I don't know if it's the AI that was doing it or people using the AI to do it. I happened to walk by my mother-in-law's room and she was watching the news, and on the news it said, yeah, AI fake profiles targeting real people. I was like, wait, what the hell? And I haven't looked it up because it was while I was streaming. I went downstairs to get a soda, and I saw that, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to look that up later. So the AI that I will use, I have Gemini, and like if you use Android, Gemini is by default. Like if I go, if I had Hey Google working, I could say okay Google, and it would be Gemini that answers. So I'll use Gemini and I'll use Claude because Claude's a better coder. But I won't vibe code. Like I've seen other people doing vibe coding on stream. I won't vibe code. I won't have Claude doing the code and me not looking at it. So like if I look at the code that I have in here, this code, I'm not pasting this directly into anything. I'm not having this written and me not looking at it. I'm looking at this. This is how I'm learning the code here. This is all throwaway code for Godot and C# right now. So when I figure out that this actually works, I'm not using it in the actual code. But this is helping me learn how to do C# in Godot. I'm like, okay, phase, these different phases. We have the plan phase, the commit phase, the movement phase, the combat phase, and the cleanup phase. I know exactly what that means. It's a state-based machine that we're doing the planning phase where you decide what you're going to do, the commit phase where you press the button, this is what I'm going to do. When everybody says commit, then it becomes the combat phase. During the planning phase, you also have, movement. So you're going to plan your movement, or you're going to plan your attacks or whatever. And then during the movement phase, is also the combat phase. You're going to move and attack and then move again, or something like that. Those are all part of the state machine. So I'm learning this as I'm doing it. This is what I'm doing, what I'm using AI for. I absolutely will not do vibe coding, because you don't learn when you vibe code. And my goal is to learn it, not just get it done. Yes, I want the game done, but I want to learn what I'm doing so that I can then make changes, upgrades, bug fixes, whatever to it later. This first phase is all about making sure that the ideas that I have will work. So I create atoms, or atomic like little atomic packages that show me that, for example, the aspect chart, to make that work. Okay, that works. I know that works. That looks like it works. I can understand it when I do it. The combat thing that I have here, that works. The little combat thing that I showed earlier, where the server and client stuff all go together. Okay, I know that works. There's some bugs in it. That's fine. That all works. I know it works. That's great. So that's what I'm going to be using AI for. In addition, I'm going to be asking AI questions. Okay, how am I going to do this? Give me some examples of how this is done. If I do that kind of thing, like this, if I have 3 different, this is why I figure that the defense resource pool idea that I have will work. If I have 3 different resources for a player in an MMORPG, is that too much? For example, energy or mana, health, cooldowns, a GCD or otherwise, and then an attack or defense reserve, all of which regenerate at different rates. This is like having 3 primary resource bars is not too much. Over 3 would be too much. I know over 3 would be too much for resource bars because of cognitive load. You've got health and mana or energy, which are in almost every game. And so those health is going to be not looked at unless, for the most part, by a healer or somebody who's doing healing, or you're almost going to die and you get an alert, oh, your life is low, and then you're going to look at it. So it's largely ignored unless you're a healer, at which point you're ignoring the field more than you're ignoring the health bars. Then you got mana and energy, which, most people don't care about until they get low on that stuff. Especially in World of Warcraft now, mana conservation isn't really a thing. Can you confirm that for me, Kaiba?
I'm sorry, I zoned out. What?
mana conservation. Like, do you have to manage your mana in retail right now?
I don't use mana.
Not you, in general. In general. Do people run out of mana?
In certain scenarios, yes.
But not very often. What do you use for your secondary resource? What is your class resource?
So Devourers have 2 resources. We have our Fury, which is our general, and then as a Devourer, we have our Soul Collection.
Okay. So
and then in order to use our Devourer spells, we use our Fury for that. But in order to use our big blow them all up button, we have to use our souls for.
Okay. So a demon hunter, a devourer demon hunter in Midnight has 3 resources. Same Fury and souls plus health.
Fury and souls with health.
Yeah. So you have health, which is a resource. If you're not using health as a resource in my game, you're doing it wrong, because health, you can take damage. Why would you not take the damage? Take it. It's a resource. It's a defensive resource, right? But you've also got the defense bar that I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but it's like this pool that you can, okay, I'm going to put this much into attack and I'm going to leave this much out for defense so that I can defend against whatever. That kind of stuff. I asked AI that question, is it too much? How do I make this work? And it was, maybe it's not too much. I said, okay, attack defense reserve would be specifically for allowing reactionary skills. There's more follow-up questions. This is with Gemini, and it gives me some ideas, gives me some stuff, gives me a Slay the Spire wiki for combat mechanics to give me ideas on how you make things work. Mech Warrior 2 is in here. And then why bother with turn-based combat is another one that was released. That was a YouTube video that was put out a couple months last year, almost to the day. So these are resources that I can use. That's what I use AI for, is to learn how to do this. So Kaiba, I have more questions for you, and I'm sorry that I keep going on tangents here, or going on like monologues here. Because I only asked you one question, and I wanted to ask you multiple about gaming in general, and about, I already asked you what you want in a game, in an MMO. And you said, what was the word you used?
Scalability.
Scalability. And we got specifically to world, about world identity, basically, is what I'm going to call it. What the world looks like to a person who's max level, as opposed to what the world looks like to somebody who's like level 1 or 5 or 10 or whatever. But that's not all scalability has, is it? Is that the only thing you were talking about when you meant scalability?
I think at the time, yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you would look like? Let's say MMO shuts down tomorrow. Let's say World of Warcraft shuts down tomorrow, but there are like 70,000 other MMOs out there. What would you use to make your choice for what MMO to go to next? And don't say, "Oh, it's been out for so long," because that's a non-answer. Like I'm looking for.
It would all depend on, like, I think it all depends on what I would want to play. Really, like,
As in what style of class or character you would want to play, or what like genre you would want to play, or
like
what?
That I think it would probably be like, what would the theme be? You know, because like you got World of Warcraft as, you know, fantasy and
Mm-hmm.
you know, Dungeons and Dragons style type of game, right?
It wouldn't
then you look
quite
at
go
other
Dungeons and Dragons
MMOs.
styles game, but I get where you're going there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you know, just the fantasy aspect.
Yeah.
And then you've got other MMOs like Aeon, which shares almost that same identity. You've got Rift, which kind of shares the same identity. And then you kind of go off into outer space, and then you're dealing with MMOs like Star Trek or Star Wars and everything else. I think it kind of comes down to, what is it that you as a gamer are interested in playing? And then
Interesting.
Like,
That's
if
interesting.
if I was like a hardcore nerdy Star Wars fan, of course I would want to play Star Wars. Like, no questions asked.
Yeah,
But if there's a chance where you want to say, well, I don't want to play a space fantasy RPG game and fling lightsabers at people, even though that'd be really fucking cool. I want to play a game where your boots on the ground and everything else like that. So go play Warhammer.
So it's funny that you say that in that way with those two games specifically. Okay. And that's because I've played both. And hell, I've played more than just those. I didn't play Star Wars Galaxies, but I did play Star Wars The Old Republic. And I loved it when I was playing it, when it was a pay-to-play game, before it got filled with all this other bullshit. And, you know, oh, let's get, what are they? Jabba the Hutt tokens, or whatever the fuck they're called. Like no, I don't want to do that. I played Lotro before it became free to play. I played Ion before it basically died. I played most of those games, and I loved flinging lightsabers at people, as you say. I played a Sith. I loved playing my character.
I don't know if that was an actual feature. I just was kind of bullshitting. If that's
It was.
feature, like,
It was. From what I remember, I was throwing my like one of the skills was throw your lightsaber at them and it would come back to you. Way back at release. I also played Final Fantasy before it was A Realm Reborn. I played Final Fantasy 14, 15. What the fuck is it? I played
will
Final
say I
Fantasy
did
before it was.
try- I will say I did try Final Fantasy 14. I just couldn't get into it like fully.
I got jaded by the bad that was the game before Realm Reborn. I remember streaming it on Twitch. I remember having Final Fantasy fanboys and fangirls coming in and railing on me because I was calling it a piece of shit. Because it was garbage.
I was one of the guys who jumped on the bandwagon after the whole Shadowlands crap went down. So I was like, all right, let me try a different game.
I haven't
Tried
played
it,
since
played it
before
for like
Realm
a week.
Reborn.
Yeah, I tried it, and I played. And this was a Realm Reborn I played.
Yeah,
I
of
tried
course
for
it
like
is
a week,
because
and
they redesigned
I
it.
just
They took it
couldn't-
down and redesigned it and said this is the new game, and I just never played it because
yeah, like I just couldn't get into it. You know, it's hard to move from one MMO that you've been playing for 20 some odd years to one that you've never even touched.
right where you don't know anything about it and you've got 20 years of history in Warcraft. Like there's a
Right.
reason I'm playing Burning Crusade, and I'm very much looking forward to playing Wrath of the Lich King Anniversary when it comes out, because I want to re-experience the Wrath of the Lich King stuff. I remember, hell, the person whose guild I'm playing in right now is a viewer. He's been on the stream for, I think he started following me in 2011. And he remembers things that I don't remember about the game and about me streaming the game. Like, he remembered telling me something about Paladin tanking and speccing. He remembered the stuff when I was grinding my Paladin and Ice Crown to get to level 80. He remembered when I hit level 80. I remembered that. But he also remembered other shit. Like, there's things in World of Warcraft that I don't remember right now that I know I streamed. And these are things that, like, they're part of my history. And, like, if I can make them happen again, great. If I can go and kill Marrowgar with a group and do the same shit and dodge those fucking spikes again, you know, or kill the spikes when somebody gets spiked again or whatever. Like, it's going to be fun going into Ice Crown again. It's going to be fun doing Ulduar again at the level that I started. But
I mean, I miss Ulduar. I'm not gonna lie. That's still the best. To me, that is still the best raid.
there are two
WoW has
reasons.
ever gotten.
There are two reasons why I'm playing now, and neither of them are because of Burning Crusade itself. Ulduar and Ice Crown Citadel are the two reasons I'm playing right now, is to get prepped and get ready and get back into the whole swing of things and see if I can actually be even half as good as I was during Ulduar and Ice Crown. And it's not to fight with somebody like Teeps, it's to just...
I mean, you remember, like, you and I, like, Ulduar and Ice Crown is what blew our channels up. Like,
dude, Ulduar blew my channel up like no tomorrow. Remember, I started streaming, I applied to join Fusion during Burning Crusade. I never got a response. So I just started streaming anyway and spamming my channel's link everywhere for World of Warcraft and for StarCraft 2. Everywhere. MMO Champion, Team Liquid, forums that I don't remember that don't even exist anymore. I spammed everywhere. Ulduar was the one. That was
I
it.
can't even do that anymore. That's what sucks.
Dude, I don't even want to do that anymore. It feels icky to spam my channel like that now.
It just feels, it does. It just feels disgusting because if you do it, then you're taking away from everyone else. And it's just,
Well, for me, it's
you're
not the
trying
taking.
to be that asshole, but
Yeah, for me, it's not taking away from everyone else. For me, it's like everybody and their mother does it, and I've been there. I did it before everybody did it, and I shouldn't need to do that to gain viewership now. I should be able to gain viewership based on word of mouth, based on other people coming in, finding my channel and liking what I'm doing, and based on the fact that I have 10,000, well, I'm down to 9,500 and whatever now, but I have almost 10,000 followers still, and people who are from that day. Like, one of my viewers came in a couple of days ago and was like, "See ya," because I was logging out as they came in. I'm like, "Oh my god, I haven't seen you in a couple of years." Somebody else came in a couple of like earlier this year, and it was the first time they came in since like 2017. Like,
Yeah,
I have people.
I get that a lot too.
Yeah, that's the thing. Hunter, oh my fucking god.
Like it's always like,
Hunter.
It's one of those things where, you know, they're just waiting for you to come back, you know, and then when
They
they're finally on and they see you, it's just
Well-
it's a blast from the past. Like Hunter, that's why I know they were in my channel at one point.
Hunter's been in a lot of good channels. But one of the things that I know is happening, I've got people who come in because I started streaming, see that I'm either not the person they remember, because I'm very much open about who I was back then and who I am, right? Or see that I'm not playing StarCraft 2, and that's what they followed for. That I'm not playing League of Legends, and that's what they followed for. You know, that's a time period. Or see that I'm not raging, because I'm trying really hard not to be the raging jackass that I was. And so they come in hoping that I'm that raging piece of shit, so they can make fun of me or whatnot, and I'm not that person anymore. So, you know, oh, I don't want to be notified by this anymore, so unfollow, right? And so, like, 6 months ago, I had 9,700 and some odd followers. Today, as of this moment right now, I have 9,556. My God, Hunter, yes, dude, you're one of the first. Hunter, you're like number 3 or something of my followers. Not even joking, you're like number 3. Like,
yeah, because I checked on him on here too. He followed me in 09.
yeah, I want to say he's, oh, hold on. The number 1 follower followed me on, so July 4th, I had like 10 or 11 people who followed me on July 4th. I had 1 person follow me on July 2nd, and like 3 people follow me on July 3rd, and then like 10 on July 4th. Because I started streaming in like late June of 2009. And my wife was like, oh yeah, you started streaming on Marissa's birthday, my youngest daughter's. She was born in 2005. But I didn't start streaming on her birthday. She was 5 years old in 2010 when we streamed her Pokin' Bears, which is still in the Twitch chat. But like my very first follower, if I look at this, way back, 9,550, like 637 pages back on this, my very first follower was on July 2nd, 2009, Monkey RX PSN. Hunter, you're my 5th. You're after Tridon, D-Student, Grapefruit Bandits, and then you. And then Iron Fist and Call Me Fishy were 6th and 7th. Gears of WoW was 8th, Treyu was 9th, and Warren was 10th. Boiling, oh my God, Boiling, I haven't seen him in ages. He was 12th. And I know almost every one of the names I just said. I know Boiling, I know Tougher Toast, I know Warren, I don't remember Treyu, I know Gears of WoW, I know Gears of WoW I used to laugh at when they would come in because I always think Gears of War and I didn't like Gears of War at the time. Still don't. Iron Fist I remember, Call Me Fishy I remember, Grapefruit Bandits I remember, Monkey I remember, Tridon I remember, I don't remember D-Student 003. Like that's something that other streamers can't say that they do, is remember a lot of the people that have come in when they were big. Like I remember a lot of people who came in even when I was at my max, right? Even when I was at my peak during Skyrim and StarCraft 2. I remember a lot of those people because people were more interactive back then. Nowadays, Hunter, I would never have known you came in to start watching, start seeing what I'm talking about with my stream, or just, you know, coming in because I'm streaming. I would never have known you were here if you didn't say I'm one of those viewers. Because I don't pay attention to the viewer list anymore. Because I don't want to call people out who are lurking if they're going to lurk. Because I did that once and I felt like shit for doing it because the person didn't want to talk and then they left. Like, I'm never doing that again. So I don't pay attention. I don't pay attention to the number of viewers I have. I don't pay attention to the people who are in the chat and not speaking. I don't look at the viewer list. If somebody talks, I talk to them. If nobody's talking, I talk to nobody. Or I try to. Sometimes I get silent because, you know, that's the way I am. But yeah, you're like on here, you're number 5. I don't know if people have left from way back then. I don't think people have. But yeah, you're number 5. So thank you for being such a long follower, my friend. So going back to the MMO stuff, because I did say I'm going to be developing this, and I am going to be developing it. I'm working on the ideas and making sure the ideas work before I start trying to learn code. And in order to learn the ideas, I'm using AI to help me prototype specific snippets of the ideas to make sure that those snippets feel okay. Not necessarily great, but definitely not bad. Like the idea of spending a resource to maximize your damage or give you an opportunity to have defense during the resolution phase of these turns. And so going back to the MMO design philosophy, and Kaiba, because you're the one that's here, I'm just gonna keep using you as a sounding board until you tell me no. Whee!
Actually, pick on Hunter because I'm gonna get up and go smoke real quick.
I can't pick on Hunter. Hunter's not in my Discord. But you go ahead. You go smoke.
You can do that.
I'm going to ask the chat, and I'll ask you when you come back. Unless you keep your headphones on, and I can ask you, and then you can say something when you come back.
I mean, if I remember.
If you remember. Turn-based MMORPG. Open world, real-time interactivity. PvP is going to be something that I'm going to have to look at later, but I know PvP is going to be involved in the game, and it's going to be turn-based PvP. When people say turn-based, they think, oh my god, it's going to take Baldur's Gate time to get a turn done. And I'm thinking, no. I'm thinking, in order to prevent that from happening, higher damage input, higher damage output, so and like 10 to 15 second turn input times, so that a single turn never lasts more than a minute, and so that a fight never lasts more than 5 minutes. So if we go into World of Warcraft right now, and I fight one wolf at level 1, that one fight takes about 30 seconds. You would never know that one fight takes about 30 seconds. If I go into World of Warcraft, we'll actually do it right now, and we'll time it. I'll grab a level 1 character, and we'll just go in. This is going to say it doesn't exist or some shit. Okay, so we'll go into Burning Crusade, not retail, because retail skews all of that to try and get you to max level as fast as possible, or at least to current content as fast as possible. Even Burning Crusade does it a little bit, because in Classic, you don't level as fast as you do in Burning Crusade. Well, let's go into Burning Crusade. I have music turned off. Why did you open up? That was weird. So let's go ahead and we'll create a new character. Just for fun. I don't even care. Randomize. I don't want it to be that. We'll make it a blood elf because I haven't done blood elf in a while. And we'll just do tempo cat. Tempo cat we are. So we are a paladin. Okay. I'm going to the world. I don't care about what everything looks like. We're going to go kill a single enemy at level 1 with what we have. 30 seconds. It doesn't feel like 30 seconds, but it's about 30 seconds for your first kill in the game. So if we make it so that the turn-based fights, each turn is no longer than 1 minute, and early in the game, that 1 minute allows you to kill 1 or 2 or 3. Like it'll tell you how many enemies you're fighting. Same thing in like Phantasy Star 1. The first fight you get in takes about a minute. You fight, like the first real fight you're going to be in Phantasy Star 1 is you're going to fight against one swarm. It's an 8 hit point enemy, and you do about 2 hit points per attack, and it does about 3 to 5 per attack to you. You're going to be in that fight for 4 rounds, and it's turn-based. 4 rounds, maybe 5, and you kill it. I'll actually bring that up too. It's about 30 seconds, right? So let's avoid that. Let's cancel it. Let's close this. We don't care about that. So our abilities here are Holy Light and Seal of Righteousness. So Seal of Righteousness to heal ourselves, Holy Light to do damage. I'm going to go grab one of these. The minute I start the fight, 1, oh, not quite, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so 10 seconds for a first fight. But it only gave me 1/8, so 12.5% of my total XP for level 1. If we take that and we look at how many times I had to attack during that fight, each time I attack becomes 1 round. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 attacks. That's 4 rounds. Took 9 seconds. About 2 seconds per round. When you first start a turn-based game, it's like you don't have to choose what to do. You go, okay, I'm going to attack. I'm going to attack while I have Seal of Righteousness on. When you're out in the world in a game like this, you have the ability to say, okay, I'm going to go into this fight. I'm going to prep for this fight with this on. That's not going to change in a game like I'm going to play, right? I'm not going to make that change. I can't make that change. I have to have, that has to be a part of the game. Whereas in a game like, I can't do it that way. We do it this way. I have plenty of time. We go into Cloud and Apps. Is it under Apps? No. Where are you? Not under Admin. SSD? Nope, not SSD. It's under Regular Games Arcade. Emulators, Fusion. So we go and play something like Phantasy Star 1. Sorry for the music. I don't know if this is going to be too loud. Phantasy Star 1. Fantasy Star. Let's make sure this is actually on here. Fusion. Oh, game's good. So, go in here. Click on this. And go to... If we go to continue... I don't have a continue, so we can go ahead and just skip through all this. And just go get into a fight real quick. All right, so we don't have a save state here, so I can't just load anything. So, in a game like this, which is a traditional 8-bit 1987, I think, turn-based game, right? Do this. First fight. Scorpions, you don't fight against scorpions, so we're gonna get out of this. We have to get out of that. You don't fight scorpions. You fight swarms. You fight swarms to get money. So this would be your first fight. I have 16 hit points. They have 16 hit points total. This is where you go, okay, we're gonna attack. They do 2 damage, 3 damage to me. I do 3 damage to them. This is attack number 2. Attack number 3. And this isn't the style that I would be doing mine in. There would be no menus for mine. Unless you, like, specifically bring up a menu. You'd have quick actions, like, okay, this button is attack, this button is, use specific magic, this button is use this specific item, and then other things. Because it's an MMO, you're going to have keybinds, right? So you have the keybinds down below. Because it's single player, or because you're only controlling one character, it becomes a way that you're pressing your keybinds during your fights, because it's an MMO. And so that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was seven rounds. 7 rounds takes X. Oops, it blew me up. And then I'm not going to do this fight because I'm at like no life. Magic, I don't have magic. Item, I don't have any items. So if I attack here, I'm going to die. Always. Oh, I did 5 damage. Attacks. So the idea is make it so that turn-based works in a way that doesn't alienate the player. You know, too many menus, and when you have 10 seconds to choose, too many menus means you don't have, like, your preparation phase becomes, I'm going to go into this fight, or I'm going to go into this area, or I'm going to be using these skills most often. I still have a menu that I can go and choose other stuff with because I have 10 or 15 seconds to make choices if they're different from my defaults, or if I have to use a skill that isn't on my bar, right? And so that 15 seconds, if you have 15 seconds per round, that turns into 1 minute for 4 rounds. 1 minute is a long time when you're just counting the seconds, but isn't very long when you're thinking about how long is it going to take me to do this. It takes more than a minute. It takes 30 seconds to go from the fountain to the middle of mid lane. 20 seconds, 23 seconds. You go from the fountain to the middle of mid lane in League of Legends. 23 seconds at level 1, the start of the game, before they brought in the super speed stuff. Go into League Classic. 23 seconds. I think it's 23 seconds from fountain to middle of mid lane. That's half a minute. And it doesn't seem like that long when you do it. It seems like that long when you're like, oh my God, I have to hurry up and get there and save my tower. It doesn't seem like that long. So when you're talking about turn-based, it's making it feel engaging and not making the turn-based part of turn-based game become a waiting game. So number one, everybody puts in their stuff at the same time, meaning that those people who are in a group or who are actively communicating can do things more efficiently than those who aren't. Makes pickup groups a little bit less viable, but still gives them the ability because they'll be in-game chat. But means also that when you organize with people, you can do things better. You can do more stuff, right? So combos, combo attacks, combo defenses, combo counters, all that nifty shit gonna be in the game. Has to be in the game because it's what I want. It's my idea of the great game is, oh, we have combos like Final Fantasy, like Phantasy Star 4, and somebody said Final Fantasy, but I don't remember Final Fantasy having one in them. Makes it so that make the game so that people enjoy playing because they like to progress. So now we have XP and levels and whatnot. I don't want it to be a level-based game. I want it to be as level-free as possible, but still have levels for floors of like, skill deterioration and whatnot. Or you need to have a certain amount of X in order to be able to use this skill. So, okay, if we're spending XP like Dreadmist does, we have to have our whatever at such and such a level to be able to use X skill or whatnot. All of this is where I'm headed with this game. To make it viable to more than just me. Because let me tell you, if everybody who starts making a game wants to make a game that they've always wanted to play, right? Or at least everybody I know makes a game that they want to play. I'm making this game. There's somebody else who was streaming on Twitch earlier today, Vash, I think, right? And their whole idea is I'm going to make an MMO that is going to be the last MMO that anybody's ever going to want to play. And it's a two development team, this guy and his wife. I like that idea. Play the game or make the game you want to play. I like that idea. Everybody does it though. I'm making the game I want to play, of course, but I'm making the game, like the game I'm making not just for me. It's the game that the people that I ask for input from are going to want to play. And so many people miss that. Yeah, it's the game I want. Steven Sharif with Ashes of Creation. I'm making the game I want to play. Is that why there was RMT involved in the game that you were hiding from everybody? Like, that's the game you wanted to play? You wanted to play your own version of ArcAge? I mean, you gave us all this great idea for a game, but then you screwed us. Okay. So what game did you really want to play? I want to play a game where I'm taking input from people from the start. This is the start. This is why I'm asking for input from people like Kaiba or from my viewers. If you're not a part of my Discord, please join the stream Discord. I have a secondary Discord I will be putting out at some point in the near future, Dark Lantern Games, that is literally where I'm going to be posting stuff about, hey, What do you think about this idea? What do you think about this? Hey, can you test this for me? Let me know what you think. Or what do you think about the way this is working? Because I want to have transparency and community input from the get-go. Because this isn't going to be my game. It's yours. I'm just the one putting it in. I'm just the one giving birth to it. It's your game. This will be the community's game. I've been saying this for years in my stream. I've been saying it since day one, really. This stream isn't about me. It's about you. It's about what you guys want. It's about what you, the viewer, want out of your streamer. Whether that be you want me to rage, whether that you're here because you want something from me. You want entertainment. You want me to talk. You want parasocial relationship. You want to feel like you're seen. You want to feel like you're heard. You want to watch somebody who doesn't know what they're doing playing a game or thinks that they know what they're doing, like what used to happen with a lot of people that watched me in World of Warcraft and League of Legends way back in the day. Who knows? But my stream isn't. It doesn't. My stream and the game, they don't work without people who are invested and interested in the game, the stream, whatever. People watch Zaryu because Zaryu is enticing to watch. But they also watch Zaryu because he knows what he's doing when it comes to PvP. People watch Co-Carnage because he's enticing to watch. But people also watch Co-Carnage because he's funny when he plays these games. People watch Dan's Gaming because he's enticing to watch. He's an interesting guy to watch. But they also watch him because he makes silly-ass mistakes and makes fun of himself when he does so. People watched and still watch Pirate Software because he knows or comes across as knowing a lot of what he's talking about. That means that their communities aren't those people. They're not the streamer. The streamer is the centerpiece, the vertex for everybody coming in. But that community is the community. It's not it's the coalition. It's the group of people around there. It's not Zaryu, it's Zaryu's community. It's not Penguin Zero, it's Penguin Zero's community. Yes, they center around the person that's doing the streaming, but the stream would not exist if the people didn't come. If they didn't visit the stream wouldn't exist. So it's about more than just the streamer. What happens if some big name streamer just stops streaming? Does the community die? I can give you 7 examples that it doesn't right off the top of my head. I can go to 3 different Discords that are in my Discord list right now, and the streamers haven't streamed in over a year. Over 2 years. Over 3 years. Community. And so if I'm going to build a game that is a community-based game like an MMO, it's going to be community-driven. It's the community's game. And that's where I come from. I've been saying it for years. It's not my stream, it's yours. I'm just the one that's bringing it to you. And so from here out, every time I do any kind of stream when it comes to coding, developing this game, talking about this game, or getting into ideas about the game, as if I'm not already, like tomorrow I'm playing World of Warcraft for at least 4 hours. Oh my God. If Claudian were to stream it all, I don't know how many people would actually start watching him. I know that I would be one of the first. Claudian is, to me, the reason why I have what I have in terms of my history. If he didn't stop streaming when he did, I don't think I would have grown the way I did back in the day. I don't think I would have become as big as I did back in 2009, 10, 11, and 12. Because Claudian was the streamer. He was the first. Or at least in my mind, he was the first. He's the one that started it all. Ads incoming in 2 minutes. I said it before it actually popped on my side. And I've actually had trouble trying to remember his name for the past, like I've been trying to remember his damn name for the past couple of months. So thank you for reminding me what his name was, Claudian. But yeah, so from here out, I did this today. Yesterday, I said I'm loath to put my streaming of my coding and the design and the desire to create this MMO on stream because of 3 reasons. The main one, the other 2 I said behind the scenes, but the main one was I'm afraid, and I'm snoozing again. I have one snooze. I snoozed it for 5 minutes. So stream ads in 5 minutes. Number 1 was I'm loath to put it on there because I feel awkward doing coding when I don't know enough about the coding that I'm going to be doing. I know PHP, I know Perl somewhat, I know, because I haven't done it in a while, I know VB, I know a little bit of C++, and I know a little bit of Java. Most everything else I don't know much about. I don't know much about JavaScript, which is freaking weird given that I know PHP and I've been a web developer in some way, shape, or form for like a long time. I started doing a React site for my website. I don't know enough. So I felt a little loath, a little awkward putting coding up. I don't want to stream me learning coding. But at the same time, I want to learn to do this because I want to make the MMO. So off stream, I told my wife, I told Kayloon, I told Lee, who I've been with since the very beginning, I told her, I feel awkward about it because I don't want people to take my ideas if they're good and run with them and then me not be the first person to bring them out. And I also don't want the idea of the MMO to have me get laughed at. I used to know LUA as well because I did some WoW development, but I don't know it anymore. So those 3 reasons. I'm afraid of people taking my stuff, my ideas. I'm afraid of people laughing at me because I'm trying to make an MMO as a solo dev. Like, who does that? Everybody tries to and nobody fucking succeeds. I want to succeed at it. And because I'm learning the technologies that I'm going to be coding this in. I'm learning Godot, I'm learning C#, and I'm learning Go. And if I decide to change from Go to Rust, I'm going to be learning Rust. Like, I don't know these things, so I have to learn them while I'm doing it. Okay, whatever. And Kayloon was like, just do it. You want the game to come out. Maybe you'll do better with pushing on this and actually not taking 5 or 6 months off from developing this idea. Make it a reality. Give yourself some freaking accountability. Put it on stream and then make the stream know that this is what you're going to be doing. And so, number 1, I've already been saying for a couple of months, I'm going to be a lot more consistent with my streams because I've looked at the history of my streams and I've had entire month spans where I just disappear, and I don't want that to happen again. Last time it happened was, for the most part, I mean, it happened a little recently, a little bit, but that was because I went to Massachusetts to visit my daughter. But before that, I took like 2.5 months off because Ashes imploded, and I was very into making Ashes the identity of my stream again. That can't happen. So I'm back, and I've been saying I'm back. I'm playing WoW again. I'm doing Burning Crusade, and now on the side, I've got a PalWorld server. I've got a couple of other servers. I'm pushing toward content creation in the only way I know how, and that's to create. So now I'm telling you all, as I've been telling you all night, this MMO idea, this game design idea, is something I'm going to work on every time I stream, unless I'm already doing something else. Like tomorrow, I'm playing WoW for at least 3 hours. It's the whole raid day. So from 6 o'clock my time until 9 o'clock my time, it's going to be WoW. I have to work before that. I have an hour in between work and when I start my stream. So I'm not going to have much time to do that. But on Friday, I'm going to be doing this. Maybe I'll play WoW a little bit during that time. Take a break from coding and play some WoW. Maybe I play PalWorld a little bit. Take a break from coding and do WoW. But it's going to be getting things done for the preparation of starting the actual coding of the game. Because all of the stuff I'm doing right now is making sure that what I'm going to do is going to work. And it's going to be the way my stream is right now. I don't stream on Sundays and Mondays, but I have a lot of time on Sundays and Mondays. That's all for back-end stuff. I might end up streaming on Sundays and Mondays as well, because I want this to be the community thing. I want you all to understand this is not just for me. If you want to give me input, if you want to give me advice, if you want to say, hey, that's not going to work, join my Discord. There's no channel for it right now in my Discord. There will be, but I have a secondary Discord that's going to be dedicated to just this, that I will post in the primary. The Discord's going to come up when the stream goes on its ad break in a minute. I'll let it happen there. And yeah, I've been wanting to do this. I have a book that I was writing for grad school. That's how I got my MFA. I'm going to finish said book because it's the story of what's good. Well, I have two books actually. One that I took back a little bit, and one that I like really went hard on. And those two books are combined. They are the story of what this world is. And so I'll probably end up finishing writing those too. But this is the primary target. So yeah. Now, if I don't succeed, Hunter, that's actually I will not make my own engine. I can't. Godot is the reason why. Godot and Go are the reason why I'm doing it. Like Godot for the front end for the clients, and Golang for the back end for the server. So the ad is starting here in 5 seconds from the time I say this. I'll see you in 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back. I'm gonna grab food and a drink. All right, we're back. Sorry about the slight delay. Yeah. I don't think Kaib is back. That's a long smoke break. So, yeah. So Hunter, I might get so far into it and start getting the itch to learn how to make my own engine. What I have here, to be fair, is testing stuff. All of this inside this, all of this inside this repo here and inside this repo here is basically test stuff. This repo, the server stuff in this repo is all Golang. I said I'm not going to make my own engine because I'm using Godot. Godot isn't the server engine. The server engine is entirely in Go. This is what I started with. This is what I started learning with. This is what I started getting going. The server engine, the engine, is Go. It is my own engine. It is not an engine that something else uses. It is literally my own engine. And I'm probably going to use this, even though this was all test stuff to make things work. I'm probably going to use this as we move forward. And the reason for that is that I want to make sure that this works. So give me 1 second. We're going to jump onto my Linux machine. And we're going to go ahead. How do I think I can do this way? I think. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I'm inside my default setting. That's the wrong connection. So I want to do shit. I can't. Because I don't allow myself to go up out of. Do I? Hold on. Okay, we'll just do this way. What we'll do is I'll take, because I have everything here, but I can't actually copy. I can't clone the repo because I have the private repo set up so that I can't clone it. So if I try to clone the repo, if I go to, hold on 1 second. If I go in to try and clone the repo, right? I'm in my L10 and base setup, and I try to do this. It doesn't allow me to clone my repo onto my new machine, which is not my old machine, and doesn't have the same setup. So I lost all my stuff. Use password authentication is not supported for Git operations. I don't know why it does that. I'm trying to clone it, right? But I think it's because I don't allow, like, I think it's because I can't actually do that, because the password, if I go to GitHub, is correct. I go into GitHub, do organization, repository, setting. I want privilege, private repo. Everything looks like I should be able to clone it. Can't clone repo, GitHub, repo, password authentication. Just to personal access token or an SSH key instead. Yeah, I can do. Developer settings, generate new. Maybe. I don't see personal access token. I don't see anything here. I see developer settings, but no personal access tokens at all. Oh, there we are. Active token. Okay. How do I create a token? I don't see generate a token. I don't see how to make a token. That doesn't look right. Okay. Oh. I think I got it. Hey, Slady Dev. I'm actually developing or creating the keygen for this right now. 5519, not 44. I don't like making mistakes and I might make a mistake and show the private key instead of the public key. I forgot space there. And so, yeah, that's fine. I don't need a passphrase on that one. This is not that difficult. Cat. Cat. Anyway, welcome in. How long have you been developing? Because I've been developing for like no time at all. I've been developing a little bit for like a long time, but not enough to say I'm a developer. So I'm basically going to be learning the stuff I'm going to be developing in, which is Go. I hope that copied. Settings, SSH, new SSH key. Which is Go, Godot, and C#. The last time I did any active, like real development was, I want to say 2004. And it was mostly PHP and then Perl before that. So it was all web stuff. That's a long time. Thanks for coming in. So like, I did some Perl coding for a company as part of my job in 96. And then I did web development with Perl and then PHP and Cold Fusion and a couple of aspects and all that. Up until about 2004. And then I did some coding for the LAN center that I owned from 2004 to about 2007. And that was the last time I did any real coding. Everything else after that has been like, I did some stuff with a C++ plugin for an IRC bot. I did some stuff for, like, I don't know much JavaScript. I don't know much like React and all that. So basically, for all intents and purposes, I'm coming at this project with the mindset of I have to learn everything as I'm doing it. So I know I'm going to hit pitfalls and like write myself into corners and make big ass mistakes that are like huge security risks and whatnot. So I'm going to be using AI to guide me. I'm going to be using boot.dev to learn Go, and I'm going to be learning Godot with a lot of online resources and whatnot. But I'm a huge fan of learning. Like, I already know a lot of basics, not necessarily in Go or Godot or C#, but I know basics of stuff in other programming languages. So I'm coming at this like, okay, I can start in the middle and learn from there. And if I find something I don't know, then I can use boot.dev for the Golang stuff, while also learning TypeScript and whatnot in Golang. TypeScript and Golang, not in Golang, but and Golang on boot.dev when I get to a point where I'm like, what the hell, how do I do this? But that's where I'm coming from here. I have that. I need to go here into settings, SSH, and GPG. Settings, SSH, my public. Of course, freaking AI is going to be wrong again, isn't it? Where is it? SSH and GPG key. Is it not in here? Security and quality, maybe? No. Settings. Employee key. No, to put an SSH key into this GitHub organization so that I can actually clone the damn repo instead of copying everything over here and then bringing it over. which I could do. I could just copy it via FileZilla and then copy it over on the server. But I thought I had this all set up. Evidently, I don't. I don't know. How is it disabled by my organization? Under settings, SSH and GPGs under access category. I don't see access. Organization. Dark Lantern game. Settings. I don't want to. Am I just missing this? No, the whole thing has been in my org. Key, allowing me to clone a private repo, which this repo is. And then now where did the deploy key go? Oh, that's the organization. Now we can go into here. We can go into this one. Now we can go to settings here. We can deploy here. Add deploy. Right? Yeah. All right. Probably shouldn't have shown that, huh? I should probably generate a new one. Fucking Christ. Oh. I'm so dumb. Well, it shows it like like the fuck. I literally just said I'm gonna make a mistake. I did it over here. I said I don't want to make the mistake, and the pub key is like literally. It's how you it's how you authenticate to the private key. Like the fuck, man. The hell is wrong with me? I mean, yeah, my private key is private and it's but still. Oh well. Oh well, thankfully it's the public key. Fuck me. I'm so dumb. All right. Let's fatal error is not a valid repository name. How do I shit. All right, so now how do I clone it? How do I clone this? Why isn't it letting me clone it now? It says I'm actually connecting correctly, it looks like. Maybe. Get at github.com with my username. Do I have to use the There's no way I have to use that. Maybe. No, because it's how the hell do I clone this? Ah! Dev. Gonna let me clone it. SSH. Okay, so yeah, I don't put my username. Yeah, I don't put my username there. So it's not that, it's this. Yay! Freaking AI telling me to put my username there. All right, so let me clear this. Let me make sure that this is there. LL, CD, Ltanin, LL. Fuck me. Oh, learning. How do I clone the dev branch? This isn't cloning the dev branch. How do I clone the dev branch? Shit. LL, get branch. That's how we do it. Skip branch, right? Get branch dev. And then I have to check out the dev branch, right? No, main. Get branch. Get branch dev. Branch name dev already exists. How the I've forgotten more than I'll ever remember with Git. God damn it. Git change branch. Git switch. Switch to branch dev, and then I check. Yeah, it's checkout, right? Git checkout dev. Already on dev. But how do I get everything from the dev branch? Because the dev branch is not the same as the main branch here. It's very, very different. Pull. Why did I not? So hold on. Hold the phone. I literally do pulls right here. Why did I not remember it's fucking pull? Okay. Get pull dev. I have the correct access. No, it's not get pull dev. It's get pull. There we go. String. Yeah, but so I want to make sure that nothing up here that I don't want to show up. All right. So I can bring this back over because it's not showing anything I don't need it to or don't want it to show. So like if I look at this, this is obviously different from this. And this is the repo I'm trying to pull so that I can actually run the servers without having to run them on the virtual box that I have, because this is slow as hell, whereas the server is not slow as hell. And so I don't remember how to pull the rest of this. This is literally the main branch over here. Even though I'm on the dev branch, it didn't pull the dev branch. And I don't remember how to pull the dev branch. And git switch didn't pull the dev branch. Switch to branch dev, even though this is like How do I pull it? I've forgotten more than I can remember. Get pull remote branch. But remote is just like, oh, maybe I'm silly. I don't want to like that. Maybe it's this. No. So how the hell do I do this? Code. Shouldn't it be this with dev? Isn't that what it should be, but with dev? Right? All right. Get main already exists. Get branch main already exists. Get switch, not branch. Okay, your branch is up to date with origin main. Get branch list. None. Hit checkout dev. Switch to branch dev. It's not downloading anything. Even though, as you can see, it's literally this one right here. It's literally right here. Like, we can see MVP plan is right there. It's like, it's there. But the dev branch isn't, it's not pulling. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. It's nope. Nope, that didn't work either. What the hell? How do I have divergent branches? Is it because I have dev and main on here at the same time? Did I fuck something up again? You know what? You know what? We'll do it this way. Why? Why am I? Yeah, remove everything. Okay. All right. All right. I just cloned it. Git, check out, not catch out, check out, origin, dev. Git switch, dev. Not origin dev, just dev. Just dev. Just dev. Branch dev set up to track origin dev. Switch to new branch dev. Git fetch. Git pull. Origin. Dev. Make sure I have the, it's not a rip. Catch up, yes. Yes. Yes, catch up. All right, so everything's here now. So all I had to do was fetch. I didn't actually have to do the next one that I did, which was pull origin. Because checkout. Well, maybe get fetch didn't do it. Maybe I just had to LL, but it was there. It was there. It was there. Yeah, the fetch isn't what did it. It's the checkout dev that did it. And pull origin dev kind of fucked it up, but it's there. That's all I care about is it's there. All right. Okay. All right. And now that I have the SSH key in there for this machine, I should be good if I ever want to do this again. Okay. So the reason why I did this was so that I could get this done on the server. People here earlier saw me build the test set for the client server setup for the MMO that I did 6 months ago. That is only so that I can verify that I can actually make it work. There's ECS stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here that I don't remember, so I'm going to be redoing it all. I'm going to be basically tossing the whole of this away. I don't remember any of it. Part of the problem with learning, trying to learn things while you're going is if you don't keep up with it, you forget what you learned. Sort of like what just happened with me with Git, because I did all that back then too, and I didn't remember any of it. My goal from here forward is to remember exactly what I'm doing and continue working with it. Like I know the bitwise stuff that I'm doing here. I know what that's doing. I know what most of this is doing. But I don't, like, if you ask me to rewrite it, I wouldn't be able to rewrite it now. So, all of this in the L10 and MMO repo is archived. Or it's not archived yet because it's not archived, but it's going to be archived. I'm not going to be using this. All of the stuff in the ARPG archive, or repo rather, is just there so that I can actually make sure that my ideas are going to work. Doesn't mean they're going to be refined. It doesn't mean they're going to look good. Doesn't mean they're just tests, atoms, atomic tests to make sure that what I'm doing is going to work. Then I get to restart everything from scratch on the server side, on the Godot client side, to make everything work. The reason why I did this is to bring up the server stuff to show you what I tested with before, where I was at before, to remind myself where I was at before, and to make sure that I have it actually on the server so that when I'm doing the testing is on the server. I'm going to need to, I don't know how, but I'm going to learn how to actually, because I haven't used much Docker, I'm going to containerize the stuff that I'm developing so that it's all in its own little container. This is going to be a big project. This is going to be a really big project. I have to learn Docker. I don't have to learn SQL. I kind of know SQL. I don't have to learn protobuf because proto-C is going to do all the changing from the files that I'm going to create into protobuf files. So I don't have to learn protobuf, but I have to learn the syntax that allows you to make text files turn into the protobuf.go like format. I don't have to learn no, I do. I have to make sure that I know enough SQL to not fuck myself over there. And I'm going to have to learn Godot, C#, Go. But what order am I going to have to learn these things in? I have to get very comfortable with JSON. and I have to get very comfortable with. So one thing I'm not going to do, for people who are in here wondering what the hell is going on, I'm not going to be doing vibe coding. The goal of this is to create a game that I'm going to enjoy in not 10 years, that other people can enjoy, that I'm going to learn these technologies at the same time as I'm developing it, and that is going to be as successful as I can make it. For most developers, creating any kind of MMO is a multi-year, very expensive project, unless you develop Red Mist, in which case it's like 2 or 3 years and you walk away from it starting to become successful. I don't want this to take 10 years, so I'm going to be spending a majority of my time doing it, which means time both on and off stream. I don't want it to be a failure, so I'm going to be taking time to make sure that the people that I have helping with like artwork and whatnot are of sufficient enough quality. And I don't want to be vibe coding, because vibe coding prevents me from learning what I'm doing. So I'll be using AI to help guide me. I'll be using things like boot.dev to help learn, and Godot's walkthroughs to help learn these technologies. But while I am going to be using vibe coding to verify that things are working, that's what I'm doing with LTN and ARPG, with that repo, I'm not going to be doing vibe coding for the actual development of the project. The more I talk, the more I realize this is going to take a very long time. Not just a long time. If I do this at 40 to 60 hours a week, which is about what I'm going to be doing this at, every day for the next 2 years, that's, we'll say 360 because it's easier. 360 days a year at, we'll say 40 hours a week. We'll say 8 hours a day. No, we'll say 56 hours a week. So we'll say 50 hours a week. We'll say 7 hours a day, 50 hours a week. 50 hours a week, 360 days a year. That ends up being 7 hours a day, 360 days of the year. That's 2,520 hours a year, right? 360, 2,520 hours a year. 2,520 hours to make an MMO. $5,000 hours to make an MMO. 7,500 hours. It's going to take about 3 years. If I don't ever miss a day, I don't ever miss an hour, I don't ever get sick, I don't ever stop early. 3 years, 7,500 hours. And that's without me doing any art, any music, and relegating all of that to other people. And then I still have another 8 hours that I have to be doing actual work every day. And on top of that, I have, God. All right. 4 years. So we're going to set a date. What's the date for the first stuff to make sure that all the testing is done and we have, what will our first, not milestone, but our first like deadline be? Where we verified, where we have verified that the combat model is sound, the character model is sound, the stats model is sound, the server client model is sound. And by model, I don't mean the actual programming of it. I mean the actual idea behind how things are going to work. What's the first date that we set? How long before we can actually make this? And this is all going to be vibe coded stuff to make sure that it all works, not vibe coded and kept, vibe coded and thrown away because we know it works because it's not using the actual technology stack that we're going to use. I say it's August 5th right now. If I can verify that everything is going to work, that I've gotten the feedback that I need from the design style. So like the stat system, which we've only gotten a base of, Hey, Kaiba, are you still here? Kaiba, be gone. I'm going to turn on push to talk. I can. Where's my push to talk button? Please. Talk. Oop. All right. Stat system. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Stady. Or Slady. Slady. Sorry, I thought the L was a T. Thank you for the follow, Slady. I appreciate it. So to verify that all this stuff works, I want to say we do August 31st. That's a Monday. I don't generally stream Mondays, but I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to have to stream every day of the week from here out. Did Handmade Hero did Casey code that in C or C sharp? That was mostly C, right? It wasn't even C++. It was just mostly C, right? Do I watch his tutorials? How long did it take him to do that game? That was like 4 hours a day. Shit. I think that was in C. I want to say that was in C. I say Casey has a Casey Muratori. Yeah, it was C. And he did it in, there's 1 year. He did it in 2 years. Two years worth of days. I don't know if it's going to be 2D, 3D, 2.5D, or what. I'm leaning toward 2.5D because if I do end up having to do any of the art, I don't want to learn 3D modeling. I can do 2D art. I can do pixel art. So I can do ish. But I don't want to have to learn too much 3D modeling. I don't want to have to learn another technology. So I'm leaning toward 2 or 2.5. With that being said, I don't know if 2 or 2.5 is going to be what's best for the game I want to present. So I'm not sure what model I'm going to use for the MMO yet, but I'm leaning to 2.5. And I'm leaning toward 2.5 with a movable, with a rotatable camera. The more I talk, the longer this is going to take. So he did that in C. I'm not going to be able to learn what I need to learn from that stuff, which is fine. Where the hell was I? I'm going to make our first deadline is going to be the 3rd. Oh, I think that's too long. Because if I'm vibe coding the hey, does this work stuff, I should be able to get that done in a week. Because all I'm doing is verifying that the stat system works, that it feels good, that the combat design feels good, like what I'm hoping to make work feels good, that the overall idea of the game works. I should be able to do one of those every day. I'm going to give myself till the 17th. We'll give myself till the 19th. It gives me 2 weeks. Now, where the hell do I put this? What do I track this in? I don't want to just track it. I want to track it somewhere public. But I don't want to use whatever the hell that is. I don't even remember the freaking name of it. I'll remember the name of it here in a second. I don't actually follow him anymore. I'm using his chat to figure out what he's using for his... Where are you? For this. Obsidian. Do I keep the notes here and publish them? Can I publish them? I hope I'm gonna be able to do. I'm gonna snooze the ad again. I gotta snooze. Can I publish them publicly? Pricing. Free without limits. I'd have to pay $4 per, wait a minute, per user? Sync and publish. So I'd have to pay $4 to publish per month, billed annually. So I'd have to pay $50 right now to do it. I can't do that. I could do it next week. I can't do it now. So I'm not gonna. I want it to be public, but I don't have a website up. I'm gonna have to learn React. I'm learning React from my basic website anyway. So maybe I just do that. Because this isn't a public repo, but people are going to be seeing me putting stuff here anyway. I'll do it this way. I'll do it this way. Let's get here going. Create a new file. Not deadlines. What the hell was the word? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm mind blanking on. Maybe it is deadlines. I don't remember how to do. I think this is how you do it. Copy freaking syntax. Yep, it is how you do it. Just not with the other stuff that I was doing. Not with the other stuff I was doing. So we go. God. August 19th. 6. Deadline to ensure our general design philosophies and basic structural components. Work and quote, be fun. That's the thing. And so we do this. Like that. Yeah, it's like that. Number 1, or we'll just keep that there. Combat. Number 2 will be stats. Third one. What different spokes do we have here? We have combat, we have stats. Target, thank you. Actually, that's a better one. That's a better one. That's a much better word here. And it's Aurora Tenebrae Altanen. So we have the different pillars are going to be combat, or different spokes of this is combat. We have to make sure that combat feels, at least doesn't feel bad. It needs to feel fun. And what I have so far from the combat atom, the test that I've done, is that it feels okay. When we start polishing it a little bit to make sure that it works with multiplayer, which is what I was working on today before I started streaming, and what I was going to work on before I started explaining all of the stuff that I'm doing, was multiplayer combat, because of the way that works. I don't have any more snoozes. The ad's going to be here in 2 minutes. But we have combat. We have the stat system, which I've shown a couple of times on stream. I'm eventually going to have a YouTube video that we can just point to that explains everything, because I did that on stream earlier. like a 10-minute video. Combat, stats, classes, and skills. That's going to go together because classes and skills, because the system is going to be largely classless. There are going to be classes that are going to determine what skills you can and can't use, but a lot of skills are going to be across multiple different classes. For example, like a shield wall style thing is going to be available for a tanking based class and a healing based class, or a cleric based class, or something like that, where you can put a wall up if you're like a priest or a healer, where you like put down your shield as like somebody who's wearing a shield, that kind of thing. So it's skill based identity that doubles on top of the class based identity. But what else do we have that we need to make sure works? Maybe the trading system? Maybe? I don't think that's going to be necessary, though. Talents, entries. So we have that, and then professions. I don't think we have anything else. The ad's coming in 10 seconds, or 3 seconds. So we'll be back in 2.5 minutes. What else? I forgot that I wrote a whole bunch of this stuff. I don't even remember when I wrote this. It was when I was starting to do the development. I'm like, okay, I need some help with this stuff. And I was using OSRS and Ashes of Creation and Dreadmist as a base. But like, when I first started doing the development, learning the development, like, okay, how do I want this to go about being done? the class selection, the aspect or the stat system that I have, whether or not I wanted it to be multi-class stuff, how I want the appearances to be. And I think at the bottom of this is the response that I got. I think this is the response, or maybe this is part of it from a different AI induced request. I think maybe this is actually, I think this is the, no, I used that as part of the AI induced setup. So, but I wrote all of this. I'm sticking with C# and Godot for the client, Golang for the server, a PVX game. I don't think I'm going to keep it PVX. I think it's going to be PVE with PvP stuff, but I don't want, like, I don't want to have a PvP server. I don't want to have a PvE server, but I also don't want the game to like devolve into PvPV. I don't want people to lose desire to play because PvP is the focus. I want PvP to be its own separate thing. And so when I did this, the races and sub races are part, like I already have that, not set in stone, but they're there, and I like what I have with them so far. I'm going to take feedback on that stuff after this is done, but basically +5 bonus, -5 penalty to stats based on race, which people don't do. I don't know why. It's such a base stat allocation, which is basically the stats in general, XP and progression, to make sure that that's actually working and feels good. The classes and the skills and how they interrelate to each other. So I'm going to have to, basically, I'm going to write up a document for each of these as I start developing the basic setup to make sure that they all work. I already have the stat system in place, so I have to write up a document to make sure that that's actually going to work well. The same thing with talents, the talent trees, combat, professions, but what else? I don't think I need to do, like, don't pay attention to this. This is just reminding me of the stuff that I had written down, because this is not going to be a tab target system. It will have threat and aggro and whatnot, but it's not going to be like most of this is not part of what's going to be on in the new, excuse me, the new focus of the game. So I don't think I need anything else for the target. For these, I don't think there's another system I need. At least not right now. Races, sub races, the stat system. XP and progression and how that's going to work. The classes and skills and how that's going to work. Talents and talent trees. Combat, professions, and items. I don't think I need mob archetypes, behaviors, and whatnot. Because that will come later with different attack patterns, defense patterns, skills, abilities, and whatnot on the mobs. I don't think, like, maybe professions and crafting. Or maybe items and crafting. Maybe professions and items both go into crafting. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care at the moment. That's not going to be part of the. But I know if I don't have PvP, it's not going to. Like, even freaking PalWorld. I think that's the only thing I need there. Anything. Sorry about that. This is from ages and ages ago. This was the experience level setup that I had. It was very, very different than it is now. Ah, this is the thing I was looking for earlier. this is largely different, but this is kind of the idea that I had back in the day. For the aspect, like the dimensional aspect, gives you mana, health, aim assist, skill range, cooldown reduction, and number of projectiles and skills. And those would be like if you have a talented something, talented dimensional sword, or a dimensional sword of skill, right, would give you mana, depending on what it is. Or maybe you have a talented dimensional sword of power. So talented dimensional sword of power. So it would give you mana and health. Or a talented dimensional sword of arcane power would give you mana and health regen. So you'd want a potent dimensional sword of arcane power to give you health regen. That's the kind of thing I was going for with this. Example, talented spiritual diamond sword of skill. Talented spiritual diamond sword of skill. So it would be plus skill damage and then plus skill damage again. There's a talented diamond sword. Talented spiritual sword is the prefix. And then the suffix would be of skill. So you get spiritual, talented, skill damage. And then of skill is spiritual, skill damage. But if you said, instead of skill, if you said of arcane skill, you have a talented spiritual sword. Talented spiritual sword. Now you have talented spiritual plus skill. Of arcane skill is skill damage and mana regen. That's what this idea was. These stats here, very much not. This is like version 0.000000001. This is way back in like 2018 or some shit when I did this. This was for my Final Fantasy Craft stuff and not this version of the game that I'm trying to do. But likely an indigenous race on the world of Velendred. So I had a whole bunch of stuff. Like I'm designing this stuff. All these names are coming from like the story that I was writing. But like it's definitely expanded from this. We have all of the, I think these are the 5. Are there 5 here? Yeah, there are 5 here. So we've got the Circeans for dimensional, the Espers for spiritual, the humans for technical, the Cetra for arcane, and the Warforged for mechanical. And this was, when did I do this? This was in properties. This was in, I'm not going to see the actual date I did it. That sucks. Because I moved it from somewhere else. That sucks. Maybe. Hold on. I want to know how old this is. How old is it? I'm not going to see it. Because I don't have it in the FPMC folder. I might have it in a different folder. Also on my cloud drive. Sometimes I hate Windows 11. This way. Don't know why home starts doing that. No idea. But you can see in here Final Fantasy Craft and in here Final Fantasy Craft. So if I look at this one instead of that other one, I copied that too. There's no way this was from 2024. Yeah, I copied them all. When did I do this? This will tell me when I did it. No, it won't. I copied that whole fucking folder. Damn it. Probably because I formatted this machine. Final Fantasy. Stuff that I did. If I go into here. That one. Here we are. Stuff that I did for fine. So this is how I know that this is from way back, because you don't have these grid marks to start with. So you put the grid mark on this block right here, and then you get to see where every single tile is. You see that some of these tiles aren't actually tiles. And there's no way that this tile was like that. There's no fucking way. Because if you did that, then you have these tiles are shifted over by a half a tile and shifted down by half a tile. I mean, maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. I don't know. Anyway, so unfortunately, these are also going to be October of 2024, and I know that they weren't because this, if I found the old server, these were like way back in like 2018 or something. So I can't figure out when I actually did that. That's unfortunate, but it's been around for a long time. So, all right. So we're going to have skill set. We have to have this skill grid. I think this has to be separated. Classes, skills, talents and talent trees, XP and progression, stat system. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 days, and I'm saying I have 2 weeks. I think that's perfect. Yeah. Even if I don't do Sundays and Mondays, I've got 3 days there. I've got 5 days there. That's 8. And that gives me 1 more day before I start showing off. And I'm going to be doing it all on stream anyway. So yeah. Cool. I think we've got a plan here. Go ahead and push that. And then target tracking. Link changes. And that's in ARPG, not there, because ARPG is where I'm going right now with this stuff. And then once that's done, yeah, I've been doing this for a bit. August of 2025, just at least. And this was an idea I had that I just don't like the idea anymore. Go into Altan and RPG, go into dev branch. We got a milestone deadline. I didn't want to say deadline. So targets. Oops. I know that doesn't really say anything, but there. Right now, it's for a name change. It's not really that big a deal. There we go. So by August 19th, 2026, we should have our races and sub races done, our stat system done. Not done, the basic idea to make sure that it's going to work done for all of these. So we'll have a basic idea of what our classes are going to be and if that's going to be good, what our skills are going to be. not the skills, but the skill system is going to be the talent trees system. These are just for systems, the basic structural components of them. Ideas for professions, ideas for item framework. I have the item quality and rarity thing. I have that set up already. At least I think I do anyway. 7 different steps for quality and 7 different steps for rarity. So we have 49 different quality and rarity combinations. So I think we have that. Okay. All right. Think we're good. Now, I have no time left. It is midnight. I didn't even realize it was midnight. I stopped streaming at midnight. It's a good time to stop here anyway. I got all that stuff done over here. So let's go ahead and take a look at what I did that for, so that you can see where I stood before I stopped. The unfortunate thing is, I don't have the tests that I did before. And the server, I mean, the client doesn't erase the stuff like it's supposed to, even though I had it fixed. So, but this is what I'm going to leave you with. This is where I was, or I stopped working on this stuff back in the day, back a little, a while back in February. So if I start this whole program up, just start this up. With this started, it doesn't connect to anything. I can't connect to anything because it's not running. Additionally, I can't do this here because it's trying to connect to my internal server as opposed to the external machine. And so, excuse me. So I have to make a change to the code inside these oopsies. We'll keep that. No. No, we don't want that. Close. Discard. That. Script. Should be the Pentagon widget. Actually. See. Make sure I didn't screw. All right. So that still works. Okay. That does not get connected with the actual game setup. And so we're just going to run the whole thing here. Now that we stopped it, we're going to rerun it. But we're going to restart it. We're not going to, we're going to restart it because we have to go into the login world. Lobby world. I don't remember where I put the server. Oh, just log in. Oh, auto load games in here. So it's altanan.snow.lan. I think I can connect that way without having to worry about my firewall, but I might not be able to. So let's go over here. We're going to go cd server, and we're going to go go run scripts manage, and that'll tell us, wait, what? Oh, I don't have Go installed. Oh, Jesus. Shit. Helps if I have everything installed before I start doing tests, right? Please. I'm probably going to need to install Proto C and whatnot too. Is it Proto Gen? No. All right. Go. Script. Wait a minute. I don't have anything installed here. No. Oh, I didn't put my env file in there. Shit. I thought I did. I did not. You guys ain't seeing that. Sorry. I'll copy. No, that I have access. I just have the wrong password in there. I think I have the wrong password in there. I think I have the wrong password in there. That. There we go. All right, so now the password is all set, and we take a look at this, refresh, and now we have the tables. All of our tables, good stuff. We have nothing there. We're going to be doing that. Facets, etc., etc., etc. All the nifty shit that we had earlier. So those work. Now, How do I install Proto C? Do I install Google Proto? How do I install Proto C? Install. Remember. Is it Go Proto C? I think it's Go Proto C. No, it's regular protobuf compiler. Okay. Proto not found. Proto Gen Go. What the hell? Do I not have? I have to install the plugin. Yep. I don't know why. Why doesn't that install when I go mod download? Isn't that what it was? Go mod down. Isn't that what it is? Go mod download? Do I have to install it this way? Oh, inside server. There we go. Nope, ProtoGen Go doesn't actually work. ProtoGen found. Do I have to install? Do I have to install this? Oh well. Install .golang .go .org /protobuf /command /protoc. Then that latest. Okay. What the shit? Why? Wait, what? Silly me. I got to actually put it in my path. All right. This should be that. Okay, now the frick? All this trouble. Oh, gRPC. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. All right. Protobuff generation complete. Okay. Next. Make migrate, which we already did. Make build all. This is where we do this. I think that would have actually downloaded everything if I did make proto instead of freaking installing it. Build everything. This shouldn't take very long at all because these aren't all that huge. Yeah. So like a fifth or a sixth of the time that the other one did. All right, and then manage SH. So we're not going to start this. We're going to stress test it. So that you can see what's happening. I can now connect. I should now be able to connect if I don't have a. No, I didn't start it. Start things now. And then we can do a stress test. Wait, what? So those are all set. I don't know if that's going to actually update. But our .log. So we see these. Look at the ticks. Look at that. Look at them come in. Every second, 30 ticks coming in. Every second, 30 ticks coming in. So yes, I do understand that you can that you can do that. But I don't know how to, like, I don't want to do Godot on the server side because for some reason, I don't remember where I read it, but for some reason I feel like eNet and the networking core inside Godot directly is a little off. And I didn't want to go away from Golang. I wanted to stick with C# and with Go and C# with Godot. Partly because I want to learn Go. Like part of the main reason for all of this is I want to learn Go. I also want to learn C#. C# I can learn a little bit with Godot and I can learn a little bit with StreamerBot, with doing some of the stuff with StreamerBot. Which gives me a little bit of extra help because I'm coding stuff in StreamerBot. But the main reason for using Go on the server as a server language is to learn Go. It's not because the server will be better with Go. It's not because the server would be worse with C# or any. It's because I want to learn Go. I want to learn Golang very, very directly. And Golang, it just feels good to me. It feels like the way I was learning Perl in 1995. It just comes to me. And so learning Perl and then learning Go, it gives me that little sense of nostalgia. Godot, I don't know why I'm stuck on Godot, but I want to learn Godot. And while I don't want to learn GD script, I do want to learn C# while I'm doing it. So I'm going to use Godot for the graphic stuff so that I can make that look, so I can learn how to do that in Godot. And I'm learning C# to do the client side stuff. I know that I could do the server in Godot with C#, or I could do just straight C#, or I could do, I could find a plugin to do Godot with Golang. I don't want to do all that. I want to learn C# and I want to learn Go. And this is, when I started doing this, this was, I felt like the best possible way to do it. Even though In doing so, to set up the networking core, I'm stuck with having to use protobuf, which isn't a bad thing, but it's like, from what I remember having read, it's the best way to package the protocol so that both C# and Go can use it by using protobuf and the protobuf compilers, if I remember right. Now, in the near future, if I find that I should probably do everything in C#, well, maybe that's what I'll do. But I'm having a lot of fun learning Go. I'm having a lot of fun learning Go. I will say that. And I want to get back to that. I will say that I'm not opposed to swapping. I'm not even opposed to swapping to Rust, even though I don't want to learn Rust. I don't want to learn it. I don't want to. But I'm not opposed to it. But the idea of having C# as the server is something I did look into, and I just want to learn. I just want to learn Go. I want to learn Go. So, all right, let's do a. It is manage. It's not start, restart status. Yeah, so those are all there. I forget that I can stop it with the script. What I want to do right now is get the stress test go. So we go. We don't CD server, and then we can go run scripts, stress test, main.go. Number, we're going to put 150 in there, and then duration. We're going to do this for, like, just so that you can see what happens. Unfortunately, when I do this, do I have to open the freaking clients? I think I have to open the ports. I think I have to open the ports. I shouldn't have to open the ports. Yes, I do. I have to open the ports here. Hold on. Because my NF tables is actually set up not to allow anything over VPN. It's not like I don't allow anything over the VPN, even though it's a VPN. I don't know why I'm not allowing anything over the VPN, but I have it locked down so I don't allow anything over the VPN. Satisfactory, enshrouded, PalWorld, and then administration stuff, DNS, so that I can have IPs go back and forth, or private IPs being resolved to private domains. And then this. If the name is the tunnel and the IP is a source address of the VPN network, which is actually up above 10.31.11, and the port is TCP, and the port type is the protocol is TCP, and the destination port is shit. I forget what the ports are. I forget what the ports are. I know what the ports are. I just forget what the ports are. Where are the ports? Server, services, game. Oh, wait. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. The ports are in my environment file. Yeah, the ports are in my environment file. Here. All right, quit. We'll come back to that. Bye. Home. Altanen. port 50,051, 50,052, 50,053, and 8080. A 8080, 50,051 to 50,053. Right quit. Right quit. Reset the tables. Connect. I forgot 50,054. But the authentication port should be 50,051. Why is that not working? Oh. What the hell? Failed to connect to Redis. Shit. Service auth errors. Password called without any password configured for the default use. Do I not have Redis installed? No, it's running. The hell? It's running for DNS mask. I don't have it running for. Password is different for DNS mask, isn't it? Shit. Can I just not use a password? Could I just not use a password? Guys. Rid of the password. Yes, I know what the password. Start everything. Didn't find auth. It didn't find auth, and because it didn't find auth, it didn't find persistence. And because it didn't find persistence, it didn't find the gateway. So nothing actually started. Oh, fuck. I'm going to show you this just because it tells me I know what's going on. Because, so I have that. I don't have it in my repo because obviously I'm not going to have the key in my repo. It's not the same key that I created for the repo, but it's I'm gonna take so much fucking extra time tonight, but it's on this machine. It's on the machine that I saved, and I didn't save everything because when I rebuilt this machine as the new Linode that I have, I didn't save anything in that directory for the new machine because I was going to back it up this way anyway. So everything that's on there, oops. Yeah. Shit. And it's done this way so that the servers, the server services know that they're talking to each other the right way. Because like this one right now, oops. Because like this one right now is like the auth can't read the key file, so it doesn't know that everything's working. Oh shit. I suppose I can stay up longer. Do I really have any students? I don't have any time. I'm just gonna use, I think I can use, and maybe I just use a personal day so that I can stay up late. Maybe I just use, I just, okay. We'll be right back. Oh. Fun, fun, fun. And then change on, change them all. Change on Cannon. see if that fixes it. We'll find out in a moment. So I basically copied the auth key, just pasted it over. Failed to load. No PEM block found. How is there no PEM block? I literally just copied the fucking key. What the shit? How is there no PEM block? Oh my fucking. Why? Why am I having trouble with this? Common configs auth key. My God. Wait. Why? Configs contract images proto. Inside common. I'm a little confused now. I'm a little confused. Not what I'm trying to do. CD common. Up. Configs contracts images proto. I don't have images here. That's fine. Why do I have runtime over here? Why do I have a runtime? Wait. What the fuck? What the hell? Why do I have a runtime? That makes sense. Why don't I have this over here? What did I do? It says it's up to date with dev. Why? So why am I having trouble running it on the server when this one ran fine? Like if I run this, Why are they running? Interesting. Okay. So that works. Why am I having issues when I literally copied the same? Why am I having issues? Where's the public key? Why am I having trouble connecting the private key over here when on the old machine? It worked fine. There's no way that could actually be caused by, could it? Could it be caused by this machine over here is Ubuntu 24.04, and this machine here, the remote that I'm using here, is 26.04. That shouldn't be a problem. That should not be an issue. But yet it is. So it grabs the private key, grabs the public key out of the private key. Do I not? The hell are you? Did I close? Did I close VS Code? I did. I closed VS Code. I think my environment file is in, is why it's, yeah. So in the environment file, yeah, common configs auth ed25519. That's the private key. Why am I having trouble? There's no public key here. It uses that key. Why? Why are you not running? It's got the right permissions. 25519, yeah. Why am I having trouble? Can you like Maybe that's why. I tried to run it as maybe that. No, I might be having trouble because my mind is overworked, but I'm not tired. I didn't get up today until almost 4 o'clock, so I've only been up for 8.5 hours. So it could be because I'm a little like screwed on the mind because I've been thinking about this all day, but I don't think that's what it is. I do think it's because I've been logged in and trying to do this as root instead of as Canon, but I'm not positive there either. Like when I go to bed, at like when I'm done at like midnight, for my streams generally, I don't actually go to bed until like 2 or 3 in the morning. I go watch a movie or something. Like the past 4 days, I've watched fucking K-pop Demon Hunters. I will actually prove that. Oh wow, Speed's on. I should watch Speed. So K-pop Demon Hunters, you'll see that it's like, yeah, and I'll just watch it again. I'll just watch it again because it's K-pop Demon Hunters. And now I'm gonna end up watching Speed when I get off because it's Speed. It's like one of my favorite movies because you know there's bomb on my bus. Yeah. When Dennis Hopper passed away, I was streaming. Not when he passed away, but like during the time he passed away, I was streaming a lot. I was getting a lot of viewers. And when he passed away, I posted on my website that was up at the time. You know, thanks and so long and thanks for all the fish because he was an amazing actor, amazing actor. But yeah, when I log out, I'm gonna watch a movie. So that's generally what I do. Might not do that today because I'm gonna figure out what the hell I'm doing wrong here so that I can jump on and do more testing and just make sure everything works. So that when I start translating stuff, I know I can like learn from the stuff that this is done to make the next phase of this actually work. Like I'm looking at the handle, I'm like, no, everything looks good here because I understand what's going on here. Not because I wrote it all, but because I understand what I did here. But I think I'm lucky I work at a school. I work on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I don't work until I fall asleep very easily. Even when I'm drinking this, like I'm immune to the caffeine. So like I can drink Dr. Pepper right before I go to bed. I can drink Mountain Dew right before I go to bed and it doesn't bother me. And when I pass out for like almost 8 hours on the nose. Like you can't keep me asleep for more than that 8 hours unless I'm in a situation where I'm waking up every hour on the hour. Like that kind of insomnia just fucks with me. But when I go to bed tonight, like I'm gonna go to bed, I'm gonna go to sleep, I'm gonna wake up in like 8 hours, and then I'm gonna be ready for the day. Tomorrow I have students. I have no students, so I'm probably gonna call out anyway. I have 7 days of paid time off that I can use this year because the year just started in July. So I have time I can use, and I have a lot of sick time I can use too. So I'm not that worried if I decide not to go to work tomorrow. All of that meaning I'm gonna find out what this is, do the test, make sure that's working, and then get back to the start of what I'm gonna do before I finish for the night. Back here, down here, go. Scripts, manage. restart. Stop. Okay, so I fixed something. Persistence was running, world was running, and game was running. But gateway and auth weren't running. So persistence running means that the Redis server is now connecting, I think. Edit anyway. No PEM. How is there no PEM block? All it is a single fucking line. Doesn't make sense. But it's not missing those. But it's not missing those. Vi. I don't use Vim, I use Vi. Kill me. LL. Vi. Common. Not CI. VI. Common. Configs. ED. Auth ED. Auth ED. Auth ED. Configs. Auth ED. 25519. You're going to love this. I'm going to show you the first line, and I'm going to show you the last line in... I'm going to show you the first line, and I'm going to show you the last line in my key file. This is how I know what I'm doing, but I don't know everything I'm doing. Yep. So that's the first line and the last line in my key file. I'm such a dummy. When I copied the key file from here to the current machine, this is the backup. This over here is the backup. When I copied it from the backup, so there's the key. When I copied it from there to here, I did a random. I did this. I went, copy. For some reason, the fucking copy didn't get the first dash. Fucking Christ. It didn't get the first dash. And so I'm going to put the first dash in there right now. Right quit. And I'm going to restart all the services. And now everything should work right. Because of a copy. Yes. Vi. Logs. Auth.log. Yes. Look at that. It's working. Status. Hey, it's working. All right. Minimize. We're not going to turn you off anymore. Log in. Still don't have access. Fuck my life. Netstat -an. Grep. This time it's probably because, the error wasn't lying. This time it's probably because I forgot to add the last port to the setup. So I'm missing a port in the setup, 500. I don't have fucking netstat on my system. Real? No, I don't have an S in netstat. So we have 51, 52, 53, 54. And I'm not going to see any connections here because I don't have, because for some reason you don't see them when there's a connection, even though there's a connection when you're using NFT instead of UFW or something. I don't understand. Like I could connect to PalWorld and I'd still see the PalWorld ports not being connected to. So it is what it is. But I think this is because of a missing port now. And because the one over here is root, and I'm going to be using other stuff, like I can go over here and I can show it. Like I'm going to be doing stuff with, like I already showed the NFT table, firewall, whatever. That's not a problem, but I don't want to accidentally show something else on the stream and be stupid about it. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this over here. So right now I have 50,051 to 50,053. We're going to change that to 50,051 to 50,054. And I'm not sure. These are all TCP 6. It doesn't look like it's listening netstat. How do I get the IPv4 addresses? Because those are listening on IPv6. I want. Can't listen, device already in use. Gateway wasn't. Because I'm using port 8080. What the fuck is using port 8080? What's using port 8080? I thought you found that with SS. Can't do it with LSRF either. How do you? Is it? No. But I know something's using port 8080, so I'll just change the damn port. Fuck it. It's the gateway, so we'll go into services. I think it's. I don't know why I'm going in here. I don't use those. I use a freaking environment file. And actually, instead of port. Oh, no. Quit. I don't think it's because because I'm using port 8080 somewhere else. I'm going to change 8080 for that to 5050. 50,050 to 50,004. Means I'm going to have to change the the client to do that too. But that's all right. All right. Vi users L10 and L10. environment. Change port 8080 to port 50,050 instead. Gateway WebSocket port 50050. Right quit. Right quit without a capital W. Go in here. Here. 50,050. 1,000. And I 10.31.11.1, yes. And restart. You start here. CD up, up, up. Start. Auth persistence. The gateway we need to verify by logs. Gateway. Port 50,050. Perfect. Everything's working. Okay. And we'll do this one more time. Status. They're all running. Restart it to make sure that they stay running. It found them all. Perfect. Castrina. Yes. Yes. Castrina. All right. What the shit? This might be because those are listening on IPv6 instead of IPv4. They shouldn't be listening on IPv6. Go should not be listening on IPv6 instead of IPv4 because I have this set to CD Altanin users Altanin by NV. The IP addresses are 127.0.0. Like what the shit? These should all be listening on IPv4. All of them. Auth gRPC address 127.0.0.1:50,051. Why? Why so much work? How to netstat Linux on IPv4. -4, that's what I thought, but it's not. It's not showing me any fucking IPv4 addresses. Are you kidding? Why is the gRPC not gRPC? Hold on. Why is the auth port? No, the auth port is on 5050. Why is the WebSocket port not listening on 127.0.0.1? And why is the world gRPC port not listening on .0.0.1? What the shit? gRPC is listening. Persistence, auth, and game are listening on the right ports. But world? Like, All right. I can show this. I just deleted the password for a minute. So there's the key, right? There's the expiration. Redis is listening there. The password for Redis, for some reason, there's no password on the server. That's fine. I don't care about that at the moment. I care about why these ports are the only ones listening down here, and yet the gateway port, not the persistence address, but the gateway port, for some reason, is not being tied to 127.0.0.1 or localhost on v4. Why is it v6? And why is 50,054, which is the world address, why is that not listening? Like literally, that's supposed to be listening on 0.0.1. Why? All right, this is what happens when I try to make things work on a different server. If I do that over here, if I do it over here, CD up, CD up, and we go server. CD server. Go. No. How the hell did we? How did we do it? Oh, it's script managed, right? One, two, three. Really? So why can't I connect to it? I'm fucking stupid. I'm a moron. I'm so dumb. How can I connect to this from local? Those are all interconnected. How can I connect to this machine from my local machine? It's the same thing here as it is over here. Why can't I connect over here? Because it's using IPv6. Literally because it's using IPv6 for the auth. Or something. I'm just dumb. Request transport failed. I'm just stupid. By logs / auth .log. Log in. Does it even connect? That's the thing. Actually, I don't even need to do it this way. I can just do tail -f logs. I don't want to do star.log because we have our game log. Every tick it's logging. Like I have it set to log every tick. And so we can't just do the game log. But what we can do is the auth log. Auth log doesn't get a connection. We're getting a connection on the gateway, The gateway's getting a connection. What the hell? We're not getting a connection on the gateway. We're not getting a connection anywhere. I could start really digging into the connectivity. I could. But I suppose I can add I could add VP6, VPN, I could add IPv6. But I don't want to add IPv6 to the firewall. I could just say accept everything. I'm fucking stupid. I'm going to select this and I'm just going to say, what's wrong with this picture? I'm such a dumbass. Why are you stupid, Ragey? No, I'm stupid. I literally wrote the line that I'm pointing out right now an hour ago, an hour and a half ago. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. What's wrong with this picture? This is NF tables. The stuff that's highlighted. Dude, that can be a really bad thing or a really, really good thing. It sounds like you're saying that's a really bad thing. I'm sorry. So I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I put in the rule, but I never said to accept the fucking rule. Okay. Anyway. Yay! I made it work. Whee! Okay. So what this is doing here, the language here is wrong. But what this is doing here, because it's not 0 to 8 points to left endpoint, it's like right in the middle. What this is doing is it's actually doing what this scene does in general. So because I can only run one, what this scene is doing, like this should be the way that part runs. This is, this is how that works. It's not, 0 to 8 left to the left. This is what it is. Okay. So it doesn't matter what I do right now. It just matters that it works. So that you understand where that information is coming from. So I logged in, I didn't create a character. There's no character for me to see. I can choose any of the 10 main races, each of which has 2 sub-races. So there's 20 races total, 20 sub-races that you can choose from. We'll do the dissonant swarm. The lineage is either the collapsed mind or the hive syncretic of the dissonant swarm. So I'm a hive syncretic of the dissonant swarm. The vocation, I don't have any of those yet. That's something. We're going to put 8 points into, I think that's 8 points into resilience. We're going to put 8 points into conviction. So now aptitude. Nope, that's 8 into aptitude. Put 8 points into conviction. See how that's wrong? Like 8 to the right is resilience. It should be 8 to the left is conviction. But 8 to the right is conviction, but instead it's 8 to the left conviction. We have resilience and conviction are both at 13. We're going to put competence See, conviction and competence, this is backwards. We're going to put competence down. We're going to put conviction all the way up as far as we can. So now conviction's at 17. And it's a little confusing here because it doesn't actually use the pentagram appropriately. So we're going to do this. And they have aptitude 1, resilience 9, conviction and growth at 17, and competence 1. And that's because of this. Actually, I think that's specifically this one. So this is the one that's in the middle. So if we were to go to the image that I had earlier. Cloud Naps, Cloud, GitHub, Darkland, L10 and MMO, common images, this image here. So what this means, the way I have that set up right now, the way I have this set up right now, is that why is this? So the way this is set up is that I have 3 points into resilience. So the resilience and aptitude is here. I have 3 points into resilience and I have 5 points into aptitude. So basically it's 4 on aptitude and 2 on here, 5 on aptitude. 5 on aptitude and 3 on here because you have 8 total. So it's 5 and 3, which makes resilience a 4, 1 plus 2, 4, and then aptitude has all of it. But this Lin, as the big one that I showed, can only go back and forth. You can't really pull from any other place because spiritual is 17, which means it's got all of these. And then that's conviction. And then growth has 17. It has all of it, which puts one of these two at low, and it puts technical aspect competence at 0 or at 1 because it's always got that 1 for the vertex. But none of these matter once we get in. It makes sure that the stats actually work. It validates that they work, so you can't like log in and put like 30 points to one of them. But name must be at least 3 characters. Cat test. And there we go. So now we have the hive syncretic from the dissonant swarm, a hive syncretic fighter. And then we log in, and there I am. I started in a random spot on the map. Can't go off the map. Stuck there. And it looks like we're off the map, but we're really not. The map is 200 by 200, and each one of these units is 5 by 5, I believe. So that's what this is. And then we're going to go into the middle area. Before this ad comes in, I'm going to show you what happens. I had on the Ubuntu machine, on the local virtual box, I had what? How many did I have run? What was it? How many did I have going back then? I had 20. So see how this is going. Now we're seeing every 2 seconds, we're seeing an update for the character that's actually connected. I'm in the game, so I'm doing gateway stuff. We're going to go ahead and get out of that. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to set up a stress test. I'm going to go scripts, stress test. Oh. There we go. We're going to go main.go, which is going to be .go. It's n minus n 20. So we're going to go minus n 150 minus duration is going to be, we'll do it for 30 seconds for now. I think that's how it's done here. Let's go run. It's go run stress test main.go. Go run main.go. I suppose we could just okay. All right. Whatever. Just give me the stress test. Oh, auth failed. Hold on. Auth failed. Invalid character. The fuck are you talking? Why is there an I in there? Oh. Oh. Don't know why that's like that. I think that's it. There we go. And now we should start seeing a whole bunch of should. I don't know if it's actually working yet. Certainly looks like it's working. Oh, there they are. Look at that. S client AAC, S client AAE, S client AAB. And they all go, because this stress test is one of those, they all go to. Why are there 10? Why are there only 8? Yo, bro, I created 150. Why are there only 8? And then they all disappeared. And then they all disappeared. I said create 150. That's at 150. Why are there only 8? Duplicate 9th? I'm not using the hotspot. Because I'm not using the hotspot. They're all over the place. That's why. They're all over the place. So there are 150 on here right now. They're just not hotspotting. They just aren't hotspotting because I don't have the hotspot set up. So that's why they're doing the stuff they're doing. But yeah, this was the test that I had back in the day, back 6 months ago. This was when I stopped with the test. I kind of like this test. I'm going to go ahead and kill that test. Kill it. And then I believe I can just do dash hotspot. I think I can just do dash hotspot. If I remember. I think I have to check the actual script. Because I think I can literally just do dash hotspot and it'll work. Yeah, cool hotspot, force all clients to orbit, and I can make them hotspot at 50 or higher or lower. The problem is right now that I have to delete the actual group, the clients inside here. So if I go into accounts, we see that all the accounts have been created. There's me, but there's all the other accounts that I've created by just doing that. And some of them, it doesn't have the characters. It said character already exists or something. So like maybe I do have another problem, but like insert character failed, duplicate key entry. So if the way I've been doing this is like, instead of doing this here, I can just do it. But the way I had been doing this was like by blowing away and restarting the database because there's nothing really in it. And so in order to do that, I would go, I'd go into here, go into scripts, and then I'd go migrate restart. I think I might have to do it this way. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I'll go ahead and just. What is it? Is it Go? Do I have to use Go to do it? I do. It's here. It's make migrate. Make migrate restart. So there. Now all of the clients are gone. There we have that, and then we can do this. And this will hotspot them. We can do 250 and hotspot it. Oops. Stuff. When the bus goes 55, the bomb arms. The bus drops below 55. The bomb blows up. What do you do, hotshot? What do you do? Sorry. All right. So there we have it. We can start seeing them connect, or we should be able to start seeing them connect. We have to find the center of this. And so let's just follow the clients. Let's just follow the clients. Where are you going, guys? Where are you going? They go to the center. That's how I have it set up. They go to the center. There's 250 that are going to be connecting here. And they're all going to be around a 50 block radius in the center here. Look at them all coming in. No lag. No input lag. No display lag. None of that shit. They all just work. And the reason why I did this kind of test was because I need to see, like during the stress test, I need to see how often this one character can actually see all of the movement. I had this up to 1,000. But like, it kind of works, right? Like you can see all of the different clients. Like you can't really see their names. They're moving around pretty quick, but like this was the last test I did before I stopped doing development on that. And we can see that they move around a little bit. I think we're done with all of the clients that are coming in, right? I think that's it. Yeah. And so then we have the test results here. Ads coming in a minute. So then from here, this is how we test to see if everything's working. So we see the updates, the average millisecond, the steady I2RV is at 53.3 milliseconds, which means it's a little bit, with 150 of them, it's basically a 60 millisecond set, which is out of bounds for what I wanted. I wanted 30 milliseconds. But we can see that there's a problem here. This isn't working. And it doesn't matter to me that's what's going on right now, because I don't care about this one. It's what's going to happen later. But if this were an actual test, I think this test would fail. And then when they all disconnect, sometimes I have stuff that's just residual. But if I reconnect with this client, none of that stays there. So if I just reconnect client, again, pretty easy. Everything stays static. We've got 10 seconds. So let's make sure we log in and do this. Did I spell Katrina wrong? I spelled Katrina wrong. We'll see you in 2.5 minutes. Oh, I blew it away. I blew it away. Count. If you can still hear me, it's not because I blew it away. It's because when I created the character again, it was this, I think. Nope, it's because I blew it away. Yeah. Yep, because I blew it away. Yeah. So yeah, it was because I blew it away. Yep. That being said, I'm trying to remember how I did the testing artifacts. 30 hertz, 250 character or 250 client, 3-tier baseline. 30 hertz, 3. CD 2026 22 hotspot by gameplay by SLO report. So here we had auto generated from run logs. How did I do that? Because I had it auto generate. By this. So I'm a much faster server with the stuff set up right now. And so if I wanted to, where's the stress test log? I don't have a stress test log. Why don't I have a stress test log? I did use the stress test logging to make this work. Excuse me. So how did I do the logging? I didn't actually write down the series for the logs. Stress test by main.go. So gateway token, number of clients, duration, hotspot, hotspot radius, probe warm up. Where's the stress testing? This is a stress test. It should automatically be doing something. It should automatically be logging. I get dev token. That's fine. To be fair, I didn't create the stress test. I asked AI to do it. Again, 6 months ago. I will be creating my own stress test to make sure things work, but for now, I'm just I did not. Suppose I could go historical stuff that I did. I think it's I think. Probe warm up is a base of 90 seconds. First 90 seconds doesn't count. I'm going to go look at it. Now I'm kind of, I know I'm taking a whole bunch of stuff off the side instead of doing what I was supposed to do, but, where are you? I can. Oh, it's in. Is it really in that project? It is. It's in this project. Okay. Where are the stress test specific prepped? Because it's in the project. I can do the project. And I can figure out, because the SLO reports are in here. I go to LTN and MMO, I go to the artifacts, the baseline for the 250 client. I did this. This is the last one I did. And so here's the summary. 3,625 seconds, which is 1 hour, 250 clients, about 500 moves a second, about 500 enters a second, 162,000 updates a second, 7,400 batches per second as we batch things. Total updates for entities, so an entity movement and all of that nifty shit every tick, which was twice a second, every 30 milliseconds. No, every 30 milliseconds. A little over 3 times a second. Over 0 broadcast windows over 33.33 milliseconds. So you see this, right? You see how the broadcast P9599 was 8.20 milliseconds, whereas up here, this was like, where the hell are you? The P99 was like 99 milliseconds. So there's something different here, but I want to see, because I'm on a much faster server, I want to see if there's a difference between this and the new one to validate the cost of the new server. which is why I'm looking at this specifically. Here's the hotspot version. And yeah, that was the hotspot version, but this hotspot version still 44 milliseconds as compared to the 63 that I have here. 99. 99%. Right, P99. So I'm wondering if I'm reading this wrong. I don't think I am. If I look at this right here, final results, 145 seconds as opposed to 3,600. Entity updates, entity batches, 0 errors, 684 moves per second. So there's a lot. That's a lot more moves per second, right? 498 versus 684. Part of that's because they had to move to the center, and then it's just like done after that. Enters per second, 434, where this one is like 490. 17. So the stress test, they don't enter and exit. They come in and they stay there, right? Even 99. Yeah, 99 is 99. So there's something going. Anyway, let's go over here. Was built in multiplayer stress test completion to great config. Covers the bot on February 13th. How about that? Random walk. The recorded runs and analysis, debug and handle. 20 clients, 4% delivery, 100 clients, yada yada yada. So I2RV is what is it? Input to return value, I think. I remember I asked it what it was before this, but I2RV is like no. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Silly. And I2RV _ star. It should know it because it's got everything in here. It told me I could find it somewhere in here. No, you're the one that gave it to me. You're the one that gave it to me. Infrastructure to relaying V. Input to remote view. Input to remote view. So when an input happens and the remote the client, like, so when an input happens on the server and the client actually sees it, it's the time between those two. So if I do this on my machine, that input to another client seeing it, that's the time that it's using. So because the other clients on the stress test are clients that are inputting the data, that input from that client to my client to when it sends out to my client, that's the distance in time. And the more clients you have that are in the center, like, hotspot, if I have 1,000 clients there, it's going to show me all of them in packets because they're all within that visible range. And it's going to say, how long does it take for every one of them one at a time? Like, how long does it take for them to hit me? Because there's 1,000 of them, they go in batches. And eventually those batches are going to start getting delayed. And so if we take a look at by logs, put up logs, then we go into, is it game log? Yeah. So inside here, so the game log is still going, right? So if we go all the way down to the bottom, it's still updating, but we go all the way down here, and we see these guys are all disconnecting now. But if we stop from the disconnect and we just go in here, we can see that there's big. Okay. Why? All right. So inside the log file, we can see in here that on this tick, which is tick number 49,830. I don't know if it made it up. It might have, but I remember looking it up after it did it and seeing it somewhere. In game network coding, what is IRV for MMO? Like, I don't know. I remember seeing something about it being netcode specific. Like, I can probably look into more of this and like yell at Claude because it's not finding it, because remember, it wrote the tests. I didn't write the tests. I said, Claude, I need to test this stuff, make this work for me. And Claude wrote the tests. So if I go into this here and I look at this one, I just do a find I2RV. I'm telling you, it's in here somewhere. I know it is. I just don't know where it's in. But it is input to remote view. That much I know. I remember that. I remember that very specifically. Go further down than now that we have everything working. Also in the fucking repo dipshit. I don't like it when it starts being stupid. It says that it can't create any artifacts anymore. Why can't it create artifacts anymore? I don't fucking know. I do. Client login, so not that one, after that. I'm like positive it's input to remote. All chats. Wasn't during the React site stuff. I'm doing that outside stuff. Yeah. Yes, structure, cache performance. Yep. So it's after all this. I've been working on this, as you can see, since before August. I'm like 99% sure. Like, why would it? I asked it about it. I literally asked it about it. Maybe I might have asked Gemini what it means. But I asked something about what it means. Stuff for migrating to. But yeah. That's the new. That's all new. Yeah, that's weird. That's actually weird. But hey, what can you expect from this is so that's part of why I'm not going to be vibe coding the actual generation of the MMO. I did it for this stuff. I'm going to do it to make sure that my general ideas work. But then I'm not going to vibe code. I don't like the idea of vibe coding because it prevents you from learning. And my goal is to learn. But in any event, during the stress testing stuff, we had tick rate, we had how long forget what DT stands for, but the updates per batch were 250, so there were 250 updates every batch. No, unfortunately, I just said, hey Claude, make a stress test. So this is saying that 0 errors, all 250 disconnected cleanly, max 83 milliseconds. So it did do, hold on. The setup here did do something that this shitter isn't talking about. And what that is, end-to-end probe I2RV, right? So this run used overall I2RV for blah, blah, blah. So this shitter is telling me it didn't do it, but it literally inside the stress test breakdown window, it literally said end-to-end probe I2RV. Why it did that, I don't know. But if I go into artifacts, and I go to the baseline, and go to the non-hotspot and go to summary, again, end-to-end probe. Steady state I2RV is used for gate checks to reduce startup skew noise. So like, and absolutely this was like done by fucking Claude. If I go to stress test, aspect system phase 1, main.go, handle stress test, spawns end fake clients. This was like, I didn't code any of this. I didn't do any of this. Like, I wonder. That's fine. I'm gonna find it. I know it's in. Gonna find it. There it is. Claude gave it to me. Claude literally gave it to me. Boop. There's the artifact. Or there's one of the artifacts. Take loops, process movement, all that nifty shit. This is all inside stress test main.go, updated lobby flow. Like there's V1, there's V2. There's the loop that it did. That's inside a different file. So if we go to main.go, saying okay, lobby flow. So now if I go back to here and look for lobby, if if it actually gives me the damn artifacts. Search for lobby. Funk lobby flow, lobby. Thank you, God Galaxy. Fuck you, fucker. Proto lobby. Client scenes lobby. So that's an update to the lobby, but I want to stress test. So it's right here. Main.go updated lobby flow. Take a look at the stress test. And there's the whole stress test. This is the whole thing with an updated lobby flow function later. And so if we look at this inside here, does it not have I2RV in here? I want to say that it does. It doesn't look like it. This is an old version. This is an old version. Notice it doesn't have the flags that I have. What the hell? How does this not have the flags I have in mine? That is weird. Oh my, that is weird. How the... I was using a lot. Try and make that work. But I didn't use project. I don't think I have that on here. I might have it on. Fucking kind of sucks. Check that. Nothing. I know that does. Only the broader L10 project details. Yeah, so it wasn't on ChatGPT. Just basic turn-based design tips recently, just like what should I do here? I don't think I used ChatGPT for code-based. Now I'm trying to. Yeah, so stuff about how many clients I can. So this is basically the stress test stuff. This is I did do it here. This is when I was doing bots. To test. That's what this is. And I was trying to test with 1,000, but I was just asking it for input and when I should do ECS, because I was learning about what ECS means and what it does and what it doesn't do and whatnot. But I didn't get the actual testing package from here. I got it from Claude. But how the hell did I update? Yeah, and then boost up beast and all that stuff. Yeah. So what about information regarding stress test result parsing and I2RV? I think I have that. Any of it. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. So I don't know what I2RV stood for. I can go other than input to remote view. And it's not inside any file here. So like it's not local. Yep, nothing on either of those. Those are the only other two I used. So now I go into my projects, and instead of being here, which is where I was just doing that search, I don't know. God, I'm now upset because I have no idea. I have no idea. Get out of no idea. Yes. Because like not these tests. It's down here. We go into artifacts. These are those. Was it in here? No. Here? No, those are obsolete. There's no tests. Well, it probably like just based on you not being able to find anything about I2RV somewhere else, and me not being able to find it in its own fucking shit. I feel like it was absolutely a hallucination where it was just basically trying to help me figure out what was going on. But like, "30-minute test for that." This was V3, the milestone. Test. Add combat request, protocol. That was like basically where I started, and I stopped here. So like nothing's checked off because I don't have any of the milestones done. So like, no stress test. No I2RV in that one. I feel like I literally have the stress testing set up inside the document inside the stress test file. I didn't create that damn file. I didn't write any of that file. Son of a... StreamerBot, Nginx, failed to ban. Not old enough. August of 25, server language select. Trying to figure out what language. Yeah. That it kind of sucks because now I'm not going to be able to figure out how that's supposed to actually work. Like I'm supposed to be able to use that to figure out how to deal with these artifacts. Right? Git branch, scenario hotspot, duration clients, runtime config, gameplay, client target cap, etc., etc. Bro, like, what the hell does this mean? I'm going to give it, let me see. Right. Okay. Let me give it this file, this whole folder. So, oh my God, I can't fucking, God, fucking damn it. Catch him. Eltanin, artifacts, 3-tier baseline hotspot v1. And see what it says about this. And script that I have to and the SLO Go script that creates them. I think it's this one. Yeah. This is all stuff that it did. This is part of why you don't vibe code, people, because you don't know where things come from, which means you can't appropriately bug test. Like, look at this, I2RV scope, steady state, final steady. Like, what does I2RV mean, though? This should get it to actually start telling me what the hell is going on. And how it all works when I do this. Because it created this script and it created the stress test script. This is the SLO script. This should actually give me some answers and give you some answers, lady. So report Go script that creates them. Let's see what it says. Because I'm going to have to do testing anyway to make sure that A, I can get as many clients as I can on screen at the same time so we don't have lag issues when people all interconnect and whatnot. as well as making sure that I can have multiple hundreds of people on a single server at the same time, thousands of people on the same server at the same time, even if they're not interreacting with each other, so that the server code actually handles all that. That doesn't come for months and months down the road, but it's still something I want to be able to say, okay, I can use this as a learning session and not copy paste, learn from it and figure out what I'm going to do with this later. Because again, I hate the idea of vibe coding. I don't want to vibe code. I don't want to get stuck vibe coding, because vibe coding will fuck me over and I won't learn what I'm literally trying to learn by doing this. Like, I'm here to learn. So good. This gives me the emitter side, though, with one caveat. This main.go is a report generator, not the stress test client. It parses it, etc. As the end-to-end probe, so it's the end-to-end latency measurement. The steady state split is what gates the run. My reading of the acronym intent or input to remote visible, a bot A move stops when the timer stops when a different bot sees the resulting entity update. So it is from bot A to bot B when the update goes through the server. Even though it's because they're different clients running a different script, meaning they're different Go routines. So bot A is a different Go routine than bot B, I believe. It goes through the server and then comes back over to here. So when this one sees the result, it says, okay, this is it. And this is from the hotspot test that I did with 250 clients back then. Broadcast is the one to watch mean of 20.9 milliseconds, 23.55 milliseconds over 99% of the packets were under 23.55 milliseconds with a maximum millisecond packet time of 34.05. Only 1 out of 3,600 windows stayed under 33.33 with no margin to spare. And 5 crossed 25. The broadcast worker is already consuming 63% of a tick on average, just the broadcast worker. That's what the test was for. I started at 250 and I wanted to get to 1,000 all in one location. I can't do all in one location. That's what that was. So I2RV is from one bot to another. That's what it was. Again, input to remote visible. So input from bot A to the remote or bot B visible. And I'm going to give it the stress test image as well. Stress tests. Stress test file as well and see what it says. It did create a lot of the stuff that's here, and I didn't take time to look at a lot of the stuff. I did take time to look at much of it, but not all of it. Like I know what all of these are doing, but yeah, the fact that it doesn't even remember what it was doing with the I2RV stuff is kind of like sus. The struct is literally named, it gave it to me. It gave me the stress test, and it doesn't have its anyway. I might have deleted it. It doesn't have it in memory. Input visible probe. Input to remote visible. Latency from an actor client sending a move input to a different observer client seeing that actor's position. Yeah. Okay. So there, that's what it was. It was a custom created I2RV is literally the shortening of input visible probe of the input visible probe struct, which then says, okay, how long does it take for this actor's actions to be visible on the observer client, which is the first client that connects. Probe cohort is fixed at 9 clients clustered at the origin anchor, orbiting at 4 to 20 meters regardless of N. They sit inside the full rate tier, so updates flow at 30 hertz and sampling stays dense. This means I2RV is controlled latency measurement. The same tight cohort every run regardless of the number of clients. So it tests basically how bad the game tick is being affected by the number of clients within visible range of each other. The clean design at 1,000 clients, a cohort doesn't change, so I2RV tells you how much extra load degrades the core A move BCs at path, not the noise from measured pair spreading out. Okay. Yeah. Record move sent keeps only the latest input timestamp per actor. Comment frames this as avoiding stale FIFO buildup, which is right, but the side effect is that a newer send can get paired with an update actually caused by an earlier send, which understates latency slightly under rapid move. Actors move at about 3 per second, 333 millisecond ticker, and steady P99 is 43 milliseconds, but they don't move at 3 per second. They don't move at 3 per second though, because when I do this, they're consistently moving. Like if I do a stress test with this, right? How do I do the stress test? I don't want to just freaking go look it up over there. I just want to see. Yeah. So cd dot up server and go run scripts. All right, so we're just going to cancel that. I don't want 250. I want 10, just so I can see it. We've got 10 clients in there. They're all going to show up. See them. They'll actually go to the center, wherever the hell it is. Eventually, I'll find it. I don't have any scroll out or scroll in on the test here. So here are the 10. They're not moving 3 times a second. You know what? They are. Because that's a move, 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 that's a move. My client is literally interpolating the movements. Their moves are click. They're going to a specific spot. So every time they change direction, they're changing general direction 3 times a second. But they could be doing this, or just holding a button down, giving them faster move, which is part of a problem. If I move faster, it's going to cause more updates, right? 3 times a second isn't all that bad. Most people are just going to be holding a single button down. And I think I have this set up to go, I think it's 5, I think it's like it goes 5 meters before it takes the next one. I don't remember for sure. But this is going to be one of the things that I'll be testing much later when we start trying to get people in. We'll be right back. All right. So we know that. We now know what all this means. Weird. 30 milliseconds. Very strange. 30 milliseconds for all of that anyway. Clearing them by 3 to 5 times. Okay. But I want to make sure that P99 is less than or equal to 220. And I'm clearing it by 3 to 5 times here. All right. Okay, so we can actually go back to my startup here, start working on what I want to do with this here, this over here. Bring that down, bring this over. And actually start trying to get our setup working appropriately. Why? I wanted to know who he was because I couldn't remember what his name was. So, like, why? God, that would have been really bad if I had, like, untoward photos there, huh? The fuck? Why did gallery open? Strange. All right, so we don't need this open anymore. Well, we might need it open later, but I don't think we need it open anymore now because the servers run without issue. So we can just turn it off. So let's just shut it down entirely. Let's turn off the. I don't want to suspend it. Let's just shut down this set. Let's turn off stop. That gets rid of those. Get out of here. Shut down this. Power off because I don't need the virtual machine running. Virtual machine has a backup of every Linode I've ever had. Not I've ever had, but every Linode I've had over the past like 5 years. So that if I ever need anything, I can go and find it. Oh, I accidentally deleted it. So there's that. We don't have to worry about anything here. We now know what everything here does. We can get back to the testing, the ARPG testing. And I don't know if you noticed, but I have a couple of other repos in here. We have old, less old, and the current one. And this one's going to be not quite old when I archive it because I'm going to make a new MMO archive. And then that archive that that repo that I make for L10 and -MMO is going to be the one that I go from now until the day that I say it's ready for release, or I say, I just suck at doing this. I'm never going to release the game. We're just done because I am trash at development. Which I don't think will happen. But it might. It might. So, Slady, if you're still here, have I really only been casting? No, I've been in the chat with him 5 hours. He passed out, probably because he doesn't. So, if you're still here, Slady, question for you: do you? You said that you have you're developing a 3D game, right? You have was it a 3D MMO? Is that what you? It's 3D in real time. And you're learning how to make your own engine in C++ anyway. Yeah, somebody earlier said something about their own engine, making their own engine. I just, like, I want to make my own engine. I know it's going to take a lot of time to do it. I don't know what engine would work with this. I was thinking about starting with, about, you know, making my MMO a real-time MMO. But I want to take some development time away. And I'm more of not an RTS. I'm more of a turn-based player. I like turn-based games a lot. So I kind of want to make that work. We can just blow away all the tables here. I'm not going to redo it. I'm just going to wait. But yeah. I don't know what it would take for me to use a different end, like use Unity or use Unreal as my engine. I don't know what it would take for me to do that. I'd have to learn Unreal. Like I said before, I kind of want to learn Go and Godot instead. I could make the server in C#, like using Godot as a base. I don't know how easy that would be for me when, or how that would work. Like, I don't want the server to also be a client. I don't want clients to double as servers. Absolutely not. I don't want that to happen. So I don't know what I would need to do to make all of this work appropriately in that case. So yeah. The old repository had a whole bunch of stuff. Help. That was all old. Title. Vessel. Docs. Old FPC. So this is where all this comes. Calculating total combination. If AN is selected, then ZN and its subtypes cannot be selected. Each of the 5 A types. That means I have to so hard. Eight possible selections not included. So create a T template. Races.json. God, I'm so nervous about that. All right, let's get back to doing what we're ARPG. ARPG. We don't need this anymore unless somebody wants to see what this is. This being the aspect system. I don't know why that doesn't update. Like, why isn't that updating? It should be dragging with this. I'll figure that out later. Aspect system. Figure that out. I don't think we need Godot at the moment. Don't need the artifacts or anything else that's archived from L10 and MMO at the moment. Manage. Oh. Wait, what? Wait. What? Why do I have? I had this set up to gameplay. Okay. Phone. Okay. All right. So we don't need any of this. This is all the testing up above. And we have our milestone target. So our milestone target, we want to get our races and sub races done. So we're going to be asking Claude about this stuff. So copy. I want sure I hit my milestone targets for divided components by August, given 6 to 8 hours daily of validation time. This is in the same vein as and will overrule guide. Same vein as and will override, comma, and will override the phase 0 combat prototype spec. Single actor. Let's get this party started. Now we figure out what we're going to do with this. I don't need these to show up because this is in the project. And what we're doing is we're not coding, although there will be code here. We're doing tests, the multi-actor combat test, etc. We're going to put these tests into archived. All of this going into archived, but not docs archived. Let's go. Well, yes. Archived. These are all going archived. The GDD is probably going to change it. So the game development document I have right now is like combat progression class model. The core system's design locked. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that we're going to change here. It's turn-based active MMORPG. I don't know if I want it to be an ARPG. It's just going to be an MMORPG, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. So if I build for a couple thousand concurrent player base, and this explodes and I get like 30,000 or 40,000 players, I have to make sure that it is containerized so that I can then spin up additional servers. And I have to make it so that I can connect different servers to the login system. God, that's going to be so fucking much work. Okay. Okay. Is the system internally consistent, dependency sound, and complete enough to build without holes? And does it actually feel good, which needs something running? One structural point, because it reshapes the whole sprint, and you'd rather I say it than validate the list as written. This is why I'm using Claude more often now, because it actually, like, Opus 4.8 is actually doing a lot of what I want it to do. I won't use Fable, even though I think Fable will actually kick ass. I won't use Fable because I don't want to spend a lot of money doing this. I don't have a lot of money to spend on this. So I have it at high effort, and I'm using Opus 4.8, and I make it think. So I don't have a lot of money to spend on this, so I don't want to spend a lot of money on it. Again, part of the reason why I want to learn. Message. It's Wednesday. It already reset. No, it's Thursday. It already reset. So just in the last hour, I've used 19% of my 5-hour limit. Oh, dear Lord. All right. So coherence validation is desk, just sitting there. Is a system internally consistent? Is it dependency sound and complete enough to build without holes? And then is it fun? You have to play it. Does it actually feel good? Most of the list is already coherent, settled at model level. Races, stats, classes, the progression model, and items all carry that status in their own docs. I don't have any docs for this. I don't have any docs for this. Unless it's thinking of the execution sequence? No. No. Combat model? No. What about the progression specialization? No. It can't be thinking of any of this. Maybe. It might be thinking of this. Maybe. In the design stuff. Or maybe in the historical stuff. But not in anything else. Yeah. All right. Has no independent fun to test. Talent tree isn't fun in a vacuum. Actually, I disagree. I disagree. A talent tree can be absolutely fun in a vacuum. Vacuum-ish. For example, this, not that, but this is fun in a vacuum. This is interesting. It's a puzzle all of, on its own. This is an interesting setup. How do I make it so that I can get into Vire the Stone Matron? Like, how do I make it so that I get to use Vire? Like, 65% weapon damage. Like, this is interesting, right? Petrify target for 2 seconds. If you use Fist of Vire, it's a 20% chance when hit. Like, holy shit. Yes, that's interesting. This is fun in a vacuum. Some people would say that building the Path of Exile builds using the sphere grid basically that they have. Some would say that's fun in a vacuum. I think building talent trees is fun in a vacuum. That being said, you can't fun validate those in action. It's fun when talent changes how an exchange plays, it expresses through combat, so you can't fun validate those in isolation, so trying to do so burns the budget. That collapses the real fun uncertainty into essentially one thing, combat. Specifically, the multi-actor phase stack resolution Udox flag is unproven, Plus the Twitch window accessibility question, that's where the deadline risk actually lives. Everything else is either desk coherence work or expresses through the combat prototype once it runs. And to be fair, the AI here is correct. In order for everything that I put on the table here, the races are fine, the stats are fine, those can be done. XP and progression, you can do that in its own, like that can be done in a vacuum, kind of. The classes and skills can be kind of done in a vacuum, but the minute you get to talents, professions, item framework, all of that requires you to be doing something in a game or in a system. Even the skills kind of require it. So especially if skills are going to have talent trees, and then if you have weapons have talent trees, or your stat system has a talent tree attached to it or something like that, then it becomes very, very different, and you need to have combat like attached to it. So this is saying, so the honest reframe of the target: by August 19th, every component lands in one of two states: proven fun, where it has independent feel, or coherence complete and dependency sound on paper, so building is de-risked. That's an achievable reading of will work and be fun, and that's the one that survives 13 days. So the foundation: desk first, the facet core derived waterfall still open in GDD section 11. Nothing in the races, stats, skills, items has a numeric expression to validate until this exists. It's the first domino on the non-combat side. This is the actual start of the game development side of things, given that the combat idea, where you're either putting everything into a combat attack or you're holding back just a little bit, which is kind of the idea that I'm going with, right? So if we go, you know what I need to do? I need to connect something as a screen to here so that I can write on it. I think I'd have to capture it as a different device. I'd have to capture it. Myself in my case, because this I could, right? Give me a second. Do I have that actually connected as one? I think I do. So here's OBS on my local. OBS on my local. Display capture. Device not connected or not available. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. I think I could actually. Ouch. I think I could actually do this part. So I were to start this up. That's my display. Should be. Maybe I just want that up top. That connects that. Let's see if we can get this to actually, that's not. Now, I can get this. This isn't actually allowing me to capture the other device. I have my secondary monitor. I have this monitor. What did you have for dinner? Why can't I actually? Oh, that's display cap. Silly. Display cap. I care about video device cap. That. Yes. Display. We don't care about that. Shouldn't be doing that. All right. Why? End. Why are you not actually? This actually isn't. I mean, you can see it doing stuff with the video capture. Like the audio's like, why is it not just not working? It should be. Like the device is working. This should be allowing me to connect via my HD60, but it's just not. HD60 doesn't seem to want to allow it. Sense. Signal status 20 by 1080. So what did you have for dinner? I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if actually I came through at all. Now there's, even though it's coming in. Oh well. What's shawarma? I'm unfortunately an ignorant American. Different world, rather. Right, so this just isn't going to work. Oh well. I was hoping to be able to draw stuff. Can't draw. Unfortunate, but whatever. So we won't be doing that. We won't be doing. Ah, beef or lamb spiced with Middle Eastern spices. God, that's. I need to make sure. I need to make sure that I can actually hear myself on. So, question. Okay, coming through. All right. Okie dokie. So what's going on here is I said I wanted to do these. Claude is telling me that the only way to verify that everything is fun is to start with the combat system. And to validate that the combat system works. So what we're going to do, and we're going to have this done in a lot sooner than the 2 weeks that we have. What we're going to do is we're going to validate the facets, the core, the derived waterfalls, all that nifty stuff. We're going to validate that. The reason why I say waterfall stats is because, for example, in D&D, you have 6 stats, right? I'm actually going to draw, but I'm going to draw with my fucking mouse. And I'm not as good as other people are with this. So you have con, you have strength, you have int, you have wisdom, you have charisma, right? Constitution, strength, int, wisdom, charisma, dexterity. In a traditional D&D setup, right? So you have these. I'll actually. I don't know why I pressed the button that should have unmuted me, and for some reason I accidentally pressed the button that mutes my music, like directly. Even though you can't hear my music if I were to play it right now at all. I, for some reason, decided to mute my music. And because I don't have music going right now, I didn't hear that it muted my music. Silly me. It happens. When you have a roadcaster that you don't pay attention to, it happens. Mistakes. Give me 1 second. I turned it off because why is my pause button not working? Pause, motherfucker. Pause. Why? Play. Oh, that's so weird. Anyway, so Control 0. Yeah. So music. This is Steam Powered Giraffe. This is generally what I listen to. Generally, when I'm coding, either this or like classical music, right? Like Bach or Beethoven or something. But I happen to really, really like Steam Powered Giraffe. Anyway, so I muted that instead of muting the instead of unmuting the microphone when I sneezed. And yeah, because I wasn't listening to anything, it didn't happen. But I'm now listening to that in the background. So anyway, D&D has Constitution, Strength, Intelligence, Wisdom, Charisma, and Dexterity. My system has not that. Go ahead, minimize this. It's just going to stay there. That's fine. My system has not that. My system has actually I can just go in, I think, common images aspect system. So my stat system has, instead of those 6 stats, my system has aptitude, it has conviction, it has competence, it's got growth, and it has resilience. So the waterfall idea that I've had for this for a while, this waterfall idea is that if I want to map, say, Constitution from D&D, which only gives you health, right? In D&D, this only gives you health, right? Let's actually look at World of Warcraft as well, like WoW stats. How do the attributes work in WoW? Let's go down here. You have stamina, strength, intelligence, and intellect. And out of those are really, you fucking piece of shit. I fucking hate fandom. So yep. Goodbye, fandom. Data for Azeroth. Goodbye, Data for Azeroth. Wowhead. All right. So as I was saying, you have stamina, strength, agility, and intellect. Okay? These are the primary stats. These are the ones that scale. After those, in World of Warcraft, you have things like armor, durability, and weapon damage and weapon speed. Those are item attributes, right? You have secondary stats, crit strike chance. How do you get crit strike? It's just a secondary stat. But you also get crit strike from what? Is it agility? I think you get crit strike from agility, right? I think you get crit strike from agility. Like, I think that's what it is. WoW stats, waterfall. In Ashes of Creation, you get waterfall stats from other stats. So you have a primary stat that gives you a secondary stat, right? So your primary stats in World of Warcraft are waterfalls. No, these are just basic waterfalls. That's so silly. Waterfall stats are stats that are buffed, created, updated, or improved or diminished from a primary stat. In D&D, Constitution is a stat that provides health, and I think it provides like you have saving throws against it. What waterfall stats do D&D primary stats give? So I want to say Constitution does something more than just health and saving throws. So yeah, your strength gives you raw physical powerlifting capacity, etc. Saving throws, carrying capacity, your health are the basics that gives. Dexterity gives your saving throws again. It gives you your AC. It gives you your ability to do damage and and improves your accuracy with ranged attacks. And I think it has something to do with your initiative as well. I think. So I said strength for health, but no, constitution is health. But they all give you a saving throw. Like, okay, you need to save against being crushed. Use your strength. Okay, yes, you held the door open, you didn't get crushed, that kind of stuff. Right? So you have that in D&D. In World of Warcraft, you have something similar, but you only have 4 main stats and 4 secondary stats. Inside Ashes of Creation, way back, like when it was around, Ashes of Creation waterfall stats. Secondary and tertiary attribute bonuses like penetration, crit chance, or resistances that flow outward from primary stats such as strength or intelligence, or are passively embedded in gear. For example, strength increases physical power rating, and 1 strength to physical power rating, whereas intelligence increased magical power rating. 1 intelligence equals 3 magical power. And the way it worked, it was a little bit different, but it was on a sliding scale. Diminishing returns after you get to about 300. The idea that I have, and I don't know if any other game does this, but the idea that I have is, my God, I may have to restart my computer. I can't believe that these, like, I have no idea why I can't pause my, you know what? Maybe it's because, exit all apps. Synapse. Start it. Come on, hurry up and load. There we go. Pause. Pause. It's not pausing. Why the fuck is it not pausing? Oh, because it hasn't started yet. So the idea I have with my stat system is that you don't get health just from one of these stats. You don't get health just from, say, resilience, right? Like, my idea is that you're going to get health from a combination of 2 or 3 of these stats. Close. Pause. Pause. It's just not. Play pause. Multimedia. Cancel. Let's change this. Multimedia. Mute all. Save. Requires Razor Synapse. Synapse is fucking running. It's running. Why the hell? But Synapse is running. The fuck are you talking about? Yo, mofo, Synapse is running. I'm literally in it. I'm throwing up the ad now. We'll be back in 2.5. You don't get ads. You're a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime? No, Twitch Turbo user. Or you have ad blocking. Either way, I don't care. I'm glad that you're still around. I don't know why Spotify isn't like letting me pause and play. It just, I have to restart my computer for that. I don't know why it's not doing it. Anyway, so my idea is that instead of this, we get rid of that system. That's gone, right? So let's get rid of that system. Bye-bye. And instead of being stuck to the way this is set up, right, with just these stats, we do something like this. We have aptitude. We have aptitude. And say growth is HP. Or maybe aptitude plus resilience. Resilience plus aptitude plus growth is HP. So now you have a set of stats that you have to look at to try and min-max your health pool. And because of the way, like, I want to make it so that in order to min-max something like this, aptitude, resilience, and growth, these are all three competing in some way. If you choose if you choose a phased class, based class being like aptitude and arcane, to get the bonuses from those, you by default you lose something here. And if you choose a Lin-based class or an aspect-based race, not class, choose an aspect race, then you're taking 2 here and you're immediately losing some from here as well. Yes, you're losing 3 here, but you're losing 1 here. You get +4, +1, -1, -3, -1. So if it's those 3, the only way that you min-max your health is by going dimensional mechanical and losing a whole shitload of competence to do so. And maybe competence is where that's your HP. Maybe competence, we have competence plus resilience plus, say, conviction. Plus equals your defense. So now you've got competence. Okay, let's do competence. So we're here. Resilience, which is way over there. So now they're polar opposites. In order to get some good defense, you go, all right, I'm gonna go phase race. I'm gonna go like the technical mechanical race, whatever that is. And now you have conviction. Those two, now you have this one. So you've got +3, +2. The negative is here, -3, -1, -1. You lose out. And that's what I'm thinking of doing, is having every single main stat have a base of whatever the starting 3 primary facets are, or have them move based on what your 3 facets happen to be. What I think this will do, there are 2 things that this can do. The first is it'll piss people off because there's too much math involved. My God, I have to use 3 different stats to get everything working. And not really. It'll show you the formula in the base, but then it'll say HP. And it'll say, okay, well, if you put 2 points into here, +2 right? +2 resilience, you'll gain 10 HP. -3 aptitude equals -15 HP, or something of that nature. So that all of them put together equals a certain stat number. The higher it goes, the higher the total goes, the more diminishing returns you have. So flattening it out isn't necessarily the best case scenario, having 5, 5, 5, because you could have 13, 2, 2, or 13, 1, 2, 13, 1, 1, and have 15 points and have the same HP total. So it turns into not a min-maxing thing, but a choose what you want to min-max thing, right? But I don't know, like putting 2 aspects together, that was easy. figuring out the +5 -5 stat spread, that was easy. When I start getting into 3 stats per, or 3 aspects or facets per stat, that gets a little bit difficult. More so, given that I only have 5, and 3 out of 5, you can only do that 27 times. Is it 27 times? I think it's 27 times. I choose 3 out of 5. If they have no priority, I choose 3 of 5. I can't even do it 27 times. I can only do it 3 times. So what is it? Let's see. If I have 5 stats and I can choose 3 of them, no priority, but no repeat, how many combinations do I have? I want to say it's like 6. 10. There it is. Choose n out of r. Yeah. Choose out of n r. So choose 3 out of 5. 5 factorial divided by 3 factorial times 5 minus 3 factorial. So 3 factorial times 2 factorial is 3 times 2 times 2 times 1. 3 times 2 times 2 is 12. 5 times 4 times 3 times 2. 3 times 2 is 5 times 20 divided by 2. So you have 10 different combinations here that you, and all of them have some kind, all of them by default have some kind of negative connection. No matter which 3 you choose, no matter how you choose them, because any 3 selections is going to have a negative. You choose aptitude, resilience, and competence. One of those 3, depending on what your race is going to have a negative connotation to it. 10 main stats. How would we do 10 main stats? What could the 10 main stats be? Now, mind you, I could be doing this with Claude and figuring this stuff out with Claude, how to make this work. But I like to figure things out before I start asking questions, because this is my game, not a vibe coded game, not something where I'm not using my own imagination for this stuff. So, and I do believe that figuring some of this stuff out will have, like, we can get 10 different stats, right, out of these 5 different main aspects, and that we can find an in-lore way to make them work together. So, like, what is aptitude? What does aptitude mean? Aptitude means the ability to do well at something, right? So if we look up the definitions of these 5 words, aptitude definition. The aptitude definition is natural ability, talent, or capacity to learn and do something well. And that's the key, something well. It's an innate potential rather than a learned skill. Okay? Meaning it shows how quickly a person can pick up new tasks or concepts. So inherent potential. Your aptitude. You have an inherent potential to be able to dodge or soak damage or whatever, right? You have an inherent potential to be able to cast magic. So now all of a sudden, immediately, so we now have magic has aptitude involved. Immediately. Anything to do with magic has aptitude involved. Mana, casting speed, casting power. So like intelligence would be under aptitude, right? Your mana pool might not be under aptitude. That could be under competence, growth, and resilience, or competence, conviction, and resilience, or some other combination of those. So like, this is how we're going to figure out what the stats are. But what will those stats be? Because I want them to be easy to understand. Like, you get to this point, oh, that's what health is. I know what health is. That's easy, right? And so this is also going to be super transparent. You have 3 stats that feed every skill, 3 aspects that feed 3 facets, not aspects. Aspects are the like spiritual or non-physical manifestation of those different schools. Facets are the actual main stats: aptitude, conviction, competence. Aspects are like dimensional, spiritual, arcane. And then stats are what three of those facets combine to become. Think facet like the face of a diamond. That's why it's in the shape of a diamond. If you take three facets from a diamond, three sides from a diamond, and put them together, they're going to make something different. They're going to look different. Not from a diamond, but from a diamond shape, right? And so that's what the whole idea is. That's why everything is based on two. Why there's some give and take, some tug of war between any two aspects on the entire diamond. There's also going to be, all three. There are going to be three. Any single aspect is going to have the ability to do something that two other aspects are going to be able to do. And two of them are going to be mutually inclusive. They're going to be like helping each other. And one of them, from any combination, is going to be by default at odds or opposing those, regardless of what your class choice is. It means that class choice, what your race choice is. It means that race choice and class choice become more of an identity for the player and for the character. At least this is what my mind is thinking. I could be wrong, but this is how I'm going about this. My God, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Still not tired. You know what my sleeping pill is? My sleeping pill is eating food. But I ate a lot of food for dinner. I don't want to eat more food. But I don't want to stay up until like 9 in the morning. But we're going to stay up until I get this. I think because I started going with this, I think when we get the stat set up, not necessarily all the waterfall stats, but the main stats. When we get the main stats done, I think that's when I'll go to bed. I think. So what kind of stats can we have? Let's ask here. And he's making an assumption. It's making an assumption. Professions carried as concepts, rebuild full spec, undesigned detail. This is my nominated defer if the sprint runs hot, better designed well later than half validated. Now, spine, the fun gate, foundation desk first, facet core derived waterfall still open. This is literally what we're going to work on first. And that's actually like number one in the dependency. The spine, the fun gate, multi-actor combat prototype, boxes and tweens, same throwaway discipline as the original combat atom. Biggest single time sync, highest value validation. It also settles a reserve versus reaction economy fork. That's later. I'm not doing that right now. Hangs off the spine once the economy settles are skills, then talents. Note talents and talent trees is net new. There's no design doc that exists for it. You can't validate what isn't designed. We have to design that. We don't have an actual design for the main stats. So that's what we're doing, is the design for the main stats. And then parallel coherence passes, low energy sessions, races, do the 5 +5 -5 leans, yield distinct non-dominated builds once the waterfall exists. Classes, learnability gating gives distinct viable paths, noted gates, items, etc. So we're going to do the stats, and then we'll do the classes or the class-based ideals based on the stats and the races and the combinations that they can have. So the first thing that we have right off the gate, let's get back to this. Let's go to the race table reference. This doesn't look very easy to understand. Here, and go to the race table reference right here. So this race table reference tells us we have Circeans, the 10 main races and the 20 sub-races total. Circeans have +3 aptitude, -1 resilience, -1 conviction. What I'll end up doing is I'll create a document or an image like this that instead of having all this data in here to explain what everything does, I'll keep phase information, a mutually beneficial relationship between two opposing aspects. They're phased. The common conflicting aspect is anti-phase, so that's an anti-phase, right? And then Alina is a conflict-filled direct relationship between two aspects. Phase races balance these relationships to draw upon both aspects' power at great cost, extreme detachment from the aspect's common phase. Nuh-uh. Where are you? Pages with a magnifying glass. Motherfucker! Thank you so much. I don't want that. This is, oh, motherfucker. Motherfucker, look at that. Look at that. That is so. I actually, it looks like I have the aspect system visual aid is broken. I'm going to have to fix that. We'll fix that later. But thank you. That actually helps out quite a lot. So we don't have to do this. Go back over here. So we have 3 aptitude. What I'll end up doing is I'll remove all the extra stuff here. I'll keep like aspect and facet all there, but I'll remove all this so that I can then say, okay, Circean goes here. It's dimensional. The sub-races for Circean end up being these 2. Espers are the spiritual ones. They go here. The sub-races for Esper are not the sub-races are here. The sub-races are arcane and technical for the Circeans. The Espers are spiritual. The sub-races for Espers are mechanical and arcane, being a spectral Esper or an Esperan Deacon, right? So that's these 2 here. The technical race are humans. Humans are technical. Humans are very technical. The sub-races for humans are dimensional and mechanical, having aptitude and resilience. So a human is very technical and very mechanical, or very technical and very dimensional. No, very technical and have a lot of aptitude. That's how that's going to work. They're very competent and they have the aptitude to learn more shit pretty quickly. The Cetra are the arcane, and then the Warforged are the mechanical. And then outside of that, we have the ones that actually are like in the middle here. They're the ones in the middle of each Lin, where they draw on both instead of being in like a full aspect directly. And the Glassbound Continuum is dimensional and spiritual. The Dissonant Swarm is spiritual and technical. The Obsidian Choir is technical and arcane. Sovereign Accord is arcane and mechanical. And the Ironfold Assembly is mechanical and dimensional, with the sub-races of those being very specific, mechanical and dimensional. And the sub-races either mechanical or dimensional. No matter what they are, they have a negative 3. So I'll eventually make this setup here. I'll make that work here, so that you can either choose what you want for stats and make your race selection, so you'll know what they have, or you'll know what you get from that race. I want it to be very transparent when you choose your racing class or your race and sub-race. I want everything to be very transparent. So what we'll do here is, instead of oopsies, instead of going to milestone, instead of going to just I don't want that anymore. Instead of going to just where the hell was I? God. Yeah, so when you're creating a character, instead of just going, oh, this is the race I want to be, which some people will do, you'll have the ability to see this race gives you this, this, and this. And by the way, this is what this does for you. So like, let's go back over. Let's go back over. Reference. Boom. So let's say that you decide you want to be Dissonant Swarm. And the Dissonant Swarm, you want to be a collapsed mind of the Dissonant Swarm. You're a spiritual focused Dissonant Swarm member. You're collapsed mind. Spiritual, you get +1 conviction, +1 competence, -1 growth, -1 aptitude, -3 resilience, and because you're spiritual, you get +3 conviction. You have a total of +4 conviction. And you're +1 competent. But you suck, you're resilience, you're very, very, like, by default, you're very, like, you're very fragile, right? So you'll see, like, when you choose that race, and the 2 sub races, you'll see like with the sub race, it'll be like collapsed mind of the dissonant swarm or hive syncretic of the dissonant swarm. And so you'll see 20 choices for race, but when you select one, it'll show you what you have for stats, and then it'll show you what you have for starting based on the 9-point diamond. It'll show you what you have for starting HP. And then when you move things up or down, it'll show you what that does to your stats from the base. And then you can tinker with that, hit save without actually creating your character to tinker with that kind of stuff. Because transparency is a big thing for me. I want people to understand that what they're seeing is easy to understand, and I don't want to walk people through it, but I don't want to keep things away from people so that they don't understand what's going on. With that said, what I think we want to do here is ask Claude not to help me create, to help me create the actual stats, but to find out what a lot of other games' different primary stats are and how I can then apply whatever stats I decide to work with. Health, mana, those are going to be givens. Energy is going to be a given if it's an energy-based class or whatever, but that's not going to be a starting point, right? Because it's going to be races, so it's going to be health. What else comes with that? What other primary stats come with the idea that you have health? A magic aptitude, a magic capability. How are we going to make this work? Because I believe that constitution is actually a health thing. I believe that health is going to be a primary stat. I don't believe that stamina is going to be the primary stat. I believe it's going to be like health or something similar. So I want to build this out with the idea that there are 3 stats, because we have 10 total combinations there. I think that three facets per primary stat, giving us 10 total primary stats, is a great place to say that's it. Because then we can say 5 primary and 5 secondary if we decided to. But I think 10 primary stats is, yeah, it sounds like it's a little bit overdoing it. If I choose 4 out of 5, so that would be 5 factorial divided by 4 factorial times. Would be 5 factorial divided by 4 factorial times 5 minus 4 factorial. So it would be 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 divided by 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 times 1. It would be 5. So if I choose 3 out of 5, it's 10. If I choose 4 out of 5, it's 5. And if I choose 5 out of 5, it's 1. But if I choose 2 out of 5, it goes right up to 20, just like the number of classes I have. And I don't want 20 main stats, but I don't want 5 main stats either. Because I don't want people to have to say, oh, 4 of these stats all go together to give me health. You know, it's aptitude, competence, growth, and resilience is what I have to have for health. Conviction gets laid to waste or whatever. So I think that 20 different 10 different main stats is good. I think. So let's see. If you have any suggestions on that, like, please let me know. Feel free to chime right in. Because what I think doesn't mean that's what's going to be in the game. This is going to be all about taking feedback from the start, straight up from the start. But let's see what Claude says. You have my aspect diagram / setup with the facets in mind and the races in mind. If we go with a 3 facet per primary stat layout, that gives us 10 primary stats. How could I make up, if we want 10 primary stats, how could I combine each set of 3 to a single stat and make it all make sense, given the names of the facets? For example, health could be basic health, could be growth, resilience, and conviction. And I know I said it could be resilience, aptitude, but I think it would be growth, resilience, and conviction, while health yeah, see, I don't want to, before I continue the prompt here, and I'm no good at writing prompts, it's why I use tokens like left, right, and sideways when I do this, and why I end up getting frustrated because the AI doesn't actually respond the way I'm expecting. What I don't want to have happen with my game is I could say, okay, I'm going to take time off and I'm going to, let's go make a Phantasy Star 4 clone. Phantasy Star 4 is great. If we, as an example, Phantasy Star 4 stats, character stats. So we get to see an image of the character stats in Phantasy Star 4. There are 4 primary stats in Phantasy Star 4 that give you other stats based on them, right? I think it's 4 primary stats. Strength, mental, agility, and dexterity. Strength gives you attack power, mental gives you magic power and defense, agility gives you defense and initiative, and dexterity gives you accuracy. But listen to that. Strength gives you attack power, mental gives you magic power and defense, agility, magic power and magic defense, agility gives you defense and initiative, and dexterity gives you accuracy. Attack power, magic defense, general defense, initiative, and dexterity. 6, I know I put 7 up. That's 6 different stats based on 4 different primary stats. And Phantasy Star 4 is probably the best game in the entire series, right? But all of them, there's no real waterfall there. It's a primary stat gives you a secondary stat. I want different. 11, 10 and a half right now, and I'm going until I'm, oh, my headphones died. Give me a minute. It's been 10 and a half hours, and I'm going until I'm done the stat set here, Twitch plus me. That being said, you're here. I'm going to do a game. That's what all this is about. I'm going to write code, develop, whatever, however you want to put it, an MMORPG. And it's going to be a turn-based MMO, a turn-based RPG. It's going to have real-time, non-combat interaction. Just walk around and talk to. When's the beta? Dude, this is going to take me like 4 or 5 years to write. And the more I talk about what I want to put in or what I think is going to be needed, like that's 4 or 5 years without me doing any art, without me doing any music, with me eventually hiring out the people to do the art and the music. The more I have to do, because I'm learning while I'm going. I'm going to be learning Go and C# and Godot right into just C#. But regardless, the more I talk about what I want to do or like figure out what I need to learn to do it, the longer it's going to take because I have to learn it well. No, I'm not going to. That's the thing that so many people think. Yes, I could write an MMO in a year using AI and vibe coding, but it would be AI slop. And I would be like sacrificing my learning process. I want to learn the game, the systems that I'm going to design, and how to code it so that when there's a bug, I can fix it. I want to know the code I'm going to be writing. So no, it's not going to be vibe coded. I'm going to vibe code the general ideas and whatnot and make sure that they work the way I think that they should work. And just like, think about it like pseudocode. Instead of pseudocode, I'm going to write vibe coded AI code. And when I know that that works, then I'm going to take that and I'm going to turn it into my code. Maybe it's double work. I don't care. I'm not fucking vibe coding. I want to learn this shit. I want to learn Go. I want to learn Godot. I want to learn C#. Not have some fucking development AI do it for me and me never actually understand what's going on. But while you're here, I'm in the process of deciding what I'm going to do for stats, for MMO-based stats. I have 5 general, they're called aspects, but they're like general schools, basically, that every stat is going to pull from. And I'm thinking that you have to pull from 3 different schools, 3 different aspects for every stat. And I'm trying to figure out how to do that. For example, I think that basic health, like your health pool, will come from the stat aspect stats that we have called aptitude. Not aptitude, growth, resilience, and conviction. Resilience being the main one, but then growth and conviction. Growth being, okay, yeah, you gain more health or whatever. And conviction being the tertiary one where, yes, you actually did some training to make your body more durable or something, right? And so I want 10 of them for the whole, like the entire game is designed around this 5 aspect core. That core is this core. I think you might have seen this before. This core here, this 5 aspect core. The red dot in the middle, don't pay any attention to that. That was me just screwing around. That's like the exact center of the diamond. That right there. And so everything in the game, it's designed around this 5 realm thing. Not because of Magic the Gathering. And that's exactly why I changed the colors of some of the stuff. So yeah, we have black, blue, and green, but we have purple and yellow instead of white and red. Because it's not Magic the Gathering, goddammit. It's not Magic the Gathering. But the idea is 5 schools, 5 realms, 5 different thought processes on how life should be. Because that's what's in my head and what's on paper from my book. That's the story that this is all about, that this is all coming from, is the stories that I've written in my book. Story in my books. 2 books, neither of them finished, both of them different stories, but in the same world, same universe. And so everything stems off of this. And because everything stems off of this, the races, the character classes, the skills, all of it's going to stem off of that. Because of that, the stats have to stem off of that. So I'm trying to figure out where everything's going to be there and whatnot. So I'm about to ask AI to help me figure out what those stats could be. I know health regen, defense, but then we have things like, well, mana and energy are going to be different. But I don't want the race that has most mana users to be gimping energy-based users because it's the same idea. Maybe? I don't know. So I'm going to be, if you have any input, please give me. If you don't, that's fine. This is like straight up. It's a community thing. I'm going to be taking feedback from the get-go from anybody who wants to give feedback. And when we get to a point where everybody's giving conflicting feedback, then I'm going to start doing polls and whatnot to see what people think. Because this is a game, I want the people who are going to be involved in helping me code it through the stream and whatnot to enjoy being a part of the development of it. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. I had to think if it made sense outside of my own head. All right. So, for example, basic health could be growth, resilience, and conviction, while health regen could be aptitude. No. Could be resilience. Yeah, could be resilience. Aptitude. What do you have programming experience in? I have a lot of programming experience from like 2 decades ago, and virtually none from two decades ago to now. I'm learning how to do React. I didn't touch JavaScript like when I was doing web design back in the day. I didn't touch JavaScript when I did actual like programming in different companies back in the day, because most of the programming they were doing was in Perl, so they had me doing my stuff in Perl and Cold Fusion. So yeah. Enterprise web developer. So 2 decades ago, I finished being an enterprise web developer. I helped hire the company that did the website. They paid $30,000 and I told them I could do the same job for 10. But yeah, I don't teach web development. I don't teach anything like that. I don't teach. I'm a learning consultant for a local college, local to where I used to live, not local to me now. Which is it's like an embellishment of saying a tutor, but tutor has some connotations that my school didn't want to keep promoting. Yeah, I'm not I could be a teacher. I could. I have the certifications for it. I have a master's degree in English, so I could be a teacher. I don't want to be a teacher because I get to deal with students more on a one-on-one or small group basis, being a consultant, a tutor, and help them more directly than I could if I were a teacher. So I could become a teacher. I could become a professor. I'm what's called a supplemental instructor in some classes at the school that I'm at, which means that I'm in the classrooms, just not physically. I'm in their remote classrooms. So I'm in the Zoom rooms and whatnot. And I help students that way. And then students come to me directly and ask for help, mostly with English, with writing. But like, I also can help with things like statistics, elementary algebra, some history, some STEM stuff. Like I was originally going to college to become or to get into the medical field. So I have some general microbiology I can help with. I have some anatomy and physiology I can help with. I've got some of that stuff that I can do. But not advanced math. Like I tried calculus and I was like, I can't do this the way I want to do it. And I'm going to fail. So I'm just not going to do it. And I can't do organic chem because I picked up the really difficult topics very easily, but the really easy topics just for some reason went, you don't get it. So, so I can help with a lot of other topics as well. A lot of other like course styles, STEM, statistics and whatnot. But my primary focus is English because that's where my master's degree is at. I have a bachelor's degree in English as well, but I have a lot of associate's degrees in like nutrition, math, science, etc. But yeah, that also allows me to do the work that I do with this and stuff. No shit, right? So you feel that way, but you don't have to feel that way. I'm 51. I'm talking about learning Go and Godot and C#. I graduated when I started going back to school. I graduated my associate's degree courses and went on to my 4-year school. I graduated with a woman who was 78 years old, was going to a 4-year college and enrolled in 3 different primary programs. Like she was, I'm an English major. She was a fucking math, English, and biology major at the 4-year college she was going to, because she graduated with her associate's degrees. And when I say degrees, I mean, I don't think you could have found another degree she could have graduated with. And she was 78 fucking years old. And this was 2016? So 10 years ago. 78. And she graduated with, I don't even know. They were reading the list for like 5 minutes with the associate's degrees that this woman had. You're never too old to learn, and your mind is never too rigid to learn. You just have to put your mind to it. You have to be willing to open yourself to learning new things. And as you start learning, your mind will start becoming more spongy. It'll start becoming more elastic. And that elasticity will allow you to start learning more. She was 78. 78. And I thought I was good with, I'm graduating with 4 associate's degrees. Woohoo. She graduated with so many you couldn't count them. They were reading the list for like 5 minutes. It was fucking insane. Fuck, you know, now I have to figure out who that was. Hold on. Associates, degrees, degree, grad, Sac City, 2016. 78-year-old. See if I can find it. Nope, it's the AI saying you to do this, you blah blah blah. I swear she would have been in the news. In Sac B. Of course. I'm not going to be able to find it. I wonder if she went to UC Davis after. I think that might have been. She might have been going to Sac State, but she might have been going to UC Davis afterwards as well. But I'm not going to be able to find it. It's not. Maybe it was 2017. In any event, yeah, she had a lot. Like a lot. So I have 4 associate's degrees. Math and science, which is 1 degree, nutrition, English, and general studies. Those are all from Sacramento City College. I went to get those, I went to Sacramento City College, American River College, Folsom Lake College, and Cosumnes River College. All 4 of them. I took classes at all 4 to get the degrees. But I graduated specifically from Sacramento City College. It might have been 2017, but I think it was 2016. Dude, you went to ARC and SCC? Dude. Twitch plus me. When I went to, you took data structures at SCC. That's cool. When I went to ARC, I was originally enrolled at Sac City College. And then I went to ARC and I went, this campus is so much better than Sac City. What the hell are we doing? It might be a little bit different in Australia, yeah. But when I went to ARC Twitch plus me, I was originally there for biology because I wanted to go into the medical field. I was taking pre-med courses to go to med school at ARC. They required me, even though I showed them that I had my English classes taken, they required me to prove it. And until I could prove it, they suggested I take an English class. So I took I don't remember what the name of the class was, but it was like a film and literature class. That professor, Susan Howe, suggested while we were reading V for Vendetta and The Handmaid's Tale, which I hated. I fucking contested having to read that, but she made me read it anyway, and I'm so glad that she did. She suggested that I join the literary magazine for ARC. Now, ARC at the time had many awards from that literary magazine. I said, okay, I'll try it. But only because you say I have a knack for reading and writing. The reason she said that is because after doing the V for Vendetta thing, we had to do a report, and I wrote, I think I still have it. Let me see. I might still have it. ARC. School. Miss Mabel's School for Girls Shared Media Books, Katie Cross. Old school stuff, Zip. Archives. Los Rios. Oh yeah, I stayed at Los Rios at the school system even after I graduated from Sac City and I started going to Sonoma State. I kept going to classes at American River College because of that lit mag that I joined. So I was there until I stopped going to Sac City. I mean, until I stopped going to Sonoma State. Nutrition. That's the sole reason I have the nutrition degree is because of that class. Cultural anthropology in this class, I went to Stanford because of the cultural anthropology class that I took, because I had to write a report that ended up being submit to the honors base symposium, and I got selected to go. Like, the fuck? Literary magazine, sci-fi and fantasy, and that was the name of it. And I did V for Vendetta. That's a discussion question. That's not the one that I did. Where are you? Where the fuck are you? Presentation. I did it on Dragons of Autumn Twilight, but I also did, where the hell is my V for Vendetta thing? Was it in the sci-fi? No, that was different. That was the summer. No, it was in spring. No. Where the again, like I said, I was bio, so we've got math, history, organic chem. Where the hell are you? Anatomy and physiology, general microbiology. Where are you, you son of a bitch? All right, so now I'm a little upset because I don't know where it is. I took, maybe it was this class here. Yeah, it was, because she suggested that I take the class afterwards. Where the hell are you? I'm looking for it because I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read the damn thing. I don't think was it this one? It might have been this one. Nope, where's the motherfucker? Critical analysis for Time of the Twins. I don't know where I put the image, not the image, the stuff that I want to read. I'm like, I don't know where I put it. Aslan is not safe, but good. Somebody else's stuff, not mine. No, it is mine. My bad. Aslan is not safe, but he is good. He's not safe, by the way. I don't care about, like, dude, doxing myself, I don't care about it. Like, I started streaming on Twitch in 2009. I got doxed because people came on here, found my, at the time, MySpace. I know you're not serious. I just think it's funny. I'm gonna talk about it a little bit because I do think it's kind of funny. So in 2010-ish or 11-ish, people found my MySpace page. Because of that, they also found out where I lived. They hacked all of my computers, and they sent a fucking SWAT team to my house. In 2009 or 10, when I had first started streaming, I was out as trans. I had people tell me they wanted to run me over with their motorcycles. I got them banned from Twitch because they threatened to kill me, right? Yes, I'm a little bit nervous about the state of the world right now and about what's going on and all that. But my information has been out there the entire time I've been streaming. And there's nothing that I can do if somebody wants to find out my info because I've been so online for so long. So why am I going to, I'm not going to give people the information if I can, oops, I fucking screwed up here. I don't care about people knowing my name. I'm very open about who I am, right? Here it is, the B sheet. Found it. Bonjour! I believe a bid to be bold and not betray the bandy of verbosity has bestowed upon my being. This belief was not born of my own brain, though a bazaar of bywords and bulletins became the brunt of my behavior. But because of the bet, not a bluff, a betrayal of the blight born upon my body has become but a bruise, etc., etc. That wasn't a private key, that was a public key. That was a public key, that wasn't the private key. I got lucky. I didn't fuck up like I thought I did. This thing here was because I read V for Vendetta. This monologue that I actually presented in my class caused my professor, Susan Howe, to suggest that I join the Lit Mag. It's the B script. Yes, it is the B script. Because I did that, and we had just done V for Vendetta earlier that year. And why is it the B script? Because Banzai! Why is it the B script? Because the buzz between the bulk that has brought broth to the brim and me to the brink of being bizarre. The bushes beg for the boundary of this borderline bonanza. I bring the boat to the bank of the bay. A bare beauty bearing the bony blurb, like Tasselhoff the Kender bearing his beautiful black-blue leggings. Yeah. I didn't have a knack for words. Obviously, I just wrote it, and it obviously needs a lot of editing. Like, the buzz between the bulk has brought the broth to the brim and me to the brink of being bizarre. That sounds cool. It's a little confusing. So I bring to you the beginning, brandishing a box of baubles. Become my buddy and bring this bombastic butchering to a blitzing close, for it should never have been brought to life to begin with. You've been amused. I was younger. That was in 2017, so that was 10 years ago. So I was 41 when I wrote that. My God, I know people who wrote shit that's better than that at younger. Shh. There are things that are going to be in my MMO. First, like information about this. There are things that are available on archive.org from my older sites that I have shown on stream multiple times in the past that are no longer in my archives that people will be able to go to find secrets in the game that I will not code on stream when I get to those points. I have ideas. I like secrets. I like people finding secrets. And I'm hoping that when I develop secrets, that they are secret enough to stay secret for a secretively long time. Anyway, we have an ad starting in 2 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and start the ad now, get away from this stuff, and get back to writing this prompt before we come back from it. Because I'm now starting to get a little giddy, which means I'm actually starting to get tired, which is a good thing for me today. All right, I'm going to throw the ad up now. We'll be right back. I can't hear that music. WTF. Turn on my headphones. All right, so items of flag professions carried as concepts and progression field cannot generally be fully fun validated in 13 days. A whole game can't be fun validated. One assumption it's not load and it's load bearing for whether professions survives the cut. I'm treating the throwaway prototype build time as inside the 68 hour a day budget. If we build in separate hours and hours of validation only, the combat spine compresses professions back into each. Okay. Exactly. So I can't fun validate the game as a whole. I can't fun validate the idea of progression feel. I can't fun validate the idea of professions generally. I can't fun validate the idea of stats, character creation. I can't fun validate any of that to the extent that it looks like this is asking me to, even though I said I want to validate this stuff. What I really want to do is build out the stuff that is necessary and ensure that it makes sense and that it sounds and feels like when you're looking at it, it can be fun. But none of this was to have AI do it. It was to have me develop something and have players test it. Like my wife was going to test stuff and see if it's fun or whatnot, see if it feels good, basically. I have some real life friends I was going to ask for this. This is also why I'm streaming, because I'm going to ask people to take a look at like really general builds that anybody's going to be able to copy by just watching a stream and see if those feel good. For example, if I have a basic combat, right, a basic fight with the defense triggers that I'm talking about putting in the game later because of the turn-based stuff, that are similar in vein to, but not the same as, like Expedition 33. And people play it and they say, no, it doesn't feel right. Not the gameplay, the ideas of them when they have to press a button or do something to actually counter some attack. Then I know I have to make some changes to that. The overall idea of the reactions is already feel good based on like 7 different people telling me about it. It's not a lot, but it's more than enough to get me moving forward on it. The fun validation in terms of is it fun is more, does it feel bad? Is it a bad feeling when this happens? Or is it a, hey, this could work feeling when it happened? The fun itself isn't going to happen until I say, hey, here's a demo. What do you think? Give me feedback. Here are some questions. Here's what I'd like to know from you. That kind of shit. All right. Just give me the following. Health regen could be resilience, aptitude, and conviction, maybe. No, growth, resilience, and conviction. Resilience, aptitude, and growth. In that order of priority, maybe? Or non-prio. I don't know. Do we want them to have a priority? No, because if we have them have a priority, then we balloon the number of substats that ends up happening. Because now you have a stack of 3 stats that becomes a stack of 9 stats. Because you can have 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2. So you have three stats that become 9 substats, and I don't want that. So without priority, any order. Without facet priority. Facet order priority. What primary stats could we come up with? And what are the reasons? I want to make it work for each stat and each facet for said stat. All right, so that should give us a list of 10. And we're going to see how bad this is going to be or how good this is going to be. I think we can have health regen, mana regen, energy regen. That's 6 just those. So maybe mana and that's 6 just in that. Defense, magic defense. So maybe I might have actually wasted this prompt because magic aptitude could then waterfall into magic attack and magic defense. So we could have a stat that then waterfalls. We could have a regen stat that waterfalls into everything by adding a little bit from a different stat. So like, let's say we have magic aptitude or magic, right? Which is like, say, aptitude, competence, and growth. And then that magic stat then takes resilience and that turns into magic regen or mana regen. Something like that. I don't want it to become too complicated and too convoluted. So I want to try and get 10 basic stats tied to 3 facets each. And then have those be the stats that waterfall. So I only pay the $20 a month for Claude. I did pay the $100 a month for Claude for 2 months. And it felt like I ended up using more and getting less. So I stopped for like 6 months. And the only reason I have Claude now is because I thought that I turned off the billing for it and I got billed anyway. I only have Gemini because I'm a member of a school. So I have it through the program that they had for students because I was a student and I still have my student ID for that. So like, that's it. How fast do I burn through credits? If you saw earlier, I showed that I had used 19% an hour into the usage. I'm now at 21% with 2 prompts since then. And I'm at 3% for the week. Although that's going to burn 50% slower because if I had 100, now I have 150 like usage tokens until August 19th. August 5th doesn't matter. I don't use Cowork. I have no idea what Cowork is. And they gave me $100 of reload balance. So I'm going to use that whenever I need it because it's free. Fuck yeah. And I'm going to use it before September 19th. Max health, conviction, growth, and resilience. Health regen, aptitude, growth, and max resource. So this is, and I was afraid this is what it was going to do. It's tying mana and energy together. Aptitude, conviction, and growth. However, it can do that because I'm tying 3 different stats together. So now if I say, okay, one has a bit of a primary thing to it, then I break this down, but I give myself a way of making mana and energy separate. So physical offense, magical offense, physical defense, magical defense. Like I said there were 6 right there. Health regen, mana regen, defense, magical defense, accuracy, initiative. All right, so what are we missing out of those 10? We have 10 stats. Health regen, mana or energy regen, physical offense, magical offense, physical defense, magical defense, accuracy, and initiative. Or stamina regen, mana regen, might, potency, armor, ward, precision, and reflex. What are we missing out of those 10 stats that are... Oh, wow, max health is Greco. And max and health regen is Greep. G-R-E-A-P. G-R-R-E-A-P. Greep. Max resources co-grap. That's what's going to end up happening. That's what's going to end up happening, right? So we have conviction and competence, but it's not... Competence is CM here. But like, people are going to do things like, oh wow, C-O-G-R-R-E. So we have Greco, G-R-R-E-C-O. Greco. Yeah, that's my health, is a Greco, like a gecko. Like, it's going to happen. If I keep things this way, it's going to happen. So like, what are we missing out of these 10? Just thinking about this, we're missing a charisma stat. How do we get a charisma stat out of this? How do we make a charisma stat work here? Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay. I won't use GitHub Copilot. I feel like GitHub Copilot, like I have the free version, but notice I'm not using it here. I won't use it because I feel like it goes through credits too fast. It goes through tokens too fast. Yeah, I don't care about GitHub Copilot. Like I said, I don't want to vibe code. I don't want to learn how to vibe code. I don't want to do it. I want to keep using the web interface, figuring things out, and then doing it myself. I will use Opus 4.8 and I'll use the high reasoning model just because it does what I want it to. But I will not. I won't use Claude. I won't use code. I'll use Claude, but I won't use Claude code, even though it's attached here. Like I have it. I could use it. I won't. I've used it in the past and I did not like it. All right. Why each facet per stat? So we're missing like a charisma stat. We're missing like a dexterity stat, although initiative could double. AI tends to give a lot of crap. But then again, you know, you could AI code, you know, Undertale. Because hell, Toby Fox looks like Toby Fox coded it with like AI. I'm not saying Undertale is bad. I'm saying that from what I've seen and read, it's like, yeah. So you have to know, the reason why I want to learn and not vibe code is because I have to know how to fix bugs. And bugs are going to happen. And if I don't know how to fix bugs, then this will never get off the ground. I don't want somebody like Code Jesus coming over and saying, you fucking suck. Because I know I suck. But I don't want to suck when it comes time to release this. I don't want him like destroying my shit. I want, if anything, I want somebody like Code Jesus to come and say, hey, you fucked this up. Here's how you can fix it. So, no dexterity, although reflex might be able to double for that, or precision might be able to double for that. No charisma, although, oh wait, there's nothing to double for that. Don't give Code Jesus your code. He will rip it apart. I know he will. I watched what he did to Pirate Software. Thank God. Pirate's such a... I like Pirate knowing what he's talking about. I don't like him being so fucking arrogant. So I stopped following him. Which sucks because I learned some stuff by watching. I'm doing this. I decided to start doing this stuff because of him in the back. in the background. So I don't look up to him because he's an arrogant jackass. I don't look at his code because his code is not good. I don't look at him defending his stuff because he doesn't defend his stuff appropriately. He should take responsibility for his stupidity. I look to him for the things he says that are arguably good advice comments coming from a bad source. If you want to write a game, just start learning how to code. Go find the language you want, because you can do it in anything, and start writing the code. So I'm actually a pretty hard believer in do not separate the art from the artist, right? So like I'm a huge fan of Lovecraftian works. H.P. Lovecraft was a notorious fucking misogynist and homophobe. I own a lot of his writing. I think I have a book right. No, I don't. Downstairs, because I won't read it anymore because I can't separate the art from the artist. But for some reason, when it comes to Pirate Software, not his games, not what he's talking about with World of Warcraft, not his persona, some of the stuff that actually made him grow to prominence in the first place is good, common sense statements. If you want to write a game, just start writing the game. Don't worry about the engine you're writing in. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about that. Excuse me. Just start learning how to write the game. Write code. Learn to code. Go do it. Don't talk about it. Don't keep talking about it. Just go out and do it. Things like that. I don't follow him and I don't watch him anymore because of the shit that happened with WoW, showing everybody the type of person he is. If I want to learn to code, I will watch people like Casey Casey. Yeah, it is obvious stuff that people can say, but he said it in a kind of a different way. And it's those things that got people to watch him in the first place. I don't think it was him saying I was a Blizzard programmer for blah, blah, blah that got people to watch him. I think it was the way he presented that information that he presented that was actually half decent. Because people didn't watch him when he was playing Eve. People didn't watch him when he was streaming and playing freaking, or when he was making stuff for Second Life. People didn't pay any attention to him. People didn't really listen to him in Eve, right? People started listening to him when he started saying good. Oh no, it wasn't the worst shit. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Some of the stuff that's come out since then has been, oh my fucking God. But again, that's why I don't pay attention to him. But some of the stuff he said got me to, like, before I stopped watching, got me to start looking more seriously at creating the game that I've been thinking about creating, that I've been trying to create for the better part of 10 years. I actually, hold on. I've been trying to do this for 10 fucking years. So much so that, is it in here? That way back in 2015, I didn't just do an As Darkness Falls idea. I actually wrote in C++. I wrote, it's fine because it's like all of this is learning. Like I'm remembering things by going through this. I'm remembering stuff that that I learned in my VB class at fucking the Computer Learning Center. And my Java class at the computer, I didn't want to learn Java. I wanted to learn C. They forced me to take VB and Java. Like, the fuck? And Access. But it's that kind of stuff. Like, I'm remembering this shit. Back in 2015, I was learning how to write fucking C++ code. for a game. This is for the game that I started back then. The same overall idea. The same overall idea. This is code that I started writing in 2015. Is it running? Is it still playing sound? Is it off screen? If I had the freaking DLL to do this, I'd be able to show you that, hey, it actually played some music. I don't know if it played music or whatnot, but it had an image that came down at the very beginning to show what the game was with the words "As Darkness Falls." Like I've been trying to create a game for 10, 15 years, and I haven't been able to do it because I keep putting it off. Things that I heard from Pirate Software and others before he blew up, as in imploded, have caused me to start doing this. And things that I've been saying over the past 6 months have caused me to come back to this and say, I need accountability. This is going to be on stream. This is how I'm going to do it, and this is how it's going to work. I don't mind being derailed. If I mind being derailed, I'll do something like this. On with my music, off with my microphone. Even though I was talking, right? Off with my microphone. You can see my mouth moving. I'll do something like that. I'll turn on my music. I'll turn off my microphone, or I'll stop the stream and start coding off stream. Like, if I start feeling like I'm being derailed too much. Right now, like all of the 4.5 hours since I said I've got to stop, I'm just going to show this at 12, has been extra time. And I did say I have no problem with taking a day off. I have a lot of personal time. I have a lot of sick time. Fuck it. I'll just take the day off. I'll sleep in until later tonight. But in any event, we're missing things like charisma. We're missing things like intelligence. Intelligence can be potency, maybe. But do we want to map our stuff to traditional stats? Or do we want to map it to our own stats? I think that's actually the big question, right? Do we want our aspect system, this thing here, do we want these to map to traditional stats like strength, intelligence, dexterity, which are the three, strength being the tank, intelligence being basically the healer, and dexterity being basically the DPS, right? The Trinity. Do we want these stats to map to a Trinity-like set? Do we want them to map, if I take a look at not gear stats, I just want regular stats. Strength, agility, willpower, intelligence, and courage. Right? So strength, agility, willpower, and intelligence do your base stats, and then courage increases your damage just in general, right? In Dreadmist. So like, do I want strength to be there, or do I want it to be something a little different? I've self-learned every language I know as well. Even VB, I took the class, even though I already knew Visual Basic. I took it. They were teaching us VB4, and we started learning VB5 in the class. I took Python as a class in my undergrad at Sac City, and I finished the Sac City? Or did I take that at Mount Wachusett before I moved? I think it was at Mount Wachusett before I moved to California. And I finished the entire semester in the first week, Python, because I had language experience from other languages. So I didn't learn it from the schools. I learned it from my own shit. Like HTML, not HTML. Perl, I learned from doing my own stuff and using the HTMLified Perl 5 reference guide by Rex Swain. So anyway, back to this. That derail was unfortunate. That was my own fault. Do I want strength to be there because it's strength, renamed as might, or do I want to go my own route? Physical offense being might, magical offense being potency instead of like intelligence. How do I want to do that? Because I don't like the way that the AI did this. Good structural instinct, choosing 3 of 5 facets gives exactly 10, and it's self-balancing in a way worth naming up front. Each facet lands in exactly 6 of the 10 stats. Fix 1 facet, choose 2 of the remaining 4. No facet is over or underweighted by construction. That's a free fairness property you get from the combinations, not from tuning. Designed that way. Your 2 examples are preserved exactly. I built the other 8 around them. The payoff is that each facet develops a consistent personality. You can predict which stats it shows up in from what its name means. Max health is a physical life pool. Max resource is aptitude, conviction, and growth. Resource regen is competence, growth, and resilience. Max resource is aptitude, conviction, and growth, as opposed to we have aptitude, growth, and resilience here. Conviction, growth, and resilience here. Aptitude, conviction, and growth here. Let's take a look at this and see what's going on. Aptitude, conviction, and growth. Conviction, growth, and resilience. So growth, resilience, conviction. Yeah. Okay. I'm not happy with what it came up with, but I think it's a good way to start things. It's explaining why each facet per stat, so max health being conviction, growth, and resilience. Resilience is a physical vessel. Growth is the arcane life force filling it. And conviction is the will to keep the vessel standing. No aptitude or competence. Raw capacity isn't about aim or technique. That's interesting, huh? Okay. Health regen is the same vital engine, the growth and resilience structure, but aptitude drives the rate, the body's reflexive quickness to knit itself back together. Aptitude is your throughput facet. Conviction drops out. Okay. Aptitude is your throughput facet. So aptitude is your throughput facet. So that means when you're trying to do damage, aptitude becomes the stat that you want to do to increase your raw damage output. Just you want to increase your aptitude to increase your raw damage output, regardless of what your class or anything else is, right? Aptitude for health regen, but also aptitude for your maximum resource, whether that's mana or energy or whatnot. Growth is the arcane energy itself. Conviction is the will that holds a reservoir open, and aptitude is the innate spark that lets you channel at all. So now aptitude is the throughput facet, but aptitude is also magic. Capability. Throughput, magic capability. Aim. Aptitude is your physical offense, is your aim or precision. Not precision. What the hell's the word I'm looking for? Aptitude. This is actually coming out really, really interesting. The reason why I say that is because of the other image that I showed earlier, which is inside. Unfortunately, it's inside one of these other files. Let's just stay here. We'll go back to open, copy address, paste address. This is Yes, accuracy. Thank you. Accuracy. Aim or accuracy. Maybe accuracy. Your ability to hit. Not your hit chance, but like your ability to hit. Right? We want to go. I said, give me this. Why are you going to home? That shouldn't be home images. What the frick are you talking about? Jesus. Is it in docs? Archived? Historical? Setup? Is it the setup document? Not the setup document. Is it the Final Fantasy? It might be found. It might be this. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. So if we look at that, if we look at what the AI just did, and we compare it to what I started thinking of here, the way that this is working, we will eventually have names for all of this. And we'll be able to figure out how these are going to work together so that we actually have the named stats. So like talent, potency, momentum. I don't know if, I think augment will be a little bit different, but engagement, gain, destiny, karma, acumen, and flow. I like these names for the actual, hold on. 1, 8, 9. Oh my God, how long ago did I do this? What the fuck is wrong with me? 10 stats. 10 stats. I asked it to give me 10 stats. I have talent, potency, which it came up with, potency, but talent, momentum, right? Augment, which I'm going to change the name of, but like a good base idea. Engagement, which is like a great way of being able to get into the fight, or how quickly you can get to a guard, to guard somebody or defend somebody. Gain being like, I don't know, maybe something different. Destiny being like, okay, your karmic like karmic, not knowledge, but like karma. That's all I can say. Destiny like karma. I wrote this. I wrote this. This is also around 2015. I think this stuff, when I was doing this was back when I had my Minecraft server. I think it happened just before I stopped streaming in 2015. I wish Bait were here. He'd be able to actually give more information about this, because he was playing on that Minecraft server when it was up. And might be able to help out a little bit with that. But like, and notice competence and resilience are different here. I think these are backwards from what they are in here. I think technical is competence and mechanical is resilience. Nope, they were the same. So I think I kind of want talented dimensional is plus mana. I have an idea, and I don't know how to elaborate on the idea that just made my jaw drop. I don't know how to elaborate on it. I think because of the stuff I did back when I wrote this and the things that this AI just showed me are going to give me the names of my stats and allow me to start making the actual waterfall stats based on those stats. So like let's say that talented is let's say that not talented. Let's say that gain or let's say acumen is our max health stat, right? And so its acumen is still going to be conviction, growth, and resilience. But then we have an aware dimensional sword. And so that now gives us whatever aware will give us for the dimensional, for the aptitude stat. And we don't have an aware dimensional sword that gives us anything for health because the acumen stat doesn't actually apply to dimensional or something of that nature. Like that's what I'm thinking. Like these crossouts are that kind of thing, right? And I don't remember why I had the different colors crossed out because like those colors are related to the things that are not set in this grid. And I don't remember why I did that. And I didn't write it down. There's nowhere it's written down. I don't remember what that was. But I do remember that it had something to do with the phased aspect with one of the phased aspects from that aspect. So like technical and mechanical are opposed, right? They're one of the two phases from each. So what I mean by that is this. So technical and mechanical are opposed. Technicals anti-phased from both arcane and spiritual, but technical is phased to both aptitude and mechanical. So I think that's what I was thinking about there, but I'm not positive, but I don't know why I did that. I just remember it had something to do with that. Just here's the thing worth leading with. Your table already is the skeleton from last turn, not could map to. It's the same object. Every row now has exactly 3 non-dash cells, and the 10 rows are exactly the 10 unique facet triplets. I checked all of them. It's a clean bijection, and each facet lands in exactly 6 rows. The self-balancing property holds for free, same as before. So the answer, can these names be stats? Yes, structurally, they already are. You just label them by theme instead of by function. Here's the forced mapping. The row name and my functional name from last turn sit on identical triple. Talent is aptitude. Growth and are you fucking kidding me? Did I actually do that? So I asked AI to do something I did 10 years ago or 5 years, whatever the fuck I wrote this. I'm fucking shocked. Wow. Now I have to check. I have to. I have to. I have to. No, I don't have it in here. I don't have any of this in here. When did I actually create this program? The plugin for Minecraft for my Final Fantasy Minecraft server. That says 2024, but I can go on to. Yeah. See when. Years ago. So it's been 10 years. It's been 10 frickin' see that I had these names at least 5 years ago. But Omega Reborn 10 years ago. Aptitude, resilience, competence, growth, and you can see all of this 10 years ago. Mechanical Destiny was a bonus attribute doing something. I don't remember what it was. Dimensional phase. Omega Reborn humans are those who have found peace in the mechanical phase, granting them increased competence facet. Because of their attention, they have stunted their arcane phase connections even further, resulting in impeded growth facet level. So I wrote this 10 years ago. I just asked AI to do something I wrote without any AI help at all 10 fucking years ago. And I already had that same idea. Are you? This is why I dropped my. This is have I been on the right path just fucking procrastinating for 10 years? Am I going to have to say I've been developing this game for 10 fucking years? Fuck. Yes, I've been developing the game consistently for the last 3 years, and that's why it's out today. But I actually took me 15 years to develop the whole game. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. I remember thinking there was something wrong with the table, the way I was writing it. AI just told me what the like the off feeling about the table and about how I do this is. And it's mainly because of like karma and acumen being not what like competence and resilience doing, right? Why would you have resilience being a physical crit damage stat? Resilience is like defense, right? Why would resilience give you physical damage and a knockback range and AoE skill area? Like, it doesn't make sense. That being said, so the AI says, okay, you already have this. This is already mapped. This is the way it's mapped. But the honest part is the table exposes the fact that the row names aren't neutral, and in several places their theme fights the function, specifically the karma and acumen themes. The AI's triple math called acumen physical defense, whereas my setup here called acumen gave acumen physical crit chance and physical crit damage and vortex power, whatever vortex power is. They're all crit, like, well, not all crit, but mostly crit. Karma, the AI called magical defense, whereas I'm calling it skill crit. Destiny, which is this one here, the AI called max health. I said it's knockback range, skill defense, and vortex range. It didn't make sense. However, it's also saying that the rows weren't built as primary stats, and I'm thinking I want them as primary stats, which is why I asked it this. But it's saying that I already started doing this as themes or modifier families, like a crit theme, an AoE theme, a channel theme, a control theme, etc. And that ends up being ARPG affix taxonomy, like Path of Exile modifier families or Last Epoch affix pools, which is one layer below or waterfall from primary stats. And it says the remove isn't to replace this with that. It's recognizing you're holding two layers of the same object. Layer one is the primary stats, and layer two is the named matrix. The named matrix being talent or flow. Layer one being the fused legible stats like max health, offense, etc. I don't think I want those to be the named stats, which is why I brought this up. I think I want the named stats to be this. And I literally told it, ignore the stuff in the cells. We can write those later. I want these, or I'm thinking I want these to be the actual names of the stats. Engagement being the name of a stat is fine. Augment being the name of a stat is not fine, but it can be modified to be fine. Potency is a great name for a stat. Gain, great name for a stat, depending on what it does. Destiny, karma, acumen, flow, momentum, potency, talent, all great names for actual stats, which is what I asked the AI to do. In doing so, and looking at this, it made me realize this 10-year-old thing that I set up actually has the answers embedded in it that I was asking the AI to give me now. Silly cat. Your example actually proves that it's layer 2 you're reaching for. Talented, technical, sort of spiritual power. Parses as row, talent, aspects as technical or competence, and spiritual or conviction. It's naming cells, not a fused number. One catch to flag it before it bites you. Talent's triple is aptitude, growth, and conviction. So technical competence is a dash for talent. So now I get to yell at the AI. Because literally when I did this, I said, these names, the leftmost column could be the stats we're looking at and map those to the methods above. I didn't actually tell it to ignore the cells. I actually wanted you to ignore the cells and only focus on the aspects, facets, and the leftmost column for stat name. The one I am uncomfortable with for a stat name is augment, and the cells can be modified based on your assessment of the aspect combination combinations. Please give me that instead of thinking this is a simple waterfall issue. That grid is 10 plus years old. Cells discarded were deriving each stat's meaning from its three facets and the row name, and repicking whichever name doesn't carry. Naming problem we flagged at augment sits on top of aptdress con, aptitude, resilience, conviction, and that triple has no competence and growth, i.e. no technique and no energy. It's pure aim, body, and will. Augment means to add or enhance, which is generic. It doesn't say what the three raw facets actually are. That's why it feels off. The name is a verb about improvement, not an identity. Triple reads as raw reflex and readiness, innate quickness, physical endurance to sustain it, decisiveness to commit. No talent, no trained skill, no magic, just how fast and how surely the body answers. That name fits. The name that fits is a readiness word. I pick reflex or instinct. We have reflex. I think instinct actually works better than augment. I think instinct works better than augment than reflex. I think reflex is and then the rest of them actually work. The rest of them actually work. All of the names work based on what I just said and ignoring the stat stuff. All of the names work. They all work. Except for, of course, augment. So, for example, talent name fits perfectly for innate spark, which is aptitude, arcane energy, which is growth, will to channel, which is conviction, the reservoir and gift for skills or magic, your resource and mastery pool. Name fits perfectly. Potency is aim or aptitude, physical mass or resilience, life force is growth, the raw force behind body and magic, no technique, just brute power. The name fits for potency. But potency for arcane, I mean, yes, the stat is growth, but it's the arcane school. So, oh my God, 10 years ago I did that. Why didn't I keep freaking developing 10 years ago? Because it was Final Fantasy Minecraft. It was a Minecraft mod that I was working on, and I got sick of Minecraft. That's all. For those of you who are watching, for those of you who are paying attention to what's going on here, let's see if I can get this whole thing on screen here. I think that's everything. What do you think about the names here? I wish I could. I'll just do it like this so that we don't have that in the freaking way. What do you think about the stat names, the facets, which I will let you know are just shortened versions of what's right here. Just so that you can see them better. Or not. This instead so you can see them. Not. We'll just do this. Like that row. That actually, I think I can see them a little bit better, except for this one. Like, we'll make that a little bit darker. Why is it so light? What the hell? Bit darker. We'll just do that. All right, so you can see them there. Please let me know. We have 15 seconds before the ad comes in. I don't have another. No, I do have another. Boop. We have 5 minutes. If you have anything to say about these, please let me know. What you think about the names of the stats, which are on the left here. Not fully, but mostly. Like augment has been changed to either reflex or where the hell did you go? Or instinct. I'm not muted. No. I should not be muted. You should be able to let me verify that I can hear myself. Yeah, no, I'm not muted. No, Alarob, not muted. I'll double check that in Twitch. Yep. Yeah, I'm not muted. So let me know what you think about the aspect names. Reflex can be either reflex or instinct. I kind of like instinct better than reflex. And let me know what you think about the combinations and how they work together. Because I'm liking this, and I did this 10 years ago, and I totally like stopped doing that. I've been working on this, not even remotely consistency for evidently for about 10 years. But this is going to be the game that I'm going to develop on stream from now until it gets released or until I die. So with that being said, if you think that these are good names, talent for okay, good. Talent for the aptitude, growth, and conviction stat, where like the explanation the AI gave me for this, it's fucking perfect. If you think that something is kind of off, or if you think that 10 stats is too much, because these are going to be the stats that we have. The aspects are the schools or the realms in which things come from. The facets are the name of the main stats, and the names here, the stats themselves, are the names of the primary stats. When I say main stats, I mean the facets are where everything else derives from. Main stats derive from 3 facets, or 3 of the aspect stats, like aptitude, competence, and resilience, which in this case would be gain. Every stat derives from 3 of those fixed aspect stats. If you think that this is too convoluted, too confusing, too overwhelming, or too complex, please say something about it. I'm going to go to the bathroom because I have to now. I'm going to start the ad as soon as I get up instead of waiting for the 5 minutes to time out. It's down to 2 minutes anyway. And when I come back, regardless of whether or not people have said anything, I'm going to continue onward. And we're going to find out what the bonuses for each one of these stats is going to be in each one of the aspect rows. So we're going to actually make this grid that's on the right, and we're going to make it actually work for the way the game is, so that we know where things are going to be going and what we're going to be doing for basic stats. That said, everything that we're doing right now could change, because this is just the design stage for everything. Names might change. I don't think they will. Like whole design specs might change. I don't think they will. That's why we're trying